Hello, and we are live. Welcome back, my buddy boyos, to another SNI Saturday Night Incel, episode 51, weekend chat, random discussions, random shit. We've had some big news coming out of Texas this week, so yeah, we got 5 people in the chat. Do I sound better or worse tonight? I changed some of the mic settings, so let me know what I sound like. Oh my god, we are live early today, like usual. We always start early, so we're always early. If you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late, right? Yeah, we're here. We're ready to go. We have so many memes, so many things to talk about today. So yeah, it's a crazy ass day, right? Holy shitter. Let's see, I had some Taco Bell earlier, so we're had our dinner and we're ready to go. We're gonna do a couple shout outs here. We got a shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the mystery gang being in here, solving the mysteries. What's going on? Holy shitter. We sound so fucking smooth. We sound really, you sound smooth. What's that mean? What's that sound like? I don't know. I changed some of the settings on the back of the mic because there's a lot of settings on this mic you can actually change. So yeah, I changed one of the knobs back there to a different setting so it sounds a little bit better, I guess. And I also changed the gain a little bit so it sounds a little more crisp and clear. So yeah, what is going on, my dudes? All right. Mystery's going to do a Black Pill ASMR second channel now that he has a mic. He's going to use a soft voice to talk about horrible, horrible truths of the world. Oh my fucking god. Yep, boy. I am so ready for that stream. Oh, with the ASMR or this stream. Mike Cell. Not me. Mike Cell, whatever. The Black Pill Party. Damn. Yeah. Holy shit. We've had some pretty big news that came out this week from Texas. Texas state of Texas has effectively an all but name like banned, not really banned, just like restricted abortion rights to the point where like you can't even get an abortion. So that's going to be today's big topic for sure. That's where a lot of the memes are coming from. So yeah, I cannot fucking wait to get some more people in here real quick. So yeah. Let's see. You sound like a smooth talker, someone who would speak during a jazz concert. All right, well, whatever. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. How's everyone been? What have we been doing for the last week, right? Oh yeah, I saw this one here too. Lyft sent out an email setting up a fund for drivers' legal fees. What the fuck, dude? I mean, like, truth be told, I'm not even sure if this actual law is going to stand up to scrutiny when they actually do the rulings. But like, there's another abortion case coming up. Actually, I think they've already accepted the case. It's coming up in the docket pretty soon from Mississippi, I believe, and I believe Mississippi's actually trying to either ban or at least restrict abortion rights in their state. So like, that's going to be the real test of like if they're actually going to challenge Roe v. Wade. The reality of the situation is that, you know, legal precedent doesn't really mean, it means a lot in this country, but it's like not like the end all be all because legal precedent can easily be overturned. People know this just by the fact of like all the slave laws and stuff like that from back in the day. So yeah, Dred Scott's the big one. People always like go to that one thing. Oh, they were wrong. Okay, well yeah, of course they're wrong. They're fucking human beings, so they can do the right thing and the wrong thing. But yeah, it is rather funny though. 1.6 million net worth. Now, boy, all right. Well, thing is that I'm not really against abortion or for it. It's just that abortion literally has to be illegal just to balance out men's reproductive. I don't even give a fuck about that. Actually, I think that you can make a secular argument for like no abortion, but I don't really care per se either. On like you know, I really don't have a I mean, I'm really am against abortion for the most part, but like I don't know what I would do like on a legislative position really on it. You know, I do find the I watched a what's that guy's name? Sargon Vakad or Carl Benjamin. He had a pretty good video about the abortion thing, and he basically said like he does find it very odd that the lefties have like basically almost gone off the fucking rails now of like abortion's become like this weird like you know, it's almost become like a badge of honor to get an abortion. If you're like, it's really odd. It's like really like sick and like perverse how like they like literally like how much they put abortion up in this weird I don't know. It seems like they're almost like proud to do what they're doing. It's really kind of sick, really, when you think about it. I don't know. It's just sick. So yeah. Let's see. Let me move the mic back a little bit. We got 9 people in here. Holy shit. God, you keep asking the same question, dog. Chipotle maxing? You ask the same fucking question every time. I don't know, dude. My fight against depression is what gives me life and meaning. Me a life, a meaning. Okay, well. Chipotle maxing today? Yeah. Not me. I had Taco Bell. So, whatever. Also, the side that wants abortion claiming my body, my choice also wants to force vaccines on your body. Yeah, very funny. What if, I don't even know. Let's see. What else has been the, what's the big news coming out this week? That was like the big one. We're finally out of Afghanistan, which is like, okay, well, it's what it is, right? Very, very funny. Yeah, I have so many memes to show, so I want people to get in your research showing off memes. So, yeah. I'm just torn on the abortion thing. Can't really say which is best. Like, what do you mean, what's best? Like, do I think that there should be a full stop on all abortion, or like no abortion at all? I'm not sure if I agree with that. Yeah, I think it should be the stance used to be rare, like a rarity was one of the safe, rare, and stuff like that. I forgot what the third one was, but like, yeah, like that was like the old a Democratic position was like it should be rare. It shouldn't really be happening at all. And it is odd to me that like we have this weird system now where it's like, oh, it's a free for all, do whatever you want, your body, your choice. Have an abortion, and like abortion was never meant to be like an extra layer of like contraception. It was meant to just be like, hey, like something horrible happens to you, you figure it out. It's really weird. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Hold on. Did you see yesterday's stream with first Tim the Cyborg and Jaded Guy? I didn't. I saw it was streaming. I didn't actually watch it. Was it good? Was it bad? I like Tim's content generally, so it's pretty good. Normally, I like having him like watching his stuff, so pretty good. GC first, yeah, okay. If the new law entices the few women in defense to use their long-term partner strategy, I'm going to find the best one, wife up her wife, and knock her up until she's exhausted. Goddamn. Be pro-choice. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to pay for that. Pay for what? Is it just me, or has the quality of freshly foods gone down? I'd believe it, actually. I'd imagine that they're a fairly new company, so I'm not sure if they locked in their prices when they were new. So they might have had to like compromise on a lot of other things for sure. I still use it because it's cheap. Not cheap, I guess. It was relatively cheap, and it's just decently priced. So the way I view it is like, okay, well, it keeps me within like a certain amount of calories. Good portions, not good portions, but portion control at the end of the day. And I generally don't mind paying for it. So it really is for me. It's just a tool to diet. It's not so much a something to be like full on, I guess. So yeah. Correction, they want male slaves in power. Okay. I mean, they even kill girls too. So true. What's up, boyos? This was my first week of my new job, and they got me a 6-pack of beer. What the fuck? Abortion. Nah. I mean, you pay for it now, dog. Like you pay for it now. I don't know what changes here. I guess what they're gonna force you to pay more. I don't fucking know. At the end of the day, you have to like undo all these laws to make things like equitable to some extent. You have to like change the welfare laws and shit like that to make things a little more fair. But you would hope that things would improve, I guess. But I don't know. Let's see. They want to fuck around without paying responsibilities. Nothing is free in life. Yeah, absolutely. I was torn between non-abortion and abortion. That's what I meant. I was talking about. Where it's like, are you pro-life or pro-choice? What's your views and the issue? And it is funny because like, like my position is like, okay, like it should be banned in most circumstances other than like, life of the mother, grape, incest and stuff like that. And it should in general be a rare occurrence. It shouldn't be necessarily be some fucking weird fucking like thing where it's like, oh well, You just use that as another form of like contraception, whereas like it's not what it was meant for per se. Like I don't know, it should be used in like emergency situations, not like some like random ass shit happens to you and you want to be a fucking like be a walking cum toilet and like you get knocked up and all of a sudden you're like, oh well, I gotta get an abortion now because I'm not ready to have a kid. It's like I don't know, like seems like a huge like like just responsibility like vacuum there. It's like, okay, well, I don't want to do anything now. It's like I'm not gonna have kids, and now abortion becomes this weird badge of honor. And it's like I don't know, I don't like the stance like that. This seems really scummy. It's like a lack of like desire for like to like respect life to some extent. Farmers been slow this year with growing crops over here. Anyone else? Not sure. I know that we have food shortages. Not shortages. I don't even know. I don't even call it now. I go to the store and the stores are like really bare. There's not a lot of food in the stores. Really odd. I don't know what's going on. But like when you go online to say there's no shortage, but really when you go to the store though, like your eyes, like do I believe my lying eyes or do I believe what I see? Like at the end of the day, like don't trust your lying eyes, right? Like I don't know what's going on. It's really weird. And this brisket is good. All right. So startup, I got to meet the CEO and COO in the first week short meeting. So, okay, so it was not just me. I'm getting less meals from them, but yeah, it is still cheap, so I want to cancel entirely, yeah. Just remember a repressed black-pilled memory. In middle school, my class had a swimming lesson, and the Chad of my class was sitting in the hot tub with Stacy snuggling her, of course. I get like at least 2 job offers from startups every week, or every other week. That and from Amazon. No interest in switching jobs right now, though. Yeah, I get a lot of job offers too as well, either via email or on, especially on LinkedIn for sure. I get a lot of those. It's weird. You know, it's nice, but it's kind of weird too. I guess I know I have options, right? What channel was that? Okay. How is Incel in India? Don't they have similar situations to China in regards to the gender imbalance in birth? I'd probably believe. I have no clue though. Tim the Cyborg's channel, yeah. Are you mogging me right now? What the fuck? Face LMS and Wheat Waffles don't have the balls to debate first and help out the desperate light. Well, like, did he challenge? I know Face and LMS have been challenged multiple times to come on and debate first about so much like really the looks issues, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Wheat Waffles has been challenged to a debate on that particular problem, that particular issue, though. So yeah, what the fuck is up with my English today? You tell me, dude. Disruptions in supply chain, yeah. We need a 2v2 tag team match. S3, okay. Is it okay if a white pillar like me chill here? I got no negativity to bring, just the hearing perspectives. I don't give a fuck. Lots of Floyds don't understand, but abortion is very bad for the female body. You're forcefully stopping a natural process in the body. In the future, if they want to have a kid for legit, it might be over. Yeah. Who is? Oh yeah. For this guy here, explain to me S3. What the fuck is the white pill, my dude? Like, what is the white pillar? What does the white pill even mean to you? What does it mean? You tell me. You can tell us. I'll leave a comment later down in the comment section. Not comment section, but the fucking chat. Let's see. Yeah, the chat experience, getting a job offers might be like getting female attention. Just see if I can laugh. Well, that's how Stacy's feel about having dating options. You have job options instead. Yeah. Not a black pill fraternity. Debate what? I don't even know. Well, I think like there at first has a much different view of the of like the problem than Face and LMS and maybe even Wheat Waffles do, where it's like I think first focuses more on the sociological issues involving societal issues involving insulin and about the social circle mapping for sure. The social media game, he talks about that a lot. I remember I watched a stream he had with Tim the Cyborg like 2 weeks ago or something like that. And that was one of his big things. Where it's like you have to do all these things. It's not just a matter of like looking good. You also have to have like a social circle, and you have to have an up to date Instagram and an up to date Facebook profile, and an up to date TikTok profile, and be uploading videos and be funny and be this and be that. He thinks there's more involved than just being a good looking Chad. Chad still have it easier. Like he never even denies that. It's just a matter of like there is more than just like just looking good. You have to have like it's still like being a millionaire on a desert island. Like it doesn't matter how much of a millionaire you are on a desert island if there's no one there to enjoy it. if you have nothing to buy with it. Like your money has no value. It's the same as being a good looking Chad. Like if you're a good looking Chad, but you're your own, like you're a good looking Chad on a desert island, it doesn't matter how fucking attractive you are when there's no one around to enjoy it and there's no one around to see how attractive you are. You know what I mean? Like you can't just lay down he always says this, but you can't just lay down in your fucking basement getting plastic surgery expecting to get a girlfriend. You have to like go out there and roll and do stuff. And a lot of incels aren't prepared to do that. And yeah, so I mean the job market is very similar to dating market at the end of the day, in my opinion. Best room method, okay. No problem, don't want to mess with the vibe. White pill. The white kill KKK bill. Jesus Christ. White pill is letting go. I'm here to cope. Okay. Backfiring fuck. Bet the debate is going to be about the best manga or shit. I use white pill to mean I live in a way that popular black pill theory would call an exception, but I think it's pretty common. Okay, I hope you're going to expand upon that. Because I'm like, what? Okay. I guess that can be seen as a running game. Oh. Not typical Chad, not meeting typical Western beauty, blah, 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 but I find no issue meeting. Okay, but what does it mean? I live in a way that popular black pill theory would call an exception, but I think it's pretty okay. Like, what do you mean when you say that? What do you mean by the exception? What do you mean by you live? Like, first in dashboards, views are more holistic and even more black pilled. Anyone who has experienced female validation knows how the BP works. Many more would rope if they knew about the demographic issues. Even in summer and sunshine, many places are devoid of kids. White pill is accepting the black pill reality, but still being delusional and staying positive in a nutshell. Mystery school. Okay. I guess he's a black pill Chad Light. Well, he's kind of like me. I'm like a black pill, kind of like Tyrone Light in a way. So to have surgery is like certification without laws. White pill is just blue pill, black pill. Like I always described it as being like effectively like your the way I live my life is that I live in a blue pilled world, but I'm black pilled internally. So like I might outwardly display all these blue pill tendencies and tote the line, I guess. But like in a reality though, like in my head, I'm like, oh my god, this is horrible. Like we're not doing shit. And, like it's really bad. So yeah. Okay, let's start. We got 25 people here. Let's start some fucking memes. Let's do this shit. We'll start off with an old meme. I showed this meme before, but we're gonna do it again because it's a good meme. So we're gonna, especially this meme is now really appropriate. So we gotta do this meme real quick. All right, this meme is very, very important. All right, here we go. All right, guys. You guys ready for this shit? Share screen. Okay. I don't really need audio on this, do I? Not really. Mute the audio screen. Here we are. It's not really a meme, I guess. This is a post. Women's existence is centered around killing babies. They vote en masse for killing babies to be made easier. They worship the women who dedicated their entire lives to allow other women to kill babies. They believe that killing babies is a fundamental human right. They kill tens of millions of babies a year out of personal convenience. They hate racism, yet they love the racist Margaret Sanger just because she killed babies. They experience religious ecstasy in the main public square when a new pro-baby killing law passes. They get depressed when they can't kill babies. They wear makeup made out of slain babies, literally. They politically gravitate towards whichever ideology allows them to kill the most babies. If they can't kill babies in a safe hospital, they'll do it in an unhygienic dark alley. They watch films and read books about how baby killing is a basic right. When they receive a prize, they'll say they couldn't have made it without killing a baby. They would rather kill a baby than use protection or abstain from sex. When you say the right to choose, they're not thinking about the pursuit of liberty. They're thinking about killing babies. They say you can't opine on killing babies if you don't have female genitals. Their cities are full of baby killing factories or facilities. They will tell you how much they hate killing babies, but the evidence speaks for itself, and that women have always been and will be a bunch of baby killing killers. By Anonymous. My God. That meme can never be more fucking true right now. So many memes. It's a little time. Let's do this shit. All right. Okay, here we go. First things first. All right, let's do some memes here. So here we have some copium real quick. What the fuck is this shit? What on God's green earth is I'm on strike. No choice for me, no sex for him. Yeah. Who's I don't know, I don't know, guys. Like, let's see, let's read the sign again. I'm on strike. No choice for me, no sex for him. Notice how in every single like problem women have, anytime there's a problem with anything that men do, they always say, even though they say don't objectify me, they say don't make me into a sexual object. Well, they do it to themselves. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how like, oh, well, I'm gonna take sex from you. It's like, okay, well, isn't that odd how like you run back to like taking away sex, but you're not a sexual object, but like sex isn't all you're worth, but you take away the one thing that you know men want. Well, it's kind of odd, right? It's one of those weird games where it's like, okay, well, I don't want to be viewed as a sexual object, but I know deep down I really am, so I'm gonna like say it, but I'm not really gonna say it, blah blah blah. blah. It's like, okay, I don't know. Let's see. All right, got that one there done. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna skip the. We're gonna do this. This is not really. This is gonna be actually pretty funny. Pretty funny meme. We're gonna go ahead and just do this real quick. On here we go. This is pretty funny. Look at the vaccine. Oh no. Oh shit. Come on, boys. Keep dodging, guys. Keep dodging. This one here's from last week's Afghanistan withdrawal from August 20th on Twitter. It's pretty good. Let's see. Interesting that Joe Biden has probably distributed more real assault weapons without any kind of background check than anyone else in American history. It's pretty funny. Oh God, it's pretty funny. It's like, yeah, I think, wait a second. I know it's not his fault. I mean, I guess kind of is his fault, but fuck. Pretty funny. Let's see what it says. Ooh. I'll do that meme later. It's too long. It's too long for right now. Let me here we are. This meme's definitely pretty relevant too as well. Let's do this one here. Wow, I don't know how to respond to what you just said. So I will call you an incel because having sex is the only unit of value I understand. Like, yeah, it's the exact same thing I was trying to describe in that first picture. That picture is that first picture I showed about the where the hell is it at? Let me give me out here. This first picture here I showed one with the fat chick. Like it's funny because like everything comes back down to sex with them. Like it's true. Like they know that their value comes down to this. But like they're like, I don't know, it's just funny how they run back to it, but then they run away from it because like, it's copium for them. It's like, okay, well, I'm not just valued for sex by men. It's something else as well. It's like, I don't know, like, you know, all the arguments always come down to like, you're a virgin, you're an incel, you're this, you're that. It's like, oh, it's kind of funny how you keep going back to sex. Why is that? Like, if sex isn't that important and it doesn't matter if you have it or not, and you know it's not that big of a deal, then why the fuck do you keep using it as a fucking like to buttress up your argumentation styles to basically say like, oh, you're wrong because you're a virgin, you're an incel? It's kind of funny. What is that here? What's that? The term assault weapons triggers me. It doesn't. Yeah, me too. I think people have zero clue. Yeah, this is just a term, is a catch-all term, just basically ban all weapons at the end of the day. So yeah. Let's see. All right, what the fuck's that? So okay, we're gonna spin here. Christianity cucked centuries ago to Roman paganism. Since then, it has just been just one cuck after another. This could be Christianity, but it sold itself out, unfortunately. Here we are. Let's do the zoom real quick here. Let's see. Islam, variety of cultures united in a single faith. Doesn't need to cope, modesty, content with what the Lord has given, has a chin, has 4 wives and 19 children, average IQ of 182. Look at this motherfucker, dude. This is base motherfucker. Meanwhile, down here, forced diversity, Western society, OnlyFans, slut walks, run by immoral rich families, consumerism, has no chin. Poor guy. Wife left him for another man, low IQ, drugs and alcohol to cope. Yeah, look at this guy. He's trying to pick his brother up, but he just won't take the hand. He's like, I'm too proud to take the hand. Come on, man. Just let me cope. Okay. I'm going to butcher this name here, but fuck it. Another meme, though. Women in Texas should go full Lysistrata and refuse to have sex until this shit is fixed. It's funny, like, how it always comes back down to fucking sex. It's weird. They keep saying it. They keep saying the quiet part out loud. It's kind of funny. Very, very funny. Like, what the fuck? They don't see it. Here we go. Here we have the coat hanger of death. Abortion is normal. No, not really. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be normal. What do you mean it's normal? 1 in 4 women have had an abortion. Yeah, one too many. Kind of funny how they all have like the Handmaid's Tale fucking like shit already ready to go. Like, I don't know, dude. It's kind of funny. Let's do this shit. Let's see what we've got here. What the fuck is this? Here we have another victim of feminism, real quick. There we go. Jesse, 41. 1970 Iowa. 2019 Queens. Kind, emotionally mature, gourmand, clean living, yoga, animal lover, farmer's market, brunching, Broadway, gardening, woke. Workaholics. Oh, she wants no workaholics, smoking, alcoholics, drugs. No tourists, motorcycles, horror. Not interested in casual, recently separated, or your open marriage. Let's see. Active, never. Children, want someday. Oh my fucking god. 5'8". Yep, lots of marriage, liberal, spiritual. Another victim of feminism. Look at the eyes. Just look at the fucking eyes. Look right here. You can see it. No eggs. Goddamn. Jesus fuck. No eggs at all. This post here is so fucking funny because it shows you how far the cultural leftism, Marxism shit has gone when it comes to this weird feminist clown world shit. It's kind of funny. So that's a good post here. Here we go. To every asshole who told people who can get pregnant that they were being irrational when they feared their abortion rights were being taken away. Fuck you. Let's see. So, who told people who can get pregnant? People who can get pregnant. Look at the language here. People who can get pregnant. You mean like does women? Oh, no. It's people now. So, okay, cool. Supreme Court declined to hear the Texas abortion case that bans abortion after 6 weeks. As of today, Roe v. Wade doesn't exist in Texas. With a law standing in direct defiance of Roe v. Wade, it is no longer good law. All the other states are now free to enact their long-standing abortion bans that were put in place in the event that Roe fell. Fuck all of you who voted for Trump. Fuck all of you who said we were being more irrational. Every woman in this country now has fewer rights than their fucking grandmother did. And it's because of assholes like you who hate minorities more than they love their daughters. Fuck you. Edit. I tried to be inclusive with my title. But as you can see, I bungled the last bit by referencing women specifically losing their rights. I am well aware. Look at the edit. Oh my fucking god. Okay, look, come on now. Fucking Christ. I am well aware that people can get pregnant and not identify as a woman. Oh, okay. So more people than women are losing their rights. I am so sorry that I didn't continue my inclusive language to the last part of my post. This was completely unintentional, and I am so sorry. I'm choosing not to edit my original post to remain honest with the fact that I fucked up. Oh my, how fucking cucked do you have to be to fucking like kowtow to what 0.01% of the population? What the fuck's wrong with you? I mean, fucking Christ, you can't even call a spade anymore. Like, come on, fucking clown, maximum fucking clown roll, dude. The fucking taking clown pills right now. For the love of God, what the fuck? Here we have Black Ronin's future wife's ring finger here. Oh my fucking look at the hand. Like a fucking frying pan. And there's no way she's getting that ring off some fucking WD-40 or some shit. Look at this shit. I mean, oh my god. Fucking just destructive. Fucking Majin Buu looking hand, dude. Jesus. Alright. Okay, I'm free some comments real quick. Let's see. I want to go live to Texas, okay? It's okay if they sexualize themselves for their purposes, but it's wrong when men see them as sex objects, although men's observations are based on women's exploits. Yep, very true. She's a catch. No way she's 41. Look at those eyes. It's true, dude. Another victim of feminism, dude. Look at that shit. Should have gave your onion rings instead. Oh, God. Gotta send in Delta Force to remove that ring. Holy shit. Hands are the last place your body puts on fat, so if you got fat hands, you really know they are fat. Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow. That is crazy. Dang. Left eating itself, not enough signaling of in-group language. Yep. Yeah. Fewer rights, right to kill little Jimmy. Oh, he's a clump of cells. Anything could be a clump of cells, dumbass. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's keep going. We got some nice memes here. Speaking of the this post here, I showed up here. I mean, how the fuck could she fucking forget, dude? How could she fucking forget this guy? This is what the world has come to. Look at this shit. I mean, look at this fucking shit, dude. I mean, come on. How could she have forgotten the fucking that men can get pregnant now? Come on. She just totally fucking forgot. Like, all the women crying about how men have no place in saying what a woman can do with her body. Well, yes, they can, because men can get pregnant now, right? There's no more fucking rules, no standards, there's nothing, so, right? So, like, why can't a man talk about abortion now? Fuck it. Why not? Like, these are your own fucking rules. You made these rules up. Okay, you said no such thing as a man, no such thing as a woman. You can do what the fuck you want. You can do whatever you want. Okay, fine. That's fine. Okay, cool. So that means men have the same rights that women do. Men can talk about abortion now, right? Like, come on. Like once again, just use the insanity against them. Use their own rules against them. So, like, okay, so all of a sudden, like, you know, when it comes to abortion, well, yeah, men can get pregnant, right? Why not? Why the fuck not? I mean, these are your rules, not mine. I didn't make this shit up. You made this shit up, dude. This is your shit. Not my shit. Fuck out of here. You made this crap up, not me. It wasn't me. Nah, dude, not me. Let's see. What the fuck is this? What is this? Okay. This is too long of a meme to do right now. I'll do the same for tomorrow or something like that. I'll do it later tonight. Okay. The fuck meme is this? Nah, I'm not showing that meme at all. It's too fucking much. We'll do this meme here. Fuck it. We'll do this meme here. This is a pretty good meme. Here we are. This one shouldn't be it's not too risque for me to show, so hopefully they'll let me show it. Here we go. All right. Here we have denial as a gift. Look at how much money he gave her. For the love of Mother of God, you gave her what? $100,000 more than that? $111,000? What the fuck, dude? Very, very sexy deposit. Is that a record? Okay. Mistress Mila. Okay, let's look at the fucking next poster in here. This is sad as fuck. The dude didn't even get what the fuck he asked for. Such is the life of a fucking simp. Yeah, look at this shit. This is sad. Is that a record? Am I your biggest sub? Please, may I see your feet now, goddess? No. Oh my god. Could you imagine? Like, you go to fucking Burger King or, McDonald's or even fucking crappy ass Subway, right? And you buy the sub, right? But like, you don't actually get the fucking sub you paid for. Like, okay, like if you're gonna simp, at least get what you paid for, right? But like, he didn't even get that. Like, I mean, come on. Like, you imagine, like, you pay someone to like build you a house, and of course you have to pay up front for all the materials and labor, stuff like that. You have to put some money down, right? So you pay for the house, and all of a sudden, like, you show up like a year and a half later, and you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck is the house at? I don't even see a fucking like concrete foundation here. And they're like, no, we're not building a house, dude. Fuck you. Okay, all right, well, yeah, like, fuck. Love of God. Social construction just be like, yeah, tell me about it, dude. Fucking Christ. Gender is a social construct, yeah. Turbo simp. Yeah, Turbo. Tell me about it, dude. For the love of God. Holy fuck, yeah. The king of the simps. No sex even, it's over. Feminism plus single mother equals simp tragedy, yeah. Is it? Yeah, that's post-structuralism, not Marxism. Marxism is that history determines what people believe. Post-structuralism, that society, reality, etc., are essentially figments of our mind. Okay. Let me see. Next meme. Oh, did we do a quick one here? It's a few quick ones here. Get these out of the way. All right, here we have a Coom-mageddon. Yeah, so look at this guy. Look at his face. Love of God. Fuck. Dude, I don't give a fuck about antinatalism. Get the shit out of here. Okay, I don't give a fuck about it. I don't care about it. Okay? If you want to, like, end your fucking genetic line, do what the fuck you want. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking advocate or nothing about it. Okay, fuck it. Do what the fuck you want. If you don't want to have kids, don't have kids. Here we are. You got a stonetellus.com comic here. Don't like it? Build your own Twitter. Don't like it? Build your own payment processor. Don't like it? Build your own government. Ooh. Oops. Isn't that amazing how the end result is always, yeah, just build your own shit. Fine. Well, when we do that, we do better than you. What's it going to say about the shit coming here, right? Here's the new one. This is pretty fucking sad, actually, when you look at it, really, in reality. Jamila, can you imagine the storm that would be kicked up if men's reproductive rights were changed? Men don't have reproductive rights. That's the problem. Like, we don't have any say in what happens after we, after the fucking seed fucking a leader fucking a nutsack dog. Okay, we have no rights at all when it comes to reproduction. None at all. We have zero. We have zero. So, like, what do you mean if men's reproductive rights were changed? There are none. Like, there's nothing to change. If men don't show up and fight for us, I'm going to start a bill for mandated reversible vasectomies. They are safe and don't even take long and are better for everyone than forced unwanted birth, because it takes two to tango. Not only one of us should be responsible. Fucking help us. First things first, notice how, like, once again, what do vasectomies do? It stops you from getting pregnant, right? Notice how, like, okay, like, so, like, she still wants access to, like, sex. And Chad, basically, like, she wants to have sex without kids, effectively. So she wants like, okay, I want you to pound my fucking brains out if you're Chad and shit like that. But I don't want to have kids with you, Chad. So, like, I still want the hedonist fucking desire of being a fucking, heathen, fucking just having sex all the goddamn time and having the pleasure of sex. I just don't want the responsibility of sex at all. I don't want the after effects of, like, having a kid and stuff like that. Okay, that's fine, but, like, don't pretend it's anything more than just being a fucking hedonist fucking degenerate asshole. It is what it is. You don't have sex without any sort of, like, real anything behind it at the end of the day. They're self-destructive beings. They don't give a fuck about anything, dude. Here we are, and her response will inevitably be, if that is true, how do you explain my feelings? But of course, this is just honestly the main cause of, like, of feminism, really. Yeah, very true. If that is true, how do you explain my feelings? Yeah, very true. Not true at all, but you know what I mean. Yeah, how it always goes. Oh boy. Oh, here's another picture of those. Yeah, like, once again, like, these are the women outside of the I think it's the Capitol or the courthouse of Texas, crying about their reproductive rights, as if any of these chicks here were gonna have any kids anyway, or honestly, they probably weren't, because they're all gonna get abortions again. What the fuck? Like, who's banging this thing? Like, in reality, who the fuck is banging this thing here? Nobody. Nobody's banging this thing. Nobody's banging this thing. Someone might be banging this thing here, but I mean, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Nowadays, though, people are so fucking desperate. Someone might actually be smashing this shit. Look at this tatted up thought. Oh god, look at this shit. Oh yeah. Like, yeah, these are the type of women that we want. Oh my fucking god, this is a fucking disaster of a fucking picture here. And she got the fucking purple hair too. Look at this shit. Got the purple hair and everything. Fucking arm fat as far as the eye can see. Fucking got a whole fucking continent there. You can fucking just put, like, the whole fucking continent of the fucking U.S. there. Fucking Christ, dude. Fucking free fucking willy boyos. Got the whole thing, dude. What the fuck is this? I don't live on her. Fuck it. I'll give a fuck. I'll do it later. What's this here? Oh, here we go. Here we are. All right, this is pretty good. My whole life I've been sexualized by men. I have no clue what to write as a caption. Oh yeah, you're just posting your face here. She's very attractive, I'll give her that, but it's like, okay, like, you're obviously just, like, here for attention. So why the fuck are you acting like, I don't want to be sexualized, but please sexualize me? It's like, okay, lady. Like, please just stop. Please just stop. Like, God. These chicks are thick. Nah, dog. It's called fat. Okay? Fat. Women are bored and need something to nag about. They've always nagged since the dawn of time. Yeah, like, the reality is that this is why you gave them kids early on, because it kept them fucking busy. Like, they go crazy without kids, dude. That used to be the fucking deal. Like, that's why society has such a huge, like, emphasis on, like, hey, having a family, giving your kids, getting them fucking, get them knocked up early as possible, dude. Now it's like, okay, and they go fucking crazy when they have nothing to do. They go fucking crazy. The fuck is this shit? Oh, I'm not doing that one. It's fucking too dumb. Oh yes, I'm not even sure how real this picture is, but it looks real enough. What the fuck is this shit? Why would you call your kid this? Piece is shit. Piece is shit. It's almost like this person here was, like, literally like this parent was like, you know what, just fuck it. Fuck this kid. Love of God. Da-da-da-da. Here we are. The meme here. Life on Mars. Whoa, is that actual bacteria? Amazing. We found life on Mars. No way, dude. No fucking way, man. Look. Bro, there's fucking life on Mars. I can't even get the fucking act up. Bro, there's fucking life on Mars, bruh. Dude, there's a literal fucking bacteria, bruh. It's a fucking bacteria, man. Dude, we found fucking life on Mars, bruh. Meanwhile, on Earth. What? That's not a life. A person exists at birth. If it's inside of a mother, it's not an actual life yet. No fucking way. Yours is an Incel, dude. You're fucking Incel, obviously, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, yeah, life on Earth? No fucking way, dude. Meanwhile, I love this guy's face. He looks so fucking derpy. He looks like a fucking idiot. Like, oh my god, man. What the fuck, dude? Fucking bacteria, man. Oh shit. Fucking bacteria, bro. You kidding me, man? Oh shit. Dude, bacteria, bro. Bacteria, bro. Here we go. All right. Fuck, my mom's gonna kill me. Meanwhile, in the womb, fuck, my mom's gonna kill me. He's like, Jesus, fuck. I just got down here. Abort mission, literally. Here we go. This one's definitely pretty sad, actually, but this probably honestly relates to a lot of the problems happening around today's society. Actually, it's pretty funny. So here we go. All right, it's a TikTok, but fuck it, we're gonna do it anyway. Here we go. I got the degree. I got the job. I got the car. I go to work every day and do the same thing over and over. Is that all it is? Is this what I'm living for? Yeah, dude. I have to put up some smile and act happy. Dude, it's true. God help me. Yep, very true. There's this dude here, he's getting like slowly just being dripped black pills because what he realizes now is that he has fucking nothing really. Okay? No one gives a fuck. You have a car. You're fucking crappy ass little fucking teeny ass a bedroom apartment. You work in STEM or some shit, so you're like a stem cell or some shit. Yeah, you're just a fucking slave, dog. Okay, you're there to provide tax revenue for the government, and no one gives a fuck about you. Okay, you're there to be a slave, dog. You're a wage slave, and the only difference between you and a slave back in the day is that you get better toys, dog. Okay, you get better fucking toys. So instead of living in a fucking shack, eating fucking crap off the fucking floor, okay, you get a nice little fucking cubby hole. This is the size of a fucking what's 700 square foot apartment, right? You get a fucking Honda Accord or some shit, and yeah, that's all you get, dude. Yep. That's all you get, and you get a decent job, right? You get to wage slave till you're fucking age 50 or 60 or 70, and guess what? There's no retirement, dog, because Social Security's gone, bruh. So you're fucked, dude. There is no help coming for you, dude. Okay, and you better hope you fucking saved or fucking save for retirement, dog. Because once again, there's no more Social Security for you, dog. It's over, dude. You got nothing. Got fucking nothing. He worked for nothing, and guess what? Even when he dies, he has some money saved up. Well, I don't know if the state's going to take that shit back too, right? Fucking over. Love of God. Here we go. What the fuck is this meme? I gotta fucking give me a sec. Oh my God, this one was so fucking sad, dude. Oh, this one's really, it's a long meme. Let me see if there's anything here I gotta like watch and censor for. Anything here bad? No, nothing bad here. Okay, good. This one's so fucking bad. Oh my God, you guys are gonna get a kick out of this one here. Holy shit. Here we go. All right. This one's so fucking bad. All right, it's a long one, so if you don't have, I can't read it because obviously I can't so if you're listening to this on like a fucking your fucking phone or some shit, good fucking luck. But yeah, just the reaction's gonna be so fucking bad though. Oh my fucking god, here we go. All right, well, it's a minute long meme, but look at this shit. Look, look at the Photoshop, like the active Photoshop in the pictures. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here comes the edit. Oh look, oh look, they all so beautiful. Wow. Dang, China. Nice. Got some very beautiful fucking a waifu there, China. Wow, look at this. Here we go. Meanwhile on the screen, oh wow, look how beautiful she is. Wow, wow. The fuck's going on with these fucking dances? Oh my fucking god, TikTok's so fucking cancerous, dude. Look at this one here. Just try and look like, oh look at me, look at me. Oh. What the fuck is that dance anyway? What the fuck is that? Oh look, they look, oh, the faces look so much better. What the fuck's going on? It's weird. That's so weird. Fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. What meme is this? What the fuck is this? Ooh. Do I dare? I don't want to do this meme. I can't do it. I can't do that meme today. I had to save it for tomorrow. It's too edgy even for me. Nah, I'm good with that meme too. Fuck. What meme is this? Oh, here's a pretty good one. Here's a pretty funny meme rather. Here we go. What is in the vaccine? -24. Okay, that's fine. That's nice. So just asking the question of what's in the vaccine is you get fucking downloaded to oblivion for that shit. Meanwhile, here science is in the vaccine. Science. You can learn all about it, or just accept that smarter people than yourself made something amazing. +21. Whoa, bro, dude, science, bro, science, dude. Did you guys see this post? Oh my god, dude. Blown the fuck out, man. Fuck. Oh my god. Here we go. All right. On her deathbed, instead of thinking about her children and husband of 70 years, she thinks about some homeless dude who fucked her in a boat trip for 2 years. Millions of women consider this a great movie, great love story. Why are women like this? Evolution. Women never forget Chad Dick. They literally just exist to pass Chad genes on. Yep. A woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets. Yeah, a lot of Chad cock secrets. Yeah, a lot of the secrets of how many lovers men she cheated on with, stuff like that. All those deep secrets in that ocean. Really, it's more like a fucking puddle in the middle of a fucking desert somewhere, actually. But yeah. Oh boy. The depth of a puddle. What else we got here? All right, here we go. What meme is this? We're gonna throw all the fucking soy face at this fucking meme here. Look at this. Look at the fucking soy face. Look at this shit. They're all in one picture too.
Oh my god, guys! My waifu! Oh my god!
I simp for free. Just take all my money. Take all the money. Oh my god, they're all there. Jesus. Oh, here's the news story. I forgot all about this news story. Actually, this is pretty funny. Kind of funny, but it's kind of sad too. If you're a Chinese incel, then your life just got fucking way harder, dog. Your life got way fucking harder. Look at this shit. 3 hours a week. Playtime is over for China's young video gamers. Oh my god. You guys can't even cope with fucking can't even cope with fucking video games anymore. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. What the fuck are Chinese infants gonna do? They ain't got shit. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. We're 54 minutes into the stream already. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is funny. This is not really a funny meme. It's kind of sad, really, if you think about it. But yeah, here we are. Oh, is it? It's only limited to MMOs? It's limited to MMOs, the multiplayer, not single-player mobile games. Okay, that's not too bad, I guess. Still, though. Here we go. Obesity of U.S. children has increased among 5 through 11-year-olds from 36.2% to 45.7% during the pandemic, according to a new study. Well, of course, if all the kids were stuck inside eating fucking Cheetos and on a fucking laptop learning how to fucking, I don't know, be a fucking good little foot soldier for the government, for the ZOG, then yeah, of course they're gonna fucking end up fucking fucked, right? Well, I mean, God. 45.7%, that's pretty fucking sad, though. Like, close to fucking half. Jesus Christ, dude. Nah, I'm doing that meme. Fuck it. Oh, what meme is this? What's this long ass meme here? I'll do that later. This one's actually pretty sad, actually, when you think about it. Male suicide is misogynistic, and here's why. Queen things. Okay, well, this is FDS anyway, so what do you expect out of this fucking hellhole cesspool of degeneracy and fucking no eggs? Y'all ever think about this? Moid suicide is just a scrote's final desperate attempt to lash out against women. When you actually break it down, who suffers most when a scrote kills themselves? It's going to be the women in their lives who end up performing extensive emotional labor for those affected, especially since moids aren't capable of processing grief themselves. Men are actually lacking in emotional range to experience complex emotions such as grief, but let's just call that what they feel grief to save time. At best, suicidal moids are not considered the workload, are not considering the workload their suicide will bring to the women in their life, which is misogyny. Okay. This has to be a fucking troll, dog. This has to be a troll, right? I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, fuck it, dude. Female derangement syndrome, female dementia syndrome. It's pretty funny. White computer, pretty funny. Pretty funny. The motivation for male suicide, scroticide, as she calls it, is also inherently misogynistic. First of all, you're a moid living under a patriarchy. Yeah, we haven't had a patriarchy in years, baby. So you might want to fucking, really, really look at the fucking world you're fucking living in right now. So, like, why are you complaining? Why are you pretending that your life is hard? Women are living under constant fear of being raped and murdered daily. In a Western country, maybe if you live in the fucking next to a crack house, yeah, but like you live in a decent neighborhood in a fucking decent fucking part of town, and I don't know, like a decent fucking city, then your chances of being raped or murdered are almost like nothing. Come on, I'm not saying it's zero, but it's never gonna be zero. It's almost nothing though. Like, I don't know, it's like you want like you fucking utopia, but you want people to care about your problems. What problems? Dying in Super Mario? Sis, I can't. Is this real? No fucking way, dog. Oh boy. As we all know, the only thing a scrote requires to be happy in life is sex. Oh, well, yeah, but you won't give it up, right? So when a scrote is depressed, it's because they aren't able to use women's bodies to get off. Y'all, they are literally killing themselves because they feel entitled to our bodies. Y'all. I hate the fucking word y'all now at this point. I don't know. Y'all must screaming like fucking, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired of playing unpaid therapists for these useless scrotes who think they're entitled to me, to my body, to my energy, to my soul. You don't have a soul, trust me. Based off the top portion of the poster, you have zero soul. You're literally the handmaid's devil, or what's called the devil's handmaid, right? Fuck. In fact, you sold your soul to the devil at birth. From now on, I point blank refuse to feel sorry for any moids who kill themselves. I encourage you all to do the same. Put yourself first. She's obviously black because she's in the black emoji, so this is very obvious. This is a black chick. And to the scrotes who are going to read this and tell me I'm a bitch or whatever other incel slur you feel like throwing at me, I don't care. because I'm tired of playing mommy for you. Oh boy. I know what y'all means. I hate that fucking word. Like y'all, you all. I don't know. I don't know. Like there's a lot of people like using it like to sound like I don't know. It sounds really like cringy kind of to me anyway sometimes, but I don't fucking know. Oh boy, it's like they're using it to almost sound like ethnic or black. Like a lot of white people use it. It's kind of funny, but especially the lefties for sure. But yeah. Okay. Mute the mic real quick. Okay. Been about an hour here, so I got plenty of memes to show. Plenty of memes. Plenty of fucking memes. Not really plenty, but I got a lot of memes. What meme is this? Yeah, these are all like really, really good memes. Fuck it. They're all like decently tiered memes. Some of them are actually like pretty depressing actually when you look at it, but yeah. So here's our give me a sec. Let me do a brief intermission here. We're going to put up our intermission GIF or GIF, however you say it. Right here. Alright, here's our intermission GIF. And we will be back, boyos. Enjoy the break. Let me post a link in the chat. Give me a sec. Invite. Copy to clipboard. Here we go. In the message. I haven't even done a poll today. Let's see. Fuck it. We're gonna do a poll about this issue on abortion. Here we go. Do you support? With a yes or no question. Fuck it. Ask community. There you guys go. All right, I'll be back. You guys enjoy the intermission. Enjoy the never-ending brainlet meme here. Fucking Christ. All right. We are back. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed the meme. Have you thought about doing a poll on if people are left or right politically? The question's loaded. It is a little bit loaded. I don't know. All right. Well, what do the results say? Well, it's 22 votes. Yes. No. People still voting. I'll leave it up there for a few more minutes here. Give me a sec to load up some. I think we're good here on that. Is my screen clear? Move the screen real quick. And time to experience some accountability for your actions. I might have to, yeah. Grape, nah. I want to. If she's not has the honor to terminate the baby on her own, out of honor, and see if they're actually equal to men. Responsibility of the woman's kryptonite. Tell me about it. The less lives in this crazy world, the better. Shape-shifting Chad. The Big Bang with God, Kumingdu, Ashira, Stacy. Oh, she was getting D'd down by Ball. Oh, God. Or Moloch, right? Molech. Mystery is Tyrone Light. His voice sounds like I don't fucking know what I am, dude. Mystery, have you thought of undoing audio though? Hard no. Wow, I didn't expect that one. Okay. Science. Okay. What sounds cringe is people saying "you guys" sounds so forced, and oh yeah, it does sound a little bit forced. You guys, like, oh, what's up, you guys? Like, I don't know. Yeah. In 10 years, she'll be another example of victims of feminism dating profile segment. Oh God, she's projecting. Y'all sound way better. Oh, y'all sound. It does. I mean, I'm not saying I hate it per se, but it's kind of like I don't know. People use it a lot. Moi. Y'all. All right, let's do this shit. Add him in here. What's up, dude? What's going on, last?
I say you guys, so
you guys, whatever.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I've kind of developed a complex for saying y'all.
Oh, you say it a lot too, or what?
No, I'm like, whenever I do say it, I'm like, I shouldn't have said that.
I always say dudes or some other type of shit. I don't fucking know. Like, it's kind of hard to tell your own language now. When like you think back, it's like shit. Have ever used fucking you know, you fucking y'all or fucking you guys before? I'm sure I have, but fuck. Like, it only annoys me because like especially y'all because like there was a guy I went to a convention with, you know, the white guy, and we were hanging out together, and he like kept using y'all. And I was like, what the fuck? Like he's like, but it sounds so forced when he was using it. It's almost like he's like finding a reason to like use it. You know what I mean? Like hey, what are you doing? Like, so fucking weird. I don't know.
I don't know. For a while I was ended like saying, "Oh, what up, my guy?" And then I found out that apparently that's like Bosch's big thing.
Oh,
and so I'm trying to cut that out too. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So you want to do the thing now, or what? You're right for that?
My what?
The labor value theory thing we're called, or what? You want to do it?
Yeah, that's why I jumped in so early because I don't know how long I'm going to stay in.
So I'll leave Drawlux in there for a few minutes. We'll maybe like a half-hour discussion about this thing. Let's do it. So, okay. So let me give you my understanding of labor value theory, right? Since you're the expert on this shit, right? So I'm assuming like
I'm not an expert.
Not an expert, but you know you probably know more about this than I do. What I've done like a cursory like reading of, right? So at least in my opinion, or at least my view, readings of stuff and doing research, is that it's basically a matter of like you know that what's it called, the formula CSV, right? That's a pretty big portion of this thing where it's like C being continuous capital, right? V being variable capital, which is he would call labor, and then CSV, I guess the S would be the surplus, which is the surplus value of that's what basically what the capitalists use to exploit the workers, right? So which equals out to being I guess the value of a commodity or an item, right? Is that correct? Did I get the base of that?
Basically it's to explain where like surplus value comes from.
Okay, and then he has this concept of what he would call I think it's like objective. I guess is there like a belief in that there's like an objective value to a commodity? So effectively, what he's saying is that
that's what like, and Marx wasn't the first one, and I think not even like Adam Smith was also like slightly into it, but Ricardo is really the one who started formulating like, yeah, labor in a and this only like this doesn't involve everything that's made by humans. For Ricardo, and I think for Smith, and for Marx specifically, it involves like commodity production that are sold on the market. So for Marx, he was trying to establish an objective like determination onto what a commodity's value is,
Hmm.
and and he even said like there is a difference between a commodity's value
And its price.
and yeah, and he like prices can be determined by any number of variables and factors, like even down to the weather can determine
Yeah, and I guess that's my biggest contention with this theory is that is there such thing as an objective value? For example, like a book in theory could have an unlimited amount of value. Like, especially honestly, it's really determinant on the person who owns the book, right? Like an economic textbook to an economist is probably more valuable to him, probably invaluable to him compared to having an English textbook or something like that. Or the English textbook is far more valuable to an English professor than the other textbook is to him, right? So like, is that value really objective or is it subjective? Like, what exactly are we when he says the word objective value? I know that he takes like the average time it takes to create a commodity. So he takes like, and he actually includes like every single resource, which I think it's actually a pretty smart thing to do. Actually take like how much clothing a worker requires, how much food a worker requires, how much housing that worker requires, everything involved with like making that thing a thing, including the maintenance of your workforce. Is included into the price, which would effectively makes that price objectively true. But like that's my main thing here, though. That like, is that really an objective value, or is that value still relatively subjective?
Well, that's when you get into like exchange value and use value,
Mhm.
which can be said that to be like the subjective quality to the labor theory of value, because again, like not everybody is going to want the same thing at all times.
Sure.
So,
and obviously he brings up this concept of like it's like socially I think it's socially necessary. I forgot what he used. I forgot the term.
Socially necessary labor time.
Yeah, there we go. Like it's socially basically like if there, which sounds to me like it's another way of saying like supply and demand in the way. Like if society's demanding 10 candy bars and someone can provides 10 candy bars, and they shouldn't be overproducing candy bars. If it makes any sense.
Yeah, which you also get into that because like time, because it's an hour is almost universal. An hour is going to be the same for everyone, like measurably.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to say, well, an hour is going to mean something different to somebody, but in regards to commodity production, an hour is an hour, and that's really the crux of labor theory values. That it really should only be looked at because Marx and even Marxists would say, especially Engels, would say, well, the transformation quandary between how a commodity is measured through price is kind of, yeah, and even Marx and his mathematical formula is kind of nebulous. And it's even kind of infamous that there's a difference between what he wrote in volume 1 as opposed to volume 3, which is where like the transformation problem kind of falls apart. And I'll admit it, like establishing between like the labor time between it takes to make a commodity versus the pricing is again variables. So the way I look at it is that labor theory of value should only be looked at between wage production and commodity production. Prices are a whole nother monster for me.
Yeah, because I guess like for me, like the being a marginalist to some extent, where you think about the marginal utility and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, like when you're thinking about the price of a thing and the value of a thing, like they're not really attached, because once again, like a textbook or a piece of art could be invaluable, and it's always changing back and forth, which is like where we get the whole thing of like price movements, or like supply and demand, things change, price goes up, stuff like that. So like it is very odd to me to like the separation between, which I understand where it comes from, or it's like, okay, like the value of something isn't necessarily the price, like the value or the the utility you get out of something can far exceed the price that you paid for it. So like like a butter knife, you use that butter knife every single day to butter your bread. Well, you get far more value out of that thing than any sort of than so you paid $1 for that butter knife, but you used it a million times. Like you probably got far more value out of that butter knife than the actual price you paid for it, if that makes any sense. So like it's this weird thing where like you can somehow find an objective value of an item or a commodity, where that's where I kind of like lose, like where I'm trying to understand, like, okay, well, what exactly do you mean when you say objective? What do you mean when you say that? Like, is it just like, for example, like you could in theory do this with price as well, I guess. Like you could take the the objective price of an entry level worker at I don't know, let's say McDonald's, something like that, is like $7, something like that. Okay, the entry level's there. So, but that's just an amalgamation of taking every single worker in that field and just putting them all together, which is essentially what Marx is doing as well when he takes because he even acknowledges saying that like some workers will be more efficient than other workers will be. So like one worker
between unskilled and skilled labor.
Yeah, skilled and unskilled labor. Yeah, so he takes that. He does account for that, which is good. I'm glad someone thought about that. But it's true. But like, so like you could take a skilled worker, but I think he even says that like what it takes for the average skilled worker to actually produce a commodity is what I think he's going off of here, right?
Yeah.
He's like using the average. So like you could take like, so the guy who produces 10 coats and the guy who can only produce 1 coat an hour. Okay, well he just takes them and averages them together. He gets a number, and that's what he would define as being objective, or no? Is that like where the objective value comes from, or okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be closer between like if somebody can make like 10 coats an hour versus 5 coats an hour.
Yeah.
And the average there would be like 8.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that basically is like the gist of it. Is the average basically is the objective unit of measurement for a commodity's value.
But even though, so like, but I guess that's another thing though. Wouldn't that just be the price though? Like, for example, if it takes me, like, that's from looking at it from an accounting standpoint, if it takes me, like, let's say we have one input of
well, because you not only have like the manufacturing of it, you also have the accumulation of the materials.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that can be due to variables too. So it's everything that goes into it. Like the example I was thinking of earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is okay. So you have if you want to make a table, well, you have the laborer who's going to make the table, but you also have
the guy's going to get the wood, and you have the guy to cut the tree down, and you have the guy to process the wood. And guy has to do,
So the one who's going to make the laborer who's going to make the table has to accommodate the value of the wood that the lumberjack cut down so the lumberjack has like not only a means of subsistence but can also like redo it again, like reproduction. If this is making any sense, I know I'm stumbling a lot.
No, basically what you're saying is that you have to give him enough money to basically be able to support himself. Is that what you're saying?
It's basically like it's a collective process, essentially.
Yeah, I think even I watched was it Milton Friedman? I can't remember who I talked about. He basically talks about how like the creation of a pencil, where like the wood comes from one country and the eraser comes from a rubber tree out of here and stuff like that, and it all comes together to make one fucking pencil. And it's like, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So like a lot of industries are already like, and it gets into like a whole other topic, which is basically like dialectical materialism or historical materialism. Basically, like everything is a homogeneous whole already. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm overstepping the top.
Yeah, let's like roll back to just the labor theory of value. Let's come back to like that particular theory here. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, like this was basically like the classical way of evaluating value. Like it wasn't just Marx, even though Marx kind of gets like held up as being like a champion of it.
The guy who did it was really more like Catholic came far before him, really.
And I would even say I would like personally, even though I haven't looked into it and I don't know if research has even been done on it, but you could even see it like in like older forms of like evaluating economics and stuff, like with Aristotle. Mm-hmm. And I think Xenophon.
Yeah.
But you have the way of like, okay, you have the world, and then you have humans, which are creating objects which are not naturally a part of the world.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know why I keep going to a shovel,
Well, yeah,
but if
the
like if
easy thing
shovels
to use for
were,
sure. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, a shovel is like how imagine just how much a shovel adds to a person, to society. Like, because with a shovel, you can dig ditches, you can till, you can like it makes planting a lot easier with like
Yeah.
shovels and hoes and everything. If the world was just made of shovels, then like what would the value come from? But because they have to be produced by humans, by labor, so they have a, a certain value to us.
Yeah, but they have a value, but like, is that value objective though? Like, or is that something that's variable? I guess that's the part I'm like kind of like grasping onto here. So that's the part I'm trying to
I would
understand. Is like,
say,
is
yeah, I
there
would
an
say it's.
objective value to a shovel when is
I
it,
would,
or is it subjective to the individual evaluating said shovel?
I would say it's teleological to society. So by that I mean like it only has meaning to humans because we're the ones who can conceptualize it. We're the ones who can make a use out of it. A shovel is not going to be very useful to like a bear.
Okay, again, my next question would be: is value price to you or no? What is value versus price? So, like, how would a Marxist just define value versus like I know they're different, but what makes value not price?
Well, now you're getting into like the what I was getting into earlier
Hmm.
because and this is like kind of infamous to Marx with the transformation problem, how prices are determined. Prices are basically determined however they're determined. I'm sorry that I can't give a better answer.
I mean, it's kind of arbitrary, but basically you're putting out a million different prices to a market for maybe one good or one commodity that's maybe
Now,
manufactured in a different way, and you're kind of doing what we call price discovery, where over time the market will find a price that someone's with the average price that someone's willing to pay for a good for X good, and then people will buy that price. And at some point, someone will develop a new way to do it, and then you have another sense of way of doing price discovery at that point, right? So.
yeah, I think with March it was more like the prices of commodities are kind of relative to one specific commodity, and for him, or I guess for a lot of people, it's like the money that's being used to purchase said commodities. So for and like it's the main commodity that everything is priced around. So for example, I think with Ricardo, it was with corn. If I'm mistaken, then I apologize.
You're fine, go ahead.
With John Mills, I think it was coal, and for
Mhm.
Marx, I think it was coal. So because these are the mainstay commodities, all prices kind of fluctuate around it. And for us, like you can see it with petroleum,
Yeah.
like with the like a lot of things are like gauged around like what the price of petroleum is. Now, is that like universal? I don't know. I'm sorry, man. Like
Okay.
that's one thing that like I'll be honest, like studying this, nothing gets my brain hotter than studying this stuff because there are so many things to take into account that I don't know. That's why I think an AI would actually be useful in this topic.
Yeah, but I feel like in AI, because I know that in at least in the Marxist framework, and maybe even in reality, though, like or at least in my reality anyway, like a price and value aren't the same necessarily. But like when you make a statement saying that, oh, we have a way of analyzing the objective value of a commodity or of an item, like it makes me like, okay, well, what do you mean when you say objective? Like objective value of a painting, where like some paintings are totally invaluable and some paintings are absolute garbage to you and won't ever get a single cent in the market. And I'm wondering, okay, like, and then when you say, oh, price and value aren't connected, well, okay, I can agree with that to some extent. I even agree with that to a large extent. Like, once again, I gave you an example of like a textbook to an economist is probably more, it exceeds the value, exceeds the price he paid for it versus, for an English professor, that book is not useless to him. It doesn't matter to him. That book's useless. So like, that's the part I'm trying to like understand here is like, how do you get an objective value? But the problem is that what he's doing is or at least in my opinion, what's going on here is that we're taking the inputs and we're saying, okay, here's the CSV formula. We're taking the the capital, continuous capital. We're taking the variable capital, which is basically this labor, putting them all together, and we're in the output least to me, in theory, would be a number, right? And of course, the S will be the surplus. The the S gets absorbed by either the workers who would own the factory in the Marxist system or not. So at the end of the day, when you get down to the end, when we get down to the end of that formula, you would, in theory, output a number, right? Like, why wouldn't that number just be the price of that commodity?
Well, I would assume because there's so many. Again, I hate to keep going on back to variables, but there are certain variables that go into that can change production, like switching from a hands-on to more automated.
Yeah, sure, but then are we just saying that there is no way to get an objective value then, or are we saying like what? Like, because like obviously as the inputs of like it's a formula, so as you change the inputs, the output, the equal sign would be the output. So when you get to the output of that formula, of course it's going to change. Like you're going to go from having a the continuous capital changes, like you're having sort of different input into that. Well, of course your formula is going to change to get a different output, to get a different objective value, right? Like that only makes sense. What I'm trying to say here though is that like why isn't that objective value that you spit out of that formula? Why isn't that just the price of the commodity?
I don't know, man.
Like
I
that's the
said,
part
I'm not
confused
an
upon.
expert on this stuff.
If we take the average price of a commodity, or the average price for average stuff required to actually create a commodity, so we'd say the average thing. If that's what Marx does, he takes the average price of labor, the average price of this, the average price of that. Okay, that's fine. So you start off with a starting point of like, okay, C, your continuous capital, the average price to produce that capital is obviously going to be including that price as well, including the workers. So that's all there. And the other your variable capital.
Let me see, like, because this might be like a juvenile example, but like when I go to a grocery store and I see like all the cereal was there, like you have all these options and they're priced relatively around the same area, like $3 to $4. Now that changes depending on the size, of course, because you're getting more for. But there is an average that is there. It's just how you get to that. That's where it's kind of mystifying.
Yeah, but that's the problem though. That would be the price of the cereal, correct? Like we're talking about value here, value and price. And then I'm trying to say here that I'm trying to connect the two at the end of the day. Like, is the formula inputting out a price or is it inputting out a value? And the value doesn't necessarily mean that it's the value to an individual person. We're just saying, hey, this is the objective value or quote unquote price. That's in my opinion, those two things are honestly the same thing to me. But like at the end of the day, like not the same thing, but they connect to some extent, but they also don't connect. Like it sounds to me like he's trying to connect. Like he has a formula that has an output, but it doesn't really doesn't seem to do a lot of explaining about like, okay, like so like you have a formula that does an output for an objective, we would call it a value, I guess, of what how much this commodity is worth or how much this commodity is valued for. But like it doesn't really tell us the price, but they're not connected, but they are kind of connected. So like when I take this commodity out to the market, quote unquote, to get a price for it, they're probably going to ask for the value, wouldn't they? Like they're going to say, hey, like, okay, you brought me 10 bear skins out here and it took you 3 hours to get them. Okay, well, this much labor, blah, blah, blah. They can probably calculate themselves and say, okay, well, the objective value of your commodity you're bringing to the market here is $6. I'm only going to give you $6 for this thing. So like, how are those two things not connected in a Marxist framework of like having this formula that outputs out a value that anybody else could probably look at the exact same inputs and outputs of your system? So I'm assuming there'll probably sort of like, if it's like an open market, you can easily tell how much something costs probably. So you can say, or not something valued. So you can look at that and say, okay, the objective value of this is this. I'm not paying a cent more for it.
There's a part of me that thinks like I don't know if like prices and values should be linked, but I know it is like because you look at a value, you're gonna gauge it through the price. And but, like I said, I'm not an expert. Yeah,
yeah. Like I'm going back and forth from this because what effectively is going on here that we're talking about, like, okay, like I'm just taking the Marxist this formula here and saying, okay, well, if this formula was outputting out a number by taking in the capital, taking in the variable capital, and taking the surplus created by that, both those two things, and equaling out to an output, which in theory would be a number. Okay, well then why isn't this number here just not the price? Like, why would you even call it a value? Okay, this is a value or a price. I mean, I don't even know what the difference is in that system then, because like obviously prices can change up and down, but this value is the objective value of it. So like, okay, so like the inputs change somewhere down the line of the formula, well, of course it's going to change. Like it's going to go up and down, and the capital requirements will change, and the variable capital will change. So like it seems to me like it's just like a weird way of saying like price and price discovery. It just sounds to me like he just took a market and said, okay, I'm going to put my own labels on it, and then here's the Marxist way of doing things. That's what it sounds like. I don't know.
And like I said, I'm not a mathematician, so a lot of the mathematical formulas that he uses,
Mhm.
I can't do anything but admit, like, yeah, I'm not a mathematician. Like, I don't like mathematics is not something I'm really good at. So I can like defer you to others who have evaluated it, or I could just like throw my hands up in the air and say, yeah,
Okay.
like
What?
yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead.
like that. But the prices, as far as I understand it, like how like I don't know, man.
Yeah, because like what this is, I guess we'll end it here. We can maybe do some last words here for this particular part of the discussion here. But like, yeah, at least to me though, like those two things are, value and price are quote unquote, they're separated to me. It doesn't make sense that that cereal could be invaluable to me. If I'm starving, the value of that cereal is way higher than the fucking price of it for sure. But to some extent though, if you're gonna take a formula and say, okay, here's our inputs and here's an output, and here's the output is $6. Well, why isn't that just the price? Like, if those two things are not connected, then why are you even doing the formula to some extent? What's the point of the formula? When we can just do you should just take me. I know what the point of the formula is. You get like your base price, and you can maybe mark it up or at some point and make a profit off it, I guess. But like, this seems like you're making a formula to output out something that you call a value. But it seems like you're taking that value and you're not really assigning it to anything. You're just saying, okay, this is the value, but the price could be anything up and down, in the market, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. That's going to be my little endpoint there, but I just don't that's definitely in today's market where like things are so things are
So like streamlined and
well, it's not even streamlined. You have like various people making money off of literally probably doing very little labor at all, if at all. Like it seems very very weird to me that we have a like this formula doesn't even apply to today's world. In the age of OnlyFans, like we're like Bach and Little just go on the internet and make money off of like her body. Like she's doing very very little labor input, if at all. But taking a picture and posting it on, with her cell phone she bought for $1,000, I guess that's her continuous capital, and her variable capital is almost nothing. She's breathing and eating and existing, I guess. It just seems like that this formula, like, it almost falls apart in an economy that's become so service based to some extent.
I don't know about that because again, the formula is only meant to represent like commodity production, and that commodity production between a wage earner and the capitalist.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't know if that would still apply. Maybe it can. Because, like, that's because yeah, in our modern gynocentric world, like women are basically like commodities now. They commodify themselves.
Sure.
Like, and yeah, it's like messed up to think, but humans are to a certain extent another resource. And
people hate to hear that, but it's true. Yeah.
yeah,
People want to, yeah.
yeah, because without a certain amount of humans, well, and performing certain amounts of labor, society just doesn't exist. Humans don't exist. Like they're like evolution doesn't take place. I don't know. Like I could defer you to like other works or even different ideas. Like I think it's called like energy theory of value, where like the value of something is determined by the amount of energy that's put into it. I don't know. I don't know that much about it myself, but there you go.
Yeah, I'll give you the last word. Do you have any last words you want to give the you can stay in here. I'll give you the last word for the this little part of the thing here. That you want to say?
To each according to his memes, to each according to his incelibacy.
There you go. All right, then. Well, let's. I think Draw was coming here earlier, so if you want to hop back in here, anybody can hop in here now. We're good to go for any sort of discussion now. So discussion's open to anybody. Go ahead and hop on in and have some fun. Let's do this shit. So yeah. So, Les, what do you think about the abortion thing? What do you think about that Texas bill? Is it funny? Is it a little bit? Would you even agree with abortion, or what do you? I think you said no earlier. So
yeah, like I used to, because I can understand like there is a certain part of me that says yeah, because like would you want to bring a child into this world? Like I know you have to because again, humanity would just evaporate. But at the same time, when like you have like ecological collapse, you have a society that's on the precipice. I don't know. But yeah, abortion I think is like 100% murder, like regardless of circumstances.
Yeah, I just don't like. I watched a video by I think Carl Benjamin has his own channel now, the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, and I watched his video on it, and it's like really it's true because it feels like the lefties, or I don't even use the left, but lefties or liberals definitely they've like used like this issue almost like the it's almost like they're proud to get like abortions. Like it's almost like they're like they like run and like any like attack on like it's like they don't like the debate around abortion has always been about whether or not the thing is a human being or whether or not it's a person or not, whether or not it's this or it's like there's so many things that we just accepted the argument wholesale, and no one's challenged it, or people have been challenging it, but we haven't really like done any real like society has kind of accepted that the that Roe versus Wade was like somewhat correctly decided, and we're all generally okay with it now. And it's like okay, but like I don't know, it just seems really like they've like taken abortion, they've turned it into like a badge of honor to get one. Whereas like back in the 90s, like it wasn't seen as like abortion used to be like a very, very serious thing. And like people wouldn't just like, it wasn't something that you took very lightly. Like nowadays people just like, oh, I got an abortion, and it's like perfectly fine. It's like, what? I don't know, dude. Like,
Yeah,
weird.
Like, it was more stigmatized back then.
Yeah, like, and to some extent, it should be stigmatized. Like, you shouldn't just like, it's not something you should be proud of.
Yeah, it's something that should bring shame upon you and your family.
Yeah. This is why I make the.
That, dude.
What's up, dude? What is that?
I mean, like in this day and age, right? Like boys have all the options for contraceptive, and it seems like abortion is like the very last resort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you could have. There's like 50 different ways you could have prevented it, and it's just fucking stupid that boys get pregnant unintentionally.
It's so funny because like this picture I'm about to show again. I showed the picture earlier, but it's true. This picture is so dumb because like she doesn't even realize that men have zero reproductive rights. Like, what do you mean if men's reproductive rights were changed? We don't have any. Like once we like once the fucking seed's gone, dog, it's over. Like we have nothing left. So it's funny how like they don't even realize that like this is a to somewhat they're correct to saying that it's a woman's issue, but like but the problem is like the thing is that like should it be? Why does a man have zero say in where his what happens to his seed or what happens to his own biological material? You know what I mean? Like
because men have always been seen as expendable. Like that sperm competition that's being wiped out.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
but it's like the best. I would say the best moral contraceptive would be just like waiting. Like if you don't want to have a child, then either use protection or do what we do and go without.
I mean, like in a world where like we literally have a a million, how many contraceptive options now? We have like, well, I think I've seen a list where it's like hundreds now. I don't even know how many we have. There's got to be like 50, right? You have so many for women, and there's not really that many for men per se. But like, okay, but like at the end of the day, though, like you have so many options, ways not to get pregnant, and like you somehow slip up and you what like. You have so many ways not to get pregnant, and you either have to be a fucking idiot or retarded to get pregnant nowadays. Like you have so many options ways to not get pregnant. So like you end up picking the absolute worst one to not be pregnant. Okay, well I'm gonna get a fucking abortion. It's crazy to me. It's crazy.
Yeah, did you see that Tim the Cyborg stream he did with Jada Creeping First?
I didn't watch it, but I did see the I saw it come up. Was it good?
I'll be honest, like the latter part is like the first part they were going off like looksism is overrated and I don't know.
Okay.
But they actually brought up like the contraceptive issue and apparently first brought it up that they are working on
a male birth control pill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I thought was oh man. But Jada Creepin, I had heard him talk about this before. Like in it was a video he did where he brought like the men live like in a nightmarish dark cloud and women live in like a pink fairy tale cloud. But like how contraceptives and birth control actually disrupt like natural female processes of like mate selection, because a lot of that's still like through basic scent, like scenting, like pheromones and stuff.
Yeah.
And that actually disrupts a female's ability to do that. So they actually are more likely to get with a male partner who isn't like genetically as compatible as they should be.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that before too as well. Where it disrupts the because human beings, we're animals, so we do give off pheromones. Is the best way I guess to put it. and it does affect that ability to like actually find the correct partner that would be good for them. So yeah.
Yeah, Jada Creek brought up like with all these high divorce rates. Like if you look at quite a few of them, a lot of them are actually like they were on the birth control before they married, and then once they married, they got off of it, and it's like a flip being switched.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there are actual like numbers to put to that.
Pheromone soap. Yeah.
Oh man, Richard Soper, man.
Richard Soper. What's up, Coper? You in a car?
What's up, man?
You in a car
No,
or what?
I had to do some shit.
Okay.
No. I mean, so that's actually a good point. Last brought up about the hormone disruption. I just wanted to piggyback on that for a second. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing. It's like, remember one time I brought up how it's possible that people don't know what they want. So when I said it's not just like lookism or whatever, I didn't mean it like obviously. Remember I explained that I'm from a different generation, so I just went, yeah, like obviously certain people have like prettier faces or whatever. So I wasn't like denying in the way that people do now when they go, oh, just get out there, bro. That's not what I was saying. What I meant was I felt like something was not quite right. And it wasn't as simple as that because I looked around, I go like, well, there's a lot of people who did well who all didn't have that face. Right? You know what I'm talking about? But now it's like much harder, whatever, fine. So I started to bring up that it's possible that yes, people are making selections, but they don't know why they're selecting things anymore. And a lot of times the LMS, although obviously LMS itself exists, the reasoning for it is, although it's happening, is still incorrect because they're not looking at many underlying factors. So for example, I bring up the first issue of people doing that. Like, remember you were talking about how looking at Edward Bernays about how they got women to smoke cigarettes?
Yeah.
Right. Well, can I explain that to the class, or do you want to explain it, or because I think it's pretty
You
relevant
can go
to
ahead and
what
do
I'm
it. You
saying.
can go ahead and do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Fair enough, because I don't know Reddit. So just I'm not trying to be pedantic because I don't know what people read. The point was basically Bernays was the relative of Freud, and they wanted to use it for actual marketing reasons rather than for psychotherapy. And in a nutshell, basically, they wanted to sell cigarettes to women, which we consider faux pas. So they use it as a phallic symbol to get women to think they're with a campaign of women holding a cigarette like the Statue of Liberty. But the point is, it didn't give anyone freedom, it just gave people health problems. But people felt as if they were being free. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like, I know you know that part of what I'm saying. Like, does that make sense to the other people in the room?
Yeah.
In other words, something that didn't actually...
Psychological
marketing.
Go on,
yes.
No,
right, exactly. So, but in other words, it didn't actually free them and made someone more slave because now you're addicted to nicotine and had health problems, you see? So I don't even want to debate capitalism or anything. That's my point. I'm just saying that, in other words, can we agree that something that doesn't actually do something for you can give the person the feeling of that, get them to do it, and it does nothing except maybe make it worse? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello?
I'll agree to a large extent.
So that's why I'm now, okay, right. So I'm extending it. Now it's literally so bad that even in our modern system that doesn't give a fuck about you is even going like, yes, please stop smoking. You know what I mean? Like even in the system that just like pours plastic in the water, it's like, you probably should stop smoking. So just to give you an example how terrible those things are. So what I'm saying is it does disrupt the hormone. And I think a lot of times what's happening is with these things, the women, they go through puberty earlier. And yes, you could always say female solipsism, whatever, but it's not really that. It's like they're kept in a younger phase because of those things, especially because they're delaying pregnancy and stuff. And that's really what it is, that they're still selecting like 40-year-old men who are fucking losers. And it's not just like, okay, fine, they have a nicer jaw, but it's something deeper than that. That's where I'm kind of going with these things, like all related. So yeah, obviously, like I wish we all, wouldn't it be great to be DiCaprio? Okay, but there's something more to it than that, and that's why I bring up that. So proceed.
Would you say that women's perception about this is easier to manipulate than men's, or are they kind of the same?
Well, I mean,
if that's what you're talking
about. Well, I mean, okay, to manipulate something has to exist, right? It's like saying, like, if you put yeast into the right environment, they'll produce, ethanol or something, right? But we're not yeast, and to say that bringing out just the worst in a person is, even though it exists, that it's necessarily good or it's not dysgenic is incorrect. You know what I'm saying? So just because something goes forward doesn't mean it's incorrect.
Yeah.
You see? So it's like that's
it's
right.
like-
So I think a lot of those things are interrelated. Yeah.
Okay.
Go on. You go.
No, I don't know. I don't know if I have anything to add to that.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, anyway, but you see what I'm trying to say? That it's like, yes, I get it. Like they're observing a trend, right? Without, they're not wrong, but they're still wrong because they're seeing it just in this kind of weird Evo psych thing that is quite frankly not really explaining a much larger problem, and most of the people are not qualified to even touch on that shit as it is. So that's what I mean. So the sooner people start to see if there's a deeper thing going on, that's where it is. Focusing on all that other stuff, it just doesn't really. At the very, even if you can't change it, it doesn't help you for your own mind to get into that lens. What say you? No, let me hear. No, retort. Could you retort?
God.
No,
Well, I mean, go.
No, because going off like Ed Bernays and stuff, because reading like propaganda and realizing like how he had like a major effect on advertisement. Like if you look at advertisements, if that's like the main thing you were going on, like if you look at advertisements like during the 30s and 40s and how they started like changing to like more like instead of being like, oh, here's our product, here's what it does, it's like, here's our product and here's the life you could be living with it. Like like they try to like make it more alluring with the social aspect more so than the use aspect.
Yeah, or whatever. They were pairing something that didn't necessarily go inherently with that object.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So at some point you start to go, you don't even know what you want anymore. That's all. So when I try to step back, I even say to myself, like, do I even want this? What do I want? It's because you sometimes don't know. That's part of the whole thing.
Are we being conditioned to want it? Even
when,
like, deep down we know,
equally
like,
possible. Yep.
Like, this doesn't serve our
you may be like,
best
fuck
interest.
EAS. Right. So then what happens is you get like, let's use the red pill, for example. They'll say, oh, we should go back to these things. We start to go like, is that just what we're told we're supposed to go back to? It starts to draw these very odd questions of what even is. I mean, it's obviously a physical reality. That's not what I'm debating here. I'm starts becoming that what is people's perception at all? If it's that influence. That's all I'm saying. Just step back a bit. And when you start to step back a bit, you start to go, oh, wait a second. Go on.
I've always kind of wondered, like, like when it comes down to, I've actually asked the question of, like, what do, I've actually asked girls this question too, like, what do men actually want? I've actually asked them for, what do you think men want? And they never give me like any real good answers. They're always like crappy answers. They're always like, oh, men want supportive, like, yeah, but you really have to like go dig down deep and figure out, okay, what do men actually really want? Like, what have men always wanted? And like they always kind of like they skip around the sexual aspect of everything else. Cause like some of it they think like they want that women want what or that men want what a women want to some extent. And so also the question could be asked to men, like what do women want? Like, and you'll get a million answers about what do women actually want. And
and that's becoming a problem too, right?
Yeah, and it's like like, and then like
what do they want?
Yeah, and then when you actually talk to like a woman and like you ask them what they want, well, even if you the sad part is like, I'm not trying to like woman bash you, but even if you give them what they want, they're still not satisfied.
Doesn't matter. So that's another question. It wouldn't even matter. Yeah.
Yeah, like does it even matter if I give you what you want? Because we even be satisfied. And the real question is, as you said earlier, like, is that do people even know what they want, and is that even what you really want, or are you just saying that's what you want because like you've been conditioned to say that's what you want? Yeah.
There you go. You don't even fucking know anymore. That's why when I keep saying step back, I understand where I would come off is, in fairness, we spoke about this in private a bit. I understand that a lot of these guys have been told so much shit and so much gaslighting that if someone even suggests like maybe they're incorrect, I'm not blaming them for this. They already jump to the defensive position of like, listen, I was told 1,000 fucking times that my observations, that's what I'm saying. Their observations aren't incorrect. I'm saying they are correct. there's the difference. It's that the conclusion is weak. Does that make
Yeah.
sense? There's a big difference between denying what they see, which is very real, or me accepting that the conclusion is accurate. And I think it's like 20% accurate. Does you follow? That's
Yeah.
really where I'm going. So yeah. But I understand this when I say like it's not just that. They're already going like, oh, dude, look, bro, because that's why you get that answer. Because the truth is, they have been told 1,000 times the generic, whatever, take a shower, you know what I mean. I'm being a little pedantic, but you follow. They've been told that, so they're already going, oh, here we go again. Someone's going, oh, it's the sky isn't falling. I go like, no, the sky is falling, but maybe I'm playing around it instead of just being like the sky is falling. There's a difference. Go on.
And even the whole red pill stuff, or like the whole PUA dating coach, crap like that. Even that stuff is just a way to condition you into like wanting stuff that you might not have wanted before.
And
like,
not only that, I'd
you
even
want the
say
fuck
that,
boy life.
yeah,
You want this
okay.
type. Yeah.
Yeah, but even more than that. Let's say not only is it not good for a certain amount of people to do that, but I'll even extend that even further. Forget that part. The problem is that is also another perversion of modernity. It's a perversion of modernity. Was that okay? Let's say even you could turn someone into a fuckboy. Just we're doing an argument here. Let's say it did work. It doesn't.
Yeah.
But let's say it did. Okay. The whole point is that that's still ridiculous, even if you can do it, because it's sort of like accepting the only thing I could be is that. See, people don't see the own conclusion that they're drawing. If that's the only thing, and I think there's some truth, the only way you can have to be is being that. And I go like, whoa, if that's the only way you can be, that's really fucked up. You see what I'm trying to say? So forget about if it works or not. The fact that is the best quote unquote strategy right now, which in some ways it sort of is example of like that people have the opportunity to be 40. Like you still see people going around there in like the late 40s and like they're still acting like bros, and you're like, I get it. Like forever young. I'm not saying you have to be like whittling wood or something, but holy fuck, man. No, but you see what I'm talking about? There used to be that period where like your 30s to maybe early 50s. I'm talking again 20th century, not agrarian era, right? That like you still had fun, but like it was like think of like the Rat Pack, type of fun, like adult fun. You
had the different types of fun. Like your high school fun was like getting drunk on a Saturday night and just hanging out. And now like we I think people have said this in other streams. Even though I think first said this, for like effectively we have an entire like generation and a half stuck in a state of arrested development.
Yes, there's people with homes now still having house parties, and it's like, bro, it's your house. Like, what are you worried about your parents coming home? You know what I'm talking about? Like you have a mortgage now. Why are we? You know what I'm talking about? It's like So there is that. So it's like saying that the only way I could have fun in life, and maybe there's truth to that, is to do that. I think is just really shows a bigger problem. That's the way I see it.
Because right now it feels like we're all just stuck in like a state of like perpetual high school. It feels like we're just stuck in high school for fucking ever, and like okay, nothing fucking changed. Like
yes. Right, and then you can never pass through that phase. So, of course, if you can never pass through that phase, you're perpetually the Melvin if you're not like a fuckboy. Even if you're not the Melvin anymore, you could be like, wait a second, I'm a systems analyst. And they're like, yeah, but, I still want to date the football captain. You're like, yeah, you're 42. The football players are retiring, and you want to still date the, like, hello? It gets to the point where it's just fucking absurd, like everything else. That's where I was going with it.
Yeah, and you honestly see this type of behavior in like the short-sighted views of like a lot of people who don't like like a lot of these I think a lot of people think they're going to be like people took that old song or that song from like the 90s and like for Forever Young, and they took it to the fucking hard dog, and like they think they're going to be perpetually young, and like you realize you're going to be 60, 70 years old, right? Like, or if you make it that fucking far, I don't know. Maybe we're gonna be the generation.
If you make it that long with the healthcare system now,
the declining fucking healthcare system. Yeah, but like if you make it that fucking long, like you have nothing to show for it. You're gonna show up at the finish line of your life, and like like you're gonna have no kids. Your parents are gonna be gone. You have no fucking friends.
You're gonna be like a lot of the boomers now.
Yeah, you're gonna have fucking nothing.
And
now. A lot of these chicks,
full of shit, and they have nobody who cares about them. And if they have health insurance, they're gonna be taken care of by a nurse if they're lucky. And like they're already been divorced 3 times, and it's like I start to go like, if you can't see that as an unbelievable nightmare, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's the thing, and really, I see this thing extremely prevalent in today. I mean, men too, but women to a lot of things as well. Where it's like women to like like the obsession with traveling is a huge part of that. Where it's like they spend every single dollar they have on traveling. They do zero investment into the future, zero investment into retirement. Okay, it's like it's almost like they're still walking off this assumption that like you have like 28-year-old women who are like flying around the world, and it's like okay, they're still running off the assumption that like, hey, I'm still young, so I can still find some like beta cuck to marry, and he'll be in my retirement plan. It's like, wait a second, like too many of those guys are walking over right now. Like, it's still in the back of their mind saying, well, I have a backup plan. I'm 28. I still fucking got it. It's like, yeah, I don't know, lady. Like, I'm not saying the wall is a complete
thing.
Yeah, but yeah.
Oh no, it's very real in that way. It's not real in terms of fucking. We already know that part.
Yeah.
But the other part is very, very real. Yeah, that's you're really setting yourself up for spinster. I mean, I don't know what to say, but that's true. Because at some point, people are only, of course, they'll fuck you, but they're not marrying you.
Yeah,
your mind.
Yeah, that's very true.
And especially the people they want, if you're that level, they're gonna, and they know someone just wants to have like say like you're Mick Jagger or something, want to still have a kid when you're 80, he's still gonna have it with someone who's like a 9. No offense, but because he can afford that. He'd be like, okay, if she leaves me, whatever, I got and the kid has a legacy and it's still his, But that's the truth. So they think that like it's just not happening, So I'm not saying that do whatever you want, but that's really the truth. There's still that level of, if that's the goal. And I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be. They will gladly, because they legally can handle it. Still marry they if that's what they choose at that age. But
Well,
what I'm saying? All I'm saying is
they
be
can't.
real.
Earth is infested with Sims who are coping. Yeah, I mean, they might still have a chance after with some poor Sims, I guess. Yeah, who'll pay for it.
Okay, but he'll pay for it. But the point is that everyone's just going to be like, okay, just because something could come to completion doesn't mean, like, I'm trying to like say like, well, what does that really mean? Like just being like that inevitable, like, well, there'll always be someone. Okay, fucking, there'll always be some. If you don't put a fire out, it expands. Like, what is that? That doesn't mean anything. That's not really analysis or being rational. Like
but
no
the
shit.
real problem is, right, it's like they can afford to have fun because at the end of the day, there's always going to be some, beta bucks cuck to come to the rescue.
For about another 5 years, maybe. It's really, people are setting themselves up for something they don't. I mean, it's unbelievable.
You might be right. Like
at some point, the bottom will fall to the market. I don't know. Definitely, I'm looking at right now.
Beta buxing only works like within like a semi-stable economy.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I think you might be right because even to be a beta cuck simp, like the guy has to be financially stable and this and that. The way I see it, a lot of people,
they're not going to be.
Not to bash on any men here, but it's like it's getting harder and harder for men to just become even, that stable financial guy.
Yes, they can't even do it now. So it's like it's totally a fantasy.
That's actually a really good topic actually, because like there's a guy named I think it's James Lindsay. He has a channel called what's it called, New Discourses, and he talks about this concept of elite overproduction, where like we have so many college degree holders now who have advanced degrees actually who cannot find jobs because like okay, like there's only so many slots for lawyers, so many slots for an accountant, or so many slots for IT guys. Okay, so like if you have a million degree holders and you only have 10 slots, well you have so many people who are going to be left out of that game. So like you have all these people literally with student loan debt working at Starbucks as a fucking barista or some shit.
Yes,
so, like,
but I even add that. Yeah, but
yeah.
Okay, but here's the point. The whole point is a lot of that whole education. Here's what I'm trying to say. I'm not blaming people for taking those degrees, but let's be honest. Most of their degrees, the reason they can't get jobs, I'm not blaming them for this. I'm going to go somewhere with this. Their degrees suck. I know a lot of people who have a lot of degrees and they don't know anything because. This is not me saying like, the farmer knows the writing on the wall. That's not what I said. It's that they've watered down the education system. The whole idea of everyone having all this credentialism shit. Well, they all have credentials. It means nothing. There's our parents, when they had their bachelors, were harder than PhDs. Not all of the degrees, but many of them. You know what I'm talking about? So the whole point is, of course they have these over, because the whole intention was just to get them into school. Because they knew from the start, only 10% of the people actually had the intellectual power to command those positions. But they said, oh, everyone could do this. Yeah, so now you have 800 million people with JDs that mean nothing. because only 10% of them would even be qualified if there was a job. And even with that, they just had with the 2 years ago with the Stanford MBA program. I forgot, they keep changing the name of it, because whoever donates each year, whatever. The whole point was they even have like imagine the type of job opportunity that you get to do a mock business proposal instead of your teacher to the people in Silicon Valley. Like, holy God, you know what I mean? Like, imagine that type of career up. And then the board wrote a letter to Stanford, like, how do these people not know anything? You follow, like, they have an endowment of billions of, no, because
Yeah.
it's not that they're stupid per se, but the whole school is built on, a lot of them, they have all these credentials and they're all jumping over each other to like play violin for 6 months for their application, or and now they're producing these people that they, just like you keep saying, there's not a good crop coming in. So the thing is, even these people, even the ones who maybe have the actual, let's say, brain matter or whatever, the speed to grind a test and plus connections, their education is still dick. So they come out and they don't really know as much as like the way.
That's a what? You broke up Cooper. I'm not sure if you're still there or not, but
Hear me?
yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so the weight of their degree isn't as much as you would think. That's what I was trying to get at. Like, I understand they don't get that. They go like, wait a second, I have a JD, I studied hard. It's like, yeah, but you still don't know anything. And it was designed to sort of be that way so that everyone would go to school, so the boomers could send their fucking kids and be like, my kid went to the University of Podunk or whatever. And they go, wait, my kid got, good grades. It's like, it's just, they don't know shit. And Thomas, that's why I try to say, like, when you realize you don't know shit, but they don't, because they think they're so smart, so they can trust the science, but they don't realize that they aren't actually qualified for the jobs they think they're qualified for just because they have a degree.
Yeah, this is actually good because I can add to this, right? Like even like I would say from the get-go, if you aren't in STEM or maybe even medical, it's like you're going to college for absolutely nothing. It's you're wasting your time and money. And
You
then
are, but go on. Yeah.
yeah, and then on the flip side, it's like even if you graduate with these STEM degrees or quote unquote engineering higher ed, like the actual job market is super competitive. So it's like,
Yes.
even if there's a opening for like, say 10, you're still competing with like hundreds of other, like let's say CS graduates or something for
Easy.
the same
And for
position.
foreign ones too, because of the visa program, so yeah.
Yeah. And so the reality is it's like it's like a filter. It's okay, you graduated, you have a degree, you're just like a drop in the bucket, it's
Yes,
like
it means nothing. Right.
yeah, and the only thing that will save you is like actual competency. You got your skills, you got your knowledge, you can back it up.
Right. And then they
And
don't. Right. So then when they sit
so
around going like, why
majority
am I
of people
doing this?
don't have
Yeah,
that shit.
they don't. Right.
And then actually,
You've seen it,
this is a good segue too. Mystery, have you seen that latest Geopop
Which one?
on automation?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty short one. I think it was like 8 minutes long. But dude, I've been preaching this for the last fucking 5 years. Like, you've already been left behind in a sense. Like, if you aren't in tech, it's like you've already been left behind. So we should probably play this on stream too, because it was kind of like a survey study, but it's a prediction of what the job market will be like in 2030, 2050. And so, like, a lot of the jobs are getting automated. And so, for the average person, like, the job at McDonald's wouldn't even exist. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like the only long-term sustainable, like, say, career path in a sense is to be in the tech and or anything that supports that.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was actually pretty high IQ. I sent it to Pluto or the base Pluto too. It's like, yeah, if you aren't studying or in tech or something related, like the future generation has no fucking hope. And it actually goes pretty deep. Like, I don't know, it's like Blockbuster at its prime was like 70,000 employees or something. And for the same, evaluation, say at a company level, I think Netflix only had like 70 employees. So it's like at a fraction of the amount of employee power, the tech makes it up that you can make up for it in a sense. And so actual human skilled labor is more and more diminishing.
Yes.
And I guarantee you, like, all these fast food places, they will replace you with robots soon.
Yeah, and you want to know how they're going to do it? You want to know what the trick is going to be?
Shoot.
Okay, so eventually there's going to be a flash crash because of all the fake money, right?
Hmm.
So what's going to happen is then when everyone starts to feel the pinch, where we said we got to avoid the normies, or what they're going to do is those normies are going to find, well, I got to go to McDonald's or whatever. So you remember those initial things where they wanted like higher minimum wage. So what they're going to do is when they demand that, they're going to look as if they give into it, go, oh, my hands are tied. They'll initially do that, but then it'll give them the excuse to put the machine in.
Yeah, that's
And then
actually probably a good
that's what's
segue.
going to happen. And then it looks like my hands, you remember, if you say, I'm not paying you that shit, you're the bad guy. But what if you go, my hands are tied? And then they'll go, well, oh, they'll shake a finger at them. They'll go, well, we're going to have to put UBI, and they'll start testing. And I'm just, and then it's going to roll from that 2024 to 2030. Look, just all I'm saying is we have to just let the tide go over you. That's what I'm stressing, because
Well, it's also
it's the
funny
only
too,
it's the
'cause,
only thing to do.
there's a quote unquote shortage of workers, which is bullshit because there are plenty of jobs. It's just that
Well, because they're
people
getting STEM money now.
will
Yes, and I'm not blaming them, because that's, yeah, but that's how it works. See, like when people go, oh, they should get out there. It's like, no, you get a wage. So right now, the STEM, like we're using an actual like fact here. Like I'm not putting an ethical thing on it. People go
Yeah,
to
yeah.
work to get a wage,
No,
and right now they're getting
no.
more per hour. Not. Oh
I'm
yeah, go
just
on.
saying, ironically, it's like the jobs were there, they had the chance
Yes,
to work and earn,
yes. You
and
see,
then they
yes,
get replaced by
yeah,
automation.
right. And that's basically like moving. Understand in chess? Do you know what a fork is in chess? Do you guys play
Fork chess.
chess?
Wait, is that
A
where
fork is
you
when you make a move that looks like you lose, but it forces the opponent to make a move that opens up a harder attack. It's a fork.
yeah, I was thinking of something else where you swap the king and the queen.
No, that's castling. No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about the fork. No, fork is when you force them to take a move that baits them into a blunder, and they're doing a fork.
Oh, and then see, I feel like there's something going on with the economy too, right? Because
Okay.
like recently the S&P 500 did so well. I was like, man, I just made like 3% return,
Yeah.
on and everything was in the plus plus. I was like, hell yeah. And
Yeah.
I mean, this is like the flash crash, right? Because like, what else are you gonna do? Because your dollar is being devalued so fucking fast.
Right.
It's like if you aren't putting it in the market or say maybe in hard assets like real estate, what are you gonna do? It's kind of like you're forced to put into the market and
Yeah.
keep it.
Eventually, you're forced to. Yep. See, I'm gonna start sounding like, It's like they got the whole thing going, huh? You know.
So I guess the timing, would you say, is when to cash out?
Well, what's going to happen is initially with the S&P, what they're doing is they know people can see that writing on the wall. So what's going to happen is initially the derivative market is actually going to push up. There'll be one last bubble because everyone's going to try to push it down, and by putting a down vote, it increases the call option. So that's what you have to time it around. This the last false, and then they'll deplete those calls, and then it'll crash. It'll be flash crash. It'll be like 2 days, but it will have ripple
Mhm.
effects.
And then
Ripples.
here's the other thing. I figured it out. I don't think it's the actual like inflation that's coming. It's
Hmm.
because it's already here. If you
Yeah, we're
haven't
talking
already
about
noticed.
stagflation. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, no, but
Yeah.
the actual real problem is I don't think there's an actual correct term for it, but it's the hyperinflation of what do you call it? Transportation and service. So, this is like a pretty much coming across like all retailers and suppliers. Like everyone's panicking because like I think it was like an average cost to ship a container globally on the shipping lanes was like 18K.
Yeah, because of the energy shift. Yeah, it's very expensive
Yeah.
now.
Now it's like 35,000 per
Yeah, because of the energy
container.
cost. Yep. And also the change in tariff laws. It's very, very expensive.
Right. So just unaffected by anything else, like that increase alone, just to ship crap across the globe is spiking up prices.
Yeah, it'll be a global flash crash. It's
So
very
everything
obvious.
that you have now available is gonna increase in price by like,
Yes,
30,
astronomically.
40.
Yes.
I'm actually just making plans right now to buy all the high-end emergency shit that I wanted on my list, because I guarantee you in 6 months it's all like super hyped. So if you
Yes.
aren't preparing now, like it might be the shit that you wanted is gonna be double,
You're not going to be
triple.
able to get it for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's available, it's triple the cost, and it won't be there
Yes.
to begin with.
Yeah, it's going to be like a can of peaches will be 3 times the price or whatever. Yep.
But yeah, it's not the inflation, it's the inflation of shipping.
Yeah. Okay. But right. But it's still like there's still inflation. It's that people focus too much just on the consumer basket. You know what I mean? It's still inflation of because it's falsely increasing the just the price of something else. You know what I mean? It still falls under inflation. It's still part of
Yeah,
hyperinflation.
so when I say inflation, I'm not talking about
No,
the
I get you. I'm just saying, like,
devaluation
it
of
still
the
falls under
currency.
that. Yes, it still falls under the effects of devaluation and then hyperinflation. Yeah, I mean, it's still
Yeah.
like that would be the blanket term.
So yeah, like my one advice is just prepare now. Like buy what you can now because it's coming.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, just it fucking is. So
But yeah, back to mystery. That video is worth playing on the automation. It was like
You
pretty
got
high
that right here, buddy boy.
acceptance.
Let me see if we got an audio check real quick. Give me a sec. If I'm good or no.
It's pretty low.
Let me hold on, give me a sec. Let me go up the that volume's up all the way. I'm going to YouTube real quick. Give me a sec. YouTube. Oh, the volume. That's why the volume's so low. Okay. How about now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, there we go. All right, guys. So here we go.
So here you can see a graph of the 4.5 million retail salespeople in the United States. The black is going to be those who will lose their job by, I think, 2050 because of automation. This is the list of the top 50 jobs, and the black are all the ones that are supposed to be automated away. Obviously, you had this conversation in the past, and the argument is, yeah, there's going to be job destruction, but there's going to be also a lot of job creation. We know this because it happened in the past. The same thing happened in the Industrial Revolution. Well, let's talk about the Industrial Revolution. In the middle of the 19th century, in the United States, 70% of Americans worked in agriculture. In Europe, it's similar. And it took 130 years for that to be automated away. In the meantime, you have all these industries that appear that were very labor intensive. So you have more jobs that appear, and that counterbalances the jobs that disappear in agriculture. Even then, with 130 years for that transition, you have massive displacement, massive discontent, which peak into the 1848 revolts across Europe. That same year, you have Karl Marx, who writes the Communist Manifesto, birthing a new political system from a new technology. But now things are substantially faster. If a century and a half ago, it took 80 years for 25% of Americans to use dishwashers, now it takes years or even months for people to adopt a new technology. Everything is much faster. Travel, for example, we know how fast it has gone, how much we've moved our bookings from the phone to internet. In 12 years, half of the workers in travel agents have lost their jobs. That's not 130 years, that's 12 years.
Right.
Oil rigs in the United States, there was a crash in the oil price in 2015. Oil rigs went down, employment went down, and when the oil rigs went up, employment didn't go down because the automation happened in a matter of months, not centuries.
Yep.
So job destruction is going to be fast. Each time the technology goes into an industry, it changes the employment very, very fast. How fast will job creation be? Well, not that fast because technology is very efficient, right? What does technology do? It takes a variable cost into a fixed cost. So for example, all the things that you can see here are built by physical people, and they're distributed by physical people, and they're sold by physical people. But all of these things that you can see here have been automated away into a technology, into an internet technology. And that is a bunch of engineers and product managers and designers in a room building that thing. And once it's built, it costs nothing to distribute it. And so this is how you have all these workers around the world, and each time one of these big tech companies builds something, it eliminates jobs across the world and concentrates a lot of that wealth creation into the headquarters of these companies. Advertising. Google makes more money than the US newspapers and print magazines together. But for every $1 million that each one of these make, newspapers and magazines employ 11 people, and Google employs 0.9. So it has 12 times fewer employee per dollar than traditional industries. Blockbuster and Netflix is an even better example. You have 8 times fewer at the height of Blockbuster. They had 60,000 employees and a $5 billion valuation. Netflix has 8 times fewer people and was worth a couple of years 32 times more, which means that per dollar, for each employee that Netflix had, Blockbuster had 240. Kodak, at the height, had 150,000 employees. Instagram, when it was bought, it was $1 billion and 12 employees. That's $85 million of value created per employee. WhatsApp, $22 billion. That turns out to do.
Holy crap, this is fucking scary. That's so freaky, dude. Like,
Yeah,
it's
of course
taking
it is.
left. Oh, God. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, this is why I say, right, like in Instagram case, like that's all, you know, you got your CEO, you got your marketing, HR, and then your like 7 or 8 engineers.
Yes, exactly.
Like in tech, if you're looking for that job position of being an engineer, like you have to be that good to be part of that tiny ass team. And then
Yes.
in contrast, I said this in other streams, like the world is run by incel men, only a select few smart enough to be in, you know, these small teams. So all the other techies wanting to join, it's like, you know, you got to work like 10 times as hard to even get.
Yeah, it's
to
gated.
the
It's
level.
gated, and that's why I think it's
It
another
is
code
gated.
sometimes. It's absolutely
Yeah,
gated.
that's the word.
You know, so look.
$400 million created per employee. And with all that wealth generation, you can have very good salaries to pay for that, which means that it's not only the founders of these companies, but also the workers that work in tech companies that make a bunch of money. And that is growing as a share of GDP, but because they're so efficient, the share of GDP from tech employees is not. So forecast this 30, 40 years, and imagine what happens to employment, right? And that's because tech is by far much, much more productive and grows in productivity compared to all other industries. So when you look back at all these jobs here, the top 50 jobs, 47 of them were jobs that existed 60 years ago or more. There's only 3 types of jobs in the top 50 that are new. And what do? They work on automating the other 47.
Yes.
So when you do this, what you end up is a reduction of the middle class, medium skill jobs, and an increase of the high skill jobs and a lot of low skill jobs.
Pause.
Hollow out.
Pause. AKA the death of the normie. The normie exists because of the middle class.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a while now. We've been, hollowing out the middle class for decades.
Well,
now.
I mean, whatever.
Just the
Okay.
death of it,
Yeah.
really. So, yeah.
Yeah, and just to add to that, it was like they were showing the average wage workers. It was like I made 167K in 2020. So it's pretty accurate. Tech workers do get paid, but I think even long term, not necessarily our salaries will increase. So even at the level of tech salaries, it's probably not going to help in the long term.
Yeah, you're still gonna have to have a hard asset. You can't tie yourself to your salary. That's what I would in any
Yeah.
field. Yeah, you have to have a percent of the NWO. I mean, that's
You
true. You know
yeah.
that. Well, that's what it is. You have to have a percent of it.
This might be a dumb
It's
question, but
it's neo-feudalism. That's what it is. It's not slavery. It's neo-feudalism.
yeah, this
Go
yeah,
ahead.
and oh,
Go
Oh,
on,
what?
Les. What's up?
no,
Go.
like this might be a dumb perspective, but yeah, you're making a lot more money in the industries that do exist than these tech industries, but like because even Androlix, I think I said like he doesn't spend all that much, and with a lot of like with high unemployment, there's more people who aren't spending as much, so it seems like it's a cycle that only goes down.
Well, I think what starts to happen is here's the point, right? What is money? Essentially,
A share
Okay.
commodity used to trade other commodities.
right? It's like it's a way to trade, right? It has a relative value and et cetera, et cetera. Any currency or whatever, right? Okay, that so it's partially the exception by the public, and then also just it gets a relative moving average based on what the public is willing to trade, et cetera, right? So what happens is you understand that at some point, if the entire capital and labor function is obsolete, the function itself, then even having money becomes obsolete. Because if it doesn't trade for anything of real value, only trades for something of perceived value completely, it has no inherent value, then even your salary is bullshit. You have no actual ownership. See the difference? So that's why even
Yeah.
people debating over salaries and stuff. I'm like, okay, fine, but you don't have ownership. If you don't have any ownership, even if let's say they do the traditional, let's say the ideal, okay, the people will seize control. Yes, but they'll only seize control of something that doesn't exist anymore. You'll still become a prole. You follow? At this point, even if they had the like Marxist revolution, it would be completely controlled, and it would be a full revolution where people acquiesce things that don't exist and aren't needed anymore. You'd be a prole. You'd revolutionize
that's the
yourself
thing
to be a
with,
prole.
Well, that's the thing with like automation stuff. Like to a point, like yeah, I do see like the benefits of it, but at the same time, like the social constraints, like yeah, our society doesn't really accept automation.
I'd say this society doesn't even get it. See, sometimes you guys give people too much credit. I don't think people really see like what we're talking about right here. I would say a fraction, and I'm not even talking about intelligence. Say a fraction of society even is understanding this. In fact, even some of the people at the top, I think they just see they're just motivated by their end goal, but very very few see the
Yeah,
let's
it's
say
like
both
what
the
are the
positive and negative.
long-term implications of this?
Yeah, it's just completely. Look at that number, 2030. There goes Coper, the insane Coper. It's almost like he kind of calculated the numbers or something. Who knows? 2030, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I can think started again.
And if you
But here's one
project
more thing, one last thing. Mystery, one thing.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, before we finish that, remember what you said one thing about what the black pill is? You said the black pill is that it evolves to whatever the new knowledge is.
Yeah,
Black pill isn't
yeah.
static. Right, so that's
Yeah.
sort of what I'm professing. All right, let's go on.
you get more and more people in the low skill jobs with low income and fewer in the middle income. And that's why we're not seeing unemployment dramatically going up, because people need to work even if their job is worse and they go into the low income, low skill kind of job. And this is how you end up today with the 26 wealthiest people in the world owning as much wealth as the bottom 3.5 billion. So we're going to have accelerated wealth generation, but it's going to be localized in a few areas, and there's going to be substantial more inequality. But those people who are wealthy, they can also move around substantially more easily, right? They don't have now some manufacturing plant that forces them to be somewhere. They can go anywhere they want. They can move their business anywhere they want. And this is how, for example,
I wanted to add this.
What's point four? What's point four? Go back. What's point four?
Hold on, Richard.
Oh, point four with inequality.
Wait. Go to point four. But I want it to be on the screen.
Oh, you want to okay?
Go back.
I can't go back on the. I have to actually go to the actual.
Oh, sorry.
YouTube
Okay, fine.
thing.
So say
give me a
what
sec.
it
Hold on,
was.
I can-
Say what it was.
There we go. It's right here. Got it.
Okay. What are they telling you to try to do? The inverse of that. Don't you get it?
Yeah.
No, 4. They're giving you the negation of what they're actually doing. You want equality when it's increasing inequality. You get it now? It's a trick. It's a sleight of hand. And what I'm saying is, I'm not even saying it in the revolutionary sense. What I'm saying is that you get that these same people are shit, the people around you who don't get it. So one time, let them do their trick. All I'm telling you is what the trick is. You follow the difference? Because no one's telling you what the trick is.
Yeah,
This
you
isn't
have
a
a good point
revolution.
there.
This isn't a fucking revolution because you can't do it that way. I'm just giving you a few guys because this space is good for my mind too. And in some ways, I have no sympathy for red pill people. So I'm giving you some tools for free for my own mind to just keep myself going through this so that you see that number 4 is the sleight of hand. That is the sleight of hand. That's the trick. That's the magician's trick. Keep that in your mind all the time. And don't tell anyone anymore. You know, when I tell Black Ronin to stop trying to black people, don't tell them anymore. You follow? This is for you. This is for this space. All right, go on.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead,
So
Ron.
the one that I was gonna add is it's not covered well, but it's like the hypocrisy, right? So the senior executives say, like, at Google, they were like, oh yeah, we want our workers to come back to the office. We don't want you to move this and that. But the hypocrisy is, like, I think it was one of the senior Google leadership guy was like, yeah, moved to New Zealand in my, $2.5 million villa up in there. And it's quote unquote, I'm taking a break from this whole COVID thing.
Right.
It's like another tip essentially is look at the top. What are they doing? They're literally moving to New Zealand. And in the video, it's like, oh, what are these people doing? They literally have the freedom to move wherever the fuck they want.
Right. And all I've been telling you is just to go under the tide. Why? Because I'd rather tell you guys than the fucking... Look, the blue pill people and the red pill people are the type of people who fucked me over. So I'm telling you, fuck them.
Yeah, go under the wave, right?
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Because I gotta tell you, Mystery, with the legs and everything, all that nicety shit, no one gives a flying fuck.
Yeah, people love you.
I'm black. I'm black. Yes.
Love you when you're on top, but they hate you when you're on the bottom.
Exactly. People said, well, you know something? People said, I used to think you do everything. Well, it's all bullshit. Let me ask you something, Mystery. Would you say that someone who has that type of knowledge and wealth, who's seen these things, would be quite a formidable foe when the shit hits the fan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Quite a formidable foe. Isn't it funny how things turn out sometimes?
Yeah. Definitely.
All right, go on.
To be substantial more inequality. But those people who are wealthy, they can also move around substantially more easily, right? They don't have now some manufacturing plant that forces them to be somewhere. They can go anywhere they want. They can move their business anywhere they want. And this is how, for example, in Spain, a bunch of YouTubers who were making millions of euros moved to Andorra, which is very close by, and now they're operating there and paying a fifth of the taxes that they used to pay in Spain. And it's now not only these founders and these creators, but it's going to come to any worker, any remote worker. During the pandemic, around 30% of EU workers, on all EU workers were working remotely, and about 70% of Americans. after the COVID is going to go down, but it's not going to go to zero. And all these people, they're mobile. They can go work anywhere they want. Do you think they're going to go to the places where they're taxed the most?
No.
So it's going to be harder to tax these remote employees, the creators, the people who found these companies. And these companies now, something like Google, they had all these employees in the Bay Area of San Francisco, and they couldn't move as easily. But if they become remote, how easily is it going to be to tax a company like Google? Employees are everywhere, servers are everywhere. How do we tax it?
You can't.
If you look at the top 25 countries in the world in GDP per capita, the yellow ones, 2/3 are basically tax havens. So this is not something new. It has been happening for decades. Wealthy people move and themselves and their companies to places where they don't pay taxes. So imagine in a new world where mobility is substantially higher.
Unlimited, I'd say.
There's going to be more competition between all of these organizations too, right? The tax rate in this country is 10%. Let's have it 8% in my country so we can attract more people.
Yeah, the open world.
And there's been already a bunch of hubs that have been doing this extremely successfully over the last few decades, right? Shenzhen, Dubai, Singapore, Hong Kong. None of them, like all of them were basically backwaters a few decades ago. And now there are some global hubs. And there's many more. There's city
now they're
state,
competing. Pause
zones,
a second.
Yeah.
Those countries right now are now competing, their people, as they should, with the average, shitty-ass, overweight round eye. Think about that. And then wonder why the degrees are shit. Go on.
Yeah. Definitely even like more beyond that. Like that's definitely like the whole like the remote work is like a double-edged sword as well, because like if you can work from anywhere, okay, well then why the hell would I hire an American? I'm not going to hire an Indian guy in India. I'm pay him half the fucking price. Yeah, pay them half the fucking price, and then you know, like I might keep my higher skilled engineers, you know, in my company, but the lower skilled guys, I can
what did you say? Mystery. What did you say in your video? The system works as
intended,
dude. System works. Here you go.
As intended.
As intended. Go on.
Less to attract more business, and there's more that are coming. Here, for example, some charter cities that are trying to be built in Honduras. So there's going to be probably new policies like this that enable people to try to attract people and their wealth.
Yeah, it's basically a big, huge race to the bottom at this point. Everyone's racing to like, okay, who can get lower and lower and lower for tax rates, lower and lower for worker standards, and really you're going to have like a huge consolidation of those type of benefits of like
almost like the whole thing's a race
to
the bottom. You ever think about that? Well,
yeah, it's a race to the bottom where like you know the people at the top, you know, if you're a decent worker, you know, if you have like a decent degree or if you benefit the system at the end of the day, you get to keep your healthcare, dental, and vision. Your nice
is Last still here? Last.
Yeah.
Last. I'm not gonna, you know, because I'm pretty good at reading people. Your parents are professors, correct? And they're of the star pupil persuasion.
No, like no, not at all. My father's a blue-collar worker who works on trailers, and my mom is actually.
But they're star people, though, right? They're star people.
Star people.
Oh God.
Okay, let's leave it at that.
Another rabbit hole here.
Hold on.
Go ahead, buddy.
Is Mark Zuckerberg, the same people telling you to break shit up, going to be celebrating the holidays in a few weeks with his family?
I'm sorry, I have no idea what that is.
Okay,
are you saying like JQ stuff?
Okay, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to point out that are they going to be? That's not my point. No, hold on.
Okay.
What I'm saying is they're still following tradition. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, to a certain extent.
Do you follow what I'm trying to say? But they say that you shouldn't.
Yeah. The elites always do the stuff that like they tell you what not to do. So like you know, have families,
I'm not touching the DQ here. That's not what I meant.
No,
of
because
them. I'm
when
just giving
Drawing
an
said it, I
example.
thought that's what it was.
No. Sorry, that's not what I meant. Let me rephrase that. Any of them, it's just because those holidays are coming up. Are they going to be with their parents?
Oh, you mean like, are they like, probably
Do you
not.
follow? No, they will be. That's the whole point. They're telling you don't go. Do you like? Is there any like sort of connection with the things I'm saying like all the time? Mister, do you follow what I'm trying to say?
Are you saying that they're gonna be doing stuff that they tell you not to do, or what?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they always done. Yeah, this is like the sleight of
Yes, but
hand. It's
that's the
like, oh
whole
yeah,
point.
yeah, we should be
They're going to
inclusive.
be
We should do
okay. So
this. We
forget
should do that.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
Any of them. It's just because that holiday was coming up. You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't the point. I wasn't going there. Take any of them. Let's say Christmas. Okay, they're going to celebrate with their family.
Yep.
The Islamic people, they celebrate Ramadan with their family. Why shouldn't you? You know, we're talking the whole time about how you're telling things that you're supposed to do, and you don't even know what you're supposed to do. Why are you supposed to leave your power inheritance, but they don't? And these are really powerful people because it's fucking stupid. You follow?
Yeah, they tell you.
I'm not
you know,
saying to
yeah.
be some. I'm not saying to be a bitch. You still have to grow up. That's not what I'm talking about. As I've shown you, I'm very independent. That's not what I mean. What I mean is even when you grow the fuck up, that whole like, oh, I'm gonna leave, whatever. They don't. Why? Because it's hard to do it that way. So they can go find themselves, but the truth is, the elite, even those rich people, are going to be, as long as their parents are alive, for that matter, are going to be spending the holidays with their fucking parents. But you're not supposed to. Do you follow? I get it. Sometimes you don't have those parents. That's not what I'm trying to say. But if you're in that nuclear family, you're supposed to break it up, but they don't. They fucking don't.
I don't know if it's like beyond your point, which yeah, I could see it. My family is actually pretty traditionalist.
Okay, but do you
So-
follow? Okay, let's take the holiday. I just meant it because the holidays were coming up. That's not. Forget it. That's not where I was going with this. Any of them. Let's say it was Christmas, because it would be December. It doesn't matter. Those people are still going to be sitting there, whatever, with their family, because they're still like humans and stuff like that. But why should you find yourself fucking up your shit?
Yeah, because more likely than not, like a lot of people are actually going to be working on the holidays nowadays.
Or whatever. You follow?
Or they're just not going to see. Like, there's so many people I see now who don't even celebrate Thanksgiving and to their with their family.
They are. Even if it's an atheistic way, they're still with them. Why shouldn't you be? Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say.
The whole
Yeah.
sleight of hand.
Yeah.
So they're telling you that it's a virtue to not have that. Well, I mean,
they're telling you it's a virtue to be a culturalist, basically, a worldly person, while they get to have keep their heritage, keep their culture, keep this, keep that, blah, blah. Yeah, they get to keep all their stuff, and we have to then tell us that having a culture having any sort of racial solidarity or something like that is totally bad. It's tally inhuman. You can't do that unless you're black. Everything else is perfectly fine.
Except for, just fucking say it. Except for
what, black? Well, I mean, hell, minorities.
Who's the only ones who get to keep the tradition?
I mean, technically,
I don't care about color.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo, can this be just summed up as rules for thee, not for me?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah,
that's a better way of putting it. I'm just trying to say that it extends to other things. I'm not.
Well, yeah, this is a very similar thing with like religion to some extent. Actually, it's vastly very similar to that, where people will they'll preach to the pulpit saying at the pulpit saying, oh yeah, do all this stuff and do all this stuff, be a good person, while in the background they're doing everything bad and everything horrible.
Yes.
So it's the exact same
whatever,
thing,
or whatever.
Yeah.
You don't even fucking know.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You know? There's a bigger picture.
Base Pluto was right, the whole time. It's like you just need to get a global skill set, money, and passport.
Yeah, Pluto's been pretty fucking based. I agree. I said that.
Yeah, and
pretty fucking based. And he had to learn early because he had a lot of health problems. Because when you have those
Yeah.
types of things, because he's like a decent. I know he's a little short. I'm not trying to rip because I'm trying to go by LMS. He's a decent looking guy. He's a smart guy and stuff like that. But you see that when you have those type of trouble, people don't give a fuck. In the same system where all day long they're talking about these big ideas, he had all those real health problems and no one gave a fuck. That's how he black pilled. Because you start to go like, how can any of this be real if I'm really in that position and no one gives a fucking shit? Then it's real. He had really serious problems. Fuck his color. I'm not even talking about that. He had serious health issues and no one gave a fucking shit. That's why he's black pilled. He's not black pilled just because of his skin. Not even saying that doesn't exist. That's not what I'm talking about. You get where I'm going? And most of you are that way too because of a root issue, not the other surface issues. Or I'm not off here.
Yeah, I would say like the black pill extends like beyond the whole incel
Yes.
issue. It's like a societal issue.
It's a
Yeah,
incel
absolutely.
is a subset. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I'm not denying incel.
So that's of a much greater issue, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, you said it better. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. Where's
Get
Jack?
some- I don't know where Jack is, dude. He was here earlier. He left.
All right, let's do some memes. Come on, meme.
We got some memes here. Let's do this shit. We got
All right.
a nice
Yeah,
long meme
me
here.
ring.
Let's see. None of that. Can I scroll in here? Fuck. All right, here we go. None of that trolling bullshit. We have difficulty settings for real life story mode.
Oh, wow.
2021 edition.
I like how
tutorial
the
mode.
tit is actually wait.
It's
The tit
over
is
the-
actually like hanging out of the meme. That's
Yeah,
great.
it is. Fuck, dude. Here we go.
All right. Yeah.
Tutorial mode. Free stage where the player can familiarize themselves with the game mechanics. Plays an attractive girl. NPCs take care of your needs. All maps and areas are unlocked. Wow, that's nice. Wow. Very easy.
Yeah.
Bad events removed.
She's using
players.
the game genie. The game genie.
The game
Yeah.
genie.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's true.
Yeah. Well,
Oh god.
okay.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Very easy. Bad events removed. Player starts with higher strength and charm. Easiest difficulty. Play as chatter. Average girl. Most NPCs are friendly. Most maps and area unlocked. Let's see. Easy mode.
Yep.
All right.
accurate.
Some bad events
Okay.
are enabled. Player starts with some perks. Beginner difficulty. Play as Brad or ugly girl. Some NPCs are friendly. I like how Brad's equivalent to the ugly girl. That's
Yeah,
fuck.
let's say that's a 7. Let's start that as a
NPCs
7.
are
I think that's
friendly.
fair. Yes.
Some
yes,
maps and areas
yes.
unlocked. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
Oh
fair.
god, it's
Yep.
getting worse. Normal.
Yep, go
Bad
on.
events enabled. Player has no starting advantages or disadvantages. Play has as an average male. Most NPCs are neutral. Oh god, most maps and areas locked. Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
you gotta pay to win. You gotta pay to win.
Yeah, you gotta
pay to cook.
Unlocked
Yep.
or locked.
There you go.
Hard mode. I like how they get fucking worse every time. Oh god. Disastrous events enabled.
Oh.
Player starts with decreased strength and charm. Play as a manlet or cyborg. Some NPCs are hostile. Damn. No starting areas unlocked. Holy shit.
Ugh.
Anything.
Wow, yeah.
Very hard. Relationships disabled. You can't even get one.
he has the freeware version.
Player starts with no strength or charm.
Oh, God, wow.
Decreased XP gain. Holy crap, dude.
Ooh.
Play as a robot or skeleton. Most NPCs are hostile. Some areas are permablocked. Or permalocked,
Yes,
rather.
It's
Holy
true.
shit.
It's true. It's fucking true.
Torment mode. Apocalyptic events
Yes.
enabled. Player takes damage
It's
from
hell mode.
standing outside.
Hell mode. Yes.
Standing outside.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Play as a witch or lich. All NPCs are hostile. Most areas are permalocked. We got hell mode. Oh god. Cataclysmic events enabled. Player has curses that can only be broken late game. Fuck. Play as a Spurg Titan. NPCs chase you in groups. Okay, in groups. All areas occupied by NPCs. Oh my fucking god, guys. Yep.
You know, one thing I will say, like we looked at that meme last time. You know, the guy on the torment. He still looks like a distinguished gentleman. I gotta give him that. Look at him. Just
My
going to the
God.
torment guy.
The rope in the
Just look at him.
background.
He still looks like someone I'd have a drink with. Look at him.
He's having a drink right now, dude.
And look, he still has the rope as an option. He's like, I still am optimistic.
Yeah.
It's still an
Oh,
option.
What's the
Yeah.
something
He's still-
something
he's
without
like, I'm
suicidal
still sort of
thoughts?
human. Yeah,
Days
full
without
skin.
suicidal thoughts is 0.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's still got some hope. Let's
So
give
wait,
it
so
that.
there's no rope here, then the rope, and then there's this.
Hey,
Why the fuck did he
good
get
guy.
windows?
Well,
Or what, is that windows
yeah.
or pictures? He gets pictures of windows or some shit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, guys. So
Picture.
what difficulty are you guys on right now? Let's see. I don't know. Ooh, I'm probably on like I don't know, normal or hard, but for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, I'm
I'd say-
somewhere. I would say right now I'm somewhere between normal and hard. Like in the line there, just with some of the injuries and everything, because that does. Let's put it this way: that does fucking matter. People don't care.
Yeah, it's true.
They
that's
don't
in
fucking
10 years
care.
when the age code kicks in.
Put it this way: if I didn't have some of the leg stuff, I'd be easy. That's how fucked up it is. That's why I don't want to hear anything. I don't mean it as being a dick. It's just to show you that the whole thing's fucking bullshit. You know, because it's unbelievable.
Let's see. We have Let's see. We got some answers. We got very easy. Someone on very easy mode. Wow. Okay, Chad. All right, dude.
Chat out, man.
No,
Famous
I didn't
Coper.
mean. I
Okay.
didn't mean in a dick way. That's not what I meant.
No, I'm talking about this guy here. He's posting here,
Yeah.
man. Redemption, maybe. Or
Man
something like that,
redemption.
yeah. Someone said hell mode. Yeah, he's on hell mode. All right. Hard mode. Someone's on hard mode. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Holy shit. God dang. Whoa. This is a solid meme for sure. All right. Going out of here. Sweet Jesus Christ. Tutorial mode. We should like I said, that's what Drawlix' famous phrase right now is like you go back to Tutorial Island, right? You couldn't handle the hard mode, so it's like fuck, get out of here.
No, Drowgs has been right the whole time. He's a smart guy.
You just chop off your fucking
No, he's
fucking
been
balls
right.
and
He's
go
been
back.
talking about tutorial. He's been talking about Tutorial Island for a fucking year. He's fucking right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pre-built with the Prima guides, right?
Here we are. You're here.
Yeah,
this one
right.
here.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
his fucking strategy guide. You're right.
Yeah, you get the fucking game genie and the fucking model. You get
they get
everything.
both.
You get the fucking
And their
book from the.
parents. Ooh,
They went to the
the official Prima game guides.
They went to the
Yeah.
fucking a book fair and bought the whole fucking the guide about the not the guide. They got the
they have
cheat code
a
book.
bookshelf of the guides, and now they're
Yeah.
a gamer. They're now gamers. Yeah.
What's that part is they don't even need the guide. They just have them just to have them. You know,
They can just all they have to do is breathe. They just gotta breathe. Yeah.
Well, were you saying that the M2F males are going back to Tutorial Iron because they couldn't cope on hard mode?
Yeah, that's the
I don't
older
think
wrestling
that-
thing.
I
Yeah, that
don't-
was what you said.
I
Yeah.
think that. Oh, let me phrase it. I've been thinking about that. I think they think that, but they're still fucking delusional. That's probably why they do.
Yeah.
No, wait. That's
No, I've
why
been
they
saying
do it.
that for a while, but yeah.
Yeah, but he's correct about that. That's their thinking, but they're still fucking wrong because they look like fucking monsters.
Yeah, did you guys see like the controversy?
I mean, let's be honest. I get it. One day, maybe they won't. Fair enough. Right now, they look like monsters.
Yeah.
Yes. So they're not actually going to Tutorial Island. It's their intent that Growlix has crept on. But the reality is they're fucking freaks. I'm not blaming them. I understand sort of their thinking, but they still are. The truth is, at one point, if they're going to do that, they'll have to start it from birth.
Oh yeah.
Then
Give
we-
them more, yeah. That's what they're trying to do. Though. They're trying to get people
They'll
to start
fucking
off early.
breed
Yeah.
waifus. They'll breed waifus.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
waifus,
that's
yeah.
a good thing, but that's what they'll do. Did I say it wrong?
Yeah.
Whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
okay, but that's what they have to do because they'd have to do it at a neotenous phase, which maybe they're thinking of. Who the fuck knows anymore? But I'm trying to say that what those people are doing right now, they're absolutely fucking themselves up. Let's not pretend. They're not making it any easier. And the only ones who are doing well is because they already had extreme amount of political power as it is. They didn't like work their way up, fucking themselves up. Can we be real here for a second? Or did they? Well,
Nah.
I mean, they didn't. You know what I'm talking about? They already were in a position. Picture that. They're so privileged that they can actually make their lives worse and still be better than us.
Truth be told, this is gonna be kind of off topic here, but I actually,
Mister, did you see what I said? Did you hear what I said? It's like they can make their lives worse and still be better. That's
well, yeah,
how
that's
privileged they are.
gonna like tie into what I was going to say though, because like I actually think that everyone knows who ContraPoints is, right? Like he's pretty popular. He's pretty popular.
Yeah, he
popular.
used to be known as Nicotine.
Yeah,
Okay,
pretty popular lefty YouTuber. So
Yeah,
and then-
I used to
and
watch
then
him way back in the day.
Guess
too.
who followed suit? Well, Philosophy Tube, because either he realized that, well, he's making a bunch of money over there doing this. Why can't I do that? Like, I'm not sure if his is actually legitimately like just doing it, or if he's doing it for like a grift, like he's just dressing up to make money. I don't know.
Okay.
Because
Right,
his
right.
his sub count increased to like tenfold when he came out saying, "Oh, I'm really a woman, and they're like, oh, okay, buddy. I don't know, dude. I don't
Yeah,
know.
whatever. The whole point
Yeah.
is that it's just bullshit.
But these guys,
Like-
they acquired a bunch of money,
Okay,
and in order to get
here's
the
my
stuff done,
fucking
and then
point.
there, yeah,
If they start doing that, hold on, I'm just going to be completely objective here. When the women, quote unquote, do that too late, they look like fucking animals.
yeah.
There's animals that are more attractive than them. So let's just be real.
Damn.
Holy
Am I
shit,
not
dude.
being right? No, come fucking on. They look terrible. So I'm trying to say that if that's the push, it would still have to be. I'm not saying do this. What I meant is that's the push, it has to be done early because they look terrible. So they can tell themselves whatever they want. The only people getting advantage from that are the people who already have power.
They're just the modern day eunuchs, right? Way I view it. Literally just chopping it off.
Well,
I don't
not
remember.
necessarily. I think it's a little independent of that, but I know where you're going with that.
Yeah.
But I know
Yeah,
you're trying
there's to add to that, there's a couple of good videos, but I think it was man, what the hell was that? Australia 60 Minutes or whatever. So they did have like a special segment on trans, and it was a special on all the people that transitioned that regretted their decision.
Oh yeah, well, I didn't watch it, but I heard about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the
Yeah.
actual LGBT group is like trying to suppress that, and I'm like,
Yeah, but
you know,
why
they're trying
are
to paint
they?
the
I know
narrative
the
of,
answer to
like,
that already. Why are they? Answer it. Why are they suppressing the idea of waifu creation?
Well, I would
Yeah, I
say
just thought it
because it
was,
goes against the narrative.
Last,
that they're push.
yes, last. Say it again.
I would say it's because it goes against the narrative they're trying to push.
There you go. I mean, if they really wanted, I'm not saying to do this, but they really wanted to create just these quasi women or whatever like that, they would just do it, right?
Like, because maybe I'm wrong to think of this, but like the idea that I see that they're trying to push is like, instead of there being like men and women, there's only an idea, like a platonic idea.
There
of
you
what a
go.
human is.
It's not actually a practical idea, because a practical idea, I'm not saying to do this. Hold on. I'm saying this as just a statement. If that's what they really want, then wouldn't you just produce those things? Why would you be against that, right? Because it's just fluid. Or is that not what they want? You see what I'm talking about?
Well, that kind of goes.
No. Just answer that one question.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly because that's what they would be in favor of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Again, I'm not saying to do this. I'm just saying if that's what they really believe. I'm trying to emphasize it because I can't write this, but if I could put all caps about really believe, then why wouldn't they be in favor of that? You see?
Well, it kind of
Well,
goes
it's just
against.
fluid. It's just a social construct. Why wouldn't you create these beautiful women from whatever you want? Or they don't actually believe what they believe. You see what I'm talking about?
Well, I would say when you start say all this is fluid and a social construct, that it kind of makes even what you said is arbitrary then, because even if it's fluid, then does it really matter what pronouns people use?
Yes. See? You already get. So that's when I say sometimes that you guys already know the answer. You already know the answer.
It's gotta dig it out a little bit, right?
There you go.
Yeah.
Blow the dust off that bullshit. It's dusty bullshit.
Yeah, it's very. We talked about earlier with that the abortion issue, and I brought that picture, and it's if you can just use their insanity against them to some extent, hey, if you believe that everything's arbitrary and nothing matters, then why can't men talk about abortion? Because
there you go.
Men can have abortions, right? What are you talking about then when you say what's a man and what's a woman?
People don't exactly.
Yeah. If you can't define your terms with any objective reality here, then fuck it.
If there are no terms, then there are no terms.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there are no terms.
I'm just playing their game. Yeah,
no,
you're playing their game.
I know you are. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mystery, hold on a second. Sometimes we're talking, there's a lot of people in this chat right now who aren't registered with this. There could be 1,000 people who are anonymously watching it. Okay, so let me put this on the record. When I say to the group, when I say I'm talking to the group, I mean to whoever is watching this now or at some point. Fair enough? I'm not talking to you, per se, because I know that you're intelligent. In fact, everyone on this panel I know is intelligent enough to understand what I'm saying, even if we fight about it. Okay? Here's my point. The point is that I would say that all the powers that be understand all of this. Everything that people have ascertained by post-story knowledge, they know a priori. Do you know the difference between those things?
Yeah, a priori is stuff like you intuitively know. A posteriori.
And what's the other? Yes, you're correct. I just want you to say it. What's the difference?
Yeah, a posteriori are things that come after experience.
Yeah. So I would say, would you say that the elitist, not saying they're correct, their ethical value, and I'm not saying that they're not egotistical where they're fucking up, but would you say that they at least, hold on, have a priori knowledge of everything we're saying? At least have access to it. No, wait.
Yeah, I would say they have access to it because they fund all the research institutes that can.
Yes, they control the research. So if you think that people on the fucking internet can figure it out, they don't have a. I'm not saying what they want to do with it. That's not what I meant. I'm not saying what we should do with it. I'm saying, would you say that they have Kantian a priori knowledge of everything that the bunch of midwits figured out on Reddit? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no. Wait, no, I'm not joking. Yes or no? Last.
And the answer is go ahead, last, yeah.
Yes or no?
Because that would imply like they have like super intelligence.
Yes, wait a second. Yes or no to what I said?
Like, yeah, they know it before we know it.
Do the powers that be have a priori, not post-story, a priori knowledge, and even, let's say, post-story by the supercomputers to figure out at least as much as everyone else on Reddit figured out? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah, the answer is yeah.
No, I asked him. Say it.
Oh.
I don't know. Like,
no, forget about your ethics. Just for discussion. Yes or no?
Well, I would say it's not a matter of ethics. I would say it's more because if you say
that, remove
yeah,
ethics. Wait. Remove ethics.
Because if you say that, yeah, they have.
Wait. Hold on. Remove ethics. I'm not saying it's right. Please, just for a second. Yes or no on what I said.
I'm gonna have to say no.
Okay, then why?
Because when you say that, yeah, they have a priori knowledge, that would imply like they have this vast amounts of intelligence that is inaccessible to everyone else.
I would say that absolutely exists. I think it's a fantasy to think that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
because if that
were
the case,
Deep Blue, put it this way, you know what Deep Blue was?
Yeah, it's
Alex, you know what Deep Blue was? Yes, it beat Kasparov, like 30 years ago?
Supercomputer?
Okay, yes. So to think that even in a non-quantum level that they don't have access to that data. Now, for example, they may not care about people and they may not have the foresight. I'm not debating that. But to pretend that they don't have at least 100 moves on the average person is completely cope. I'm not talking about understanding all the knowledge in the universe.
Well, yeah, but that would only come about after like years and years of study and like human behavior and human engineering.
And I'm saying that's what they've been doing since at least the millennium.
Well, yeah, I say that is what they've been doing, but I don't know if that means that they have knowledge.
Do they have enough? Okay, let's rephrase this. Given the human condition in the universe, do they not have such an exponential advantage on what the average person does? Yes or no?
Probably because they have like
not probably. They have. You know what the answer is? Yes or no?
That's gonna have to be a gray area with me, man. I'm sorry.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to like totally agree with Cobra here.
All right, fine. Okay, mystery.
Yeah, because like
mystery.
Like they have access to.
Listen to me. Listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
With no ethical conviction, you know I believe in human ethics. Yes or no? What I just said.
No, yeah, absolutely yes. Because like at the end of the day, when you talk about resources and stuff like that, and we talk about like when I definitely did this on a graph or like graphic picture,
right?
Like
so let me
a distribution of like a thing. Yeah.
Wait a second. We're trying to remove ourselves, not because I don't believe in the human condition, because I have to see what they're doing to figure out what I have to do. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So given what I just said, am I not less than 100% correct in what I said?
About, can you say the statement again?
I'll restate it.
Yeah, restate
That
it.
they have enough last. Say what the difference between a priori and a posteriori is again. Just
So
just
a
for the
priori is like knowledge that you have intuitive awareness of, like stuff that you don't have like experience of doing, but you can know just by like
yes.
gauging it.
And what's a
posteriori,
posteriori? Yeah.
a posteriori
Go
comes
on.
with knowledge that comes after the experience.
Okay, so you're going to tell me that they don't have the combination of Kantian a posteriori and a priori knowledge that exceeds to exponential extents the average fucking knuckle dragger walking around? Yes or no?
I'm still going to have to say no, because that means that these people are like superhuman.
They
But,
are.
like,
And I don't
Mystery.
think they
Okay,
are.
hold
Wait,
on a
but,
second.
like,
Mystery.
look at the
mystery,
circles
answer-
they.
No, stop. No, because I don't
Absolutely,
like
yes.
that
Yeah, I'm saying
shit.
yes to that.
Mystery.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay, so if they do, could they design everything I said?
Yeah.
Yes.
With a large degree of like
No,
certainty and how things are
stop.
going to work. Yeah.
Stop. Could they design everything I said?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Yeah. Well, that's the whole fucking thing. You get it?
Yes.
Now you get it?
System works as intended, dude.
Yes.
If you design a game, you're designed to win. Well, of course you can win.
There you go.
Yeah, but my whole thing
And
about
I'm not saying I like
but-
it. That's what I'm trying to say, to remove yourself from it. That's not what I'm saying I like. See, people think these days that if I say that's what it is, that I like it. I don't like it, but I can't pretend that it's something else. Maybe I have a priori knowledge of these things. You follow?
You're saying that you have a priori knowledge of what they know, or what?
Yes.
Oh,
Enough
okay.
of it.
Okay. And why do you
I'm
think
not going
that?
to pretend anymore. Why do I think that? Because of my
Yeah,
life.
why do you think? Yeah. Oh, because
Because
your
my
life?
life.
Okay.
Enough of it.
Yeah.
That's why I brought up one of the things when I say that, like, you start to go like, wait a second, no one gave a fuck when I was fucking crawling around on the floor. You start to go, well, maybe it's all bullshit. And then you amalgamate that with everything else I know, and you start to go, I figured it out. So all I'm trying to say is, what did I say is that plausible? I would say incredibly plausible. That they know just enough that the average person doesn't know a fucking thing.
Yeah, I would say like it's plausible, but with the
Yes.
implication that brings, like I would have to say, well, you know what, they win, like no matter what we do.
Yes. That's all I'm trying to say. It doesn't make them ethically correct. It just means that they are so many moves ahead of you that unless you see the meta game, you're wrong. And that's a tautology at this point. Is that fair?
It's fair to say the world runs on blue pill mode, and most people
Yes.
haven't seen the light.
Yes.
Like if you're here, I think you've already seen the light at some point. That's why you're
Yeah,
here.
for whatever it is. Mister, do you follow where I'm going with this?
Well, it sounds to me like what you're saying is that the global elites have fucking the whole damn game rigged in their favor, right?
I would say that
Because they have so much knowledge, so much of a power apparatus around them to where like they can just like access information that the average person wouldn't have access to. They control the internet, so they can control what you see, they control the media, so they can control what you know, they control academia, they can control what knowledge gets out there, what knowledge doesn't get out there, they control everything, yeah.
Then
Yeah, if you have enough money, resources, and power, you can control anything, yeah.
Yes or no, not in a cosmic sense, but in an earthly sense, are they both the alpha and the omega?
They're gods. Ooh.
Wait a second. If they both know, at least in human scale, not universal scale,
Okay.
what you will do, what action you will take, and what recourse you will take given the alternative, are they not, in the human scale, the alpha and the omega?
Yeah.
Yes or
yeah.
no?
Yeah, they would have to be. Yeah, by definition.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You follow now? They get everything you'll do. So we can talk about the fucking cosmos, and that's true. We may be a bunch of nothings in the great scheme of the Big Bang and the universe. I'm talking about Earth. What we know. Is it true that there's other things we don't know? Yes. But that's not the problem. We're attacking the reality that we understand, and the reality that you understand has been planned. You don't know anything. And the people who aren't here know less. They are very certain about nothing. And it's been designed that way. That's what I'm offering you. You follow me? Yes or no?
Go ahead, laugh. Yes.
No, I still don't know if I can go that far, man.
Well,
Because if they are like that advanced, then it's like I kind of have to bow down to them.
I would say,
yeah.
put it this way, I would say that you are severely underestimating your opponent if you think they aren't.
Well,
I would say that's fairly arrogant, to be honest.
Well, they're still like human. They yeah, they might have access to all this information and knowledge, but they're still bound by 3D reality.
Mystery. What are they about to sue Robin Hood for? Or Drowlix can answer this. Jack probably could too.
Yeah, I don't keep up with like all the.
Okay, I'm not blaming you. Answer me this question. The order flow. Why is that a problem? I'm not stating whether it should or shouldn't be. Why is that a problem? Why is having initial information a problem in the AI era?
Well, to some extent, if you know the initial starting point,
you know the what?
Yeah, you sort of know the end point. Yeah. Like if you know your starting conditions, if you know every single variable starting off your starting point, you know where you're going to end up at typically. Yeah, almost always actually.
So not in a universal scale, in a human scale.
Yeah.
To 95% certainty what the human will do. Is that correct? Hello.
On a human scale, yeah.
Yes,
on a human scale.
Human scale.
Yeah, human scale.
On a human scale.
Human scale, absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So imagine that's in everything. Jack.
Well, yeah. Who was it who said like? I don't know if it was Edward Bernays himself who said like human individuals have their like taste and like perceptions molded by people who they have no idea who they are.
There you go.
Something like that. I can't remember if it was Bernays or not.
Yes, they're doing the modern version of the Plato cave. Jack, how's it going, my brother?
All right. Just come back from wage slaving and shit.
Okay.
Cool.
How you doing?
Oh yeah, Grim is back. Hello, Grim. Glad to see the rope did not take you.
Good.
Ask him where he's been at, man.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen Grim forever.
Am I the only person that cares about Grim? Like, god damn it, I just walked in here and I noticed him. Y'all been here for 3 hours.
I don't have that window open because it slows my computer down.
I see him now. What's up, Grim? I don't know what you're talking about, but fuck. I just got back from I got a drink, so. I see a guy named Shift here. Who the fuck is Shift? Let me add this guy here. Give me a second on. Shift, who the fuck are you?
Just a regular guy, man. What's up, man?
What's up, buddy boyo? What you got something to add here or what?
Yeah, interesting discussion, man. Yeah, like the people at the top, they definitely influence what's going on. And
hold on, mute your YouTube.
Oh shit!
We're getting a doppelganger.
Do you hear double now?
No.
I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay. All right. So really, yeah. The top players, they control everything, man.
Yeah, we're still
Hold on,
getting
I'm still hearing echo.
Still getting a little feedback. Mute
Yeah.
the YouTube. Only use the
StreamYard. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll just log out then log on again.
All right, dude. All right. See you
Okay.
back in a few. All right. Well.
See, Cobra, this is what happens when you get all. Hold on.
Yeah, there's an echo here.
Is
Yeah,
there?
everybody.
From chat.
Oh,
So
Jack,
what-
I want to ask you a question I've been thinking about. Jack.
He
Okay,
muted
do you
himself.
believe in the possibility? Oh, he fucked up the whole stream. Who was this guy?
No, it was. I don't know what's going on.
No, I'm getting a feedback too.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm
Yes.
hearing it too.
Let me,
Fuck, man. No, restart the stream. No, restart it. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Cobra, this is your fault. You talking about the triangle
Restart
people
it.
now
No,
we hear.
no. Oh, problem. Restart it. Mystery, just restart it. Come on.
No, I can't reset the stream, dude.
God.
We have 40 people here, dude. That one
you
dude
just
fucked us
racist
all.
as hell.
He fucked us all.
All right, Jack.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So, given you're sort of like you believe in symbolism, right?
Hey, hold on. What if we all just drop waiting in the lobby or something?
Oh yeah, we'll dip out for a second. Mister, keep the stream up. Let's dip out for a second. I don't know who the fuck that was.
Okay,
Dip
so you
out,
guys all
keep the
leave
stream
and then
up.
I'll come back
Everyone
in.
dip.
Yeah.
Everyone dip.
Yeah,
all right?
Mystery, stay up, but don't. Stay
Yeah,
up.
No,
I
stay
know.
up. No, not you. Everyone dip just for 1 second, okay?
All
Oh,
right.
wait. I think it's going.
Oh well, everyone's leaving anyway, so
Wait, it's gone now though.
it
Yeah.
must be somebody else. Somebody else was doing that shit.
I don't have another window open.
Yeah, it's just me. Who the fuck is Truth Pill? What are these people coming in here for? Okay, Truth Pill. Who the fuck are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? I was Tier Peace friend.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just came for the yes or no question.
Okay.
Cool.
Repost the link, dude. The link is at the top of the chat with the fucking goddamn pin to the top of the chat, dude. What do you guys want me to do? Fuck.
I'll say this because I'm used
Look,
to being
Look, you
stream.
people, dog.
I'm
There
just
you
saying,
go.
you used to people like
there it is,
fucking up
dog.
with
Hey,
the
look,
internet.
look, join up, buddy boy. Get the fuck in here. Fuck.
What happened to Coper?
He's coming back.
Oh,
Yeah, we had
We
to isolate
all
the
left
echo.
because we were getting like some weird echo shit after some dude joined with some fucking weird crap. I don't know what's going on. Either way, well, during this intermission, I'm gonna do a quick meme here. Look at this shit. Bitches be like, if you ain't at least 6'4", swipe left. We got the gunt fupa thing. What the fuck is this shit? Look at that. My fucking god. Jesus Christ. All right, back to all right. You're in for draw.
Hello?
Guy left.
That
So,
shit looked like it was.
Yo,
stuff
who
with
just said?
sword.
Wait. Which one of these motherfuckers said a dip on Cobra?
wait, what?
Talk about the chat.
No, hold up.
Yeah,
Hold up.
no.
Anyone who isn't wait a second. Anyone who isn't Wayne Young's fucking alt accounts is a fucking fed. I'm gonna call that right now. I'm gonna call that shit right now. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right.
There's Jolix. Okay, we got Jolix back. Okay, so first thing first, we got to get back to the Truth Pill. Who the fuck are you? So like, what are you here for?
Yeah, who is this?
Let's see. I just heard you guys talking. It was pretty interesting conversation.
Oh, okay. You can stay. It's fine. Cool. I'll ask you the regular questions later on.
I was gonna say, if you ask me the yes or no question.
Fuck, we got shifted here now too. Fuck. Okay, should I add this guy or what? He fucked the whole stream last time.
How many? Wait, hold on. Wait. How many motherfuckers are from Ireland?
You can drive me. I gotta go for a second.
All right, Jack. Oh God, Jack, no.
Hey,
Shift.
hold up. Is it me
Yeah.
or anyone else getting double audio?
From who?
Yeah,
Is it,
Because we're being
Cobra? Is it you?
reverberated to another stream. No,
Okay, it's not Cobra.
no, we're being reverberated to another stream, and they're fucking up. How many of these
Shit.
motherfuckers are from Ireland?
Shift.
No.
Are you from Ireland?
Answer.
Nah,
Burrito.
bro, I'm from New York.
Truth Pill, you from Ireland?
The audio is fine for me.
No, I'm from the U.S.
Of course. I could tell that one pretty obvious. Okay, well.
now. I'm not
All right,
getting
well.
any double audio now.
Okay,
so-
well. Okay, so where the fuck were we at? I have no clue where we were at.
The yes or no questions.
No idea.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Oh, he was listening pretty well. It sounds like someone who's pretty attentive. When you say,
Yeah.
Sounds like a regular viewer, doesn't it? There, Mystery.
Shift.
Right?
Tell us about the
He's
shift
very
happening.
attentive. Hey, he's pretty attentive for one of our regular meatheads. Go on, Shift. Let's hear what you're saying.
Yeah, like Cobra, you were saying about they know your every move and your every tactic. Yeah,
they do.
yeah,
You know that,
absolutely.
right? Yeah.
Because look at the blue pillars. They're not even they don't even question whether they're alive. So technically, they're machines for the highest bidding. For
Let me ask
So-
your background. No, I'm not answering a question. Let me ask your background first.
Yeah. Where are you from? Who are you?
me.
I'm
Yeah.
not answering shit.
You said
what your
you're from New
background
York, right? So you said you're from New York, right? So you said that, right?
Yeah, I'm just I'm just
So,
a
like,
regular
what's
dude
your,
trying to.
Yeah,
What's
sure.
your race? What's your age?
I'm 30. I'm Eastern European. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And then
Let him talk
are
a
you
little more. I'm not answering a fucking question.
are you incel or
No.
truthcel or what are you?
I'm like fucking. I think at this point I just transitioned into like black pill, honestly, because like I've been. Yeah.
All right, where were you before?
I was like on and off with the red pill. I'll be honest with you, and then like after 3
Who were
years,
you
I was like,
affiliated with? No, stop. Who were you affiliated with?
He was affiliated with MD. Chip's pretty
Yeah,
high IQ.
yeah.
He's pretty high. He's been on MD streams, but
Yeah.
he took him down or whatever.
To be honest, when I was younger, my friends were all associated with the red pill, but back then it wasn't really called that.
Okay,
was
so
like
what I'm
they-
going to say right now, stop. What I'm going to say right now is I still think the 21's a better option. You want me to leave it at that?
21?
Yeah.
21 Studios?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. Go on.
No, because there's like bigger shit going on that honestly, like I look at the dating thing, it's like it's just a minuscule little shit that doesn't really matter at the end.
Right.
Yeah,
And yeah, the biggest thing to worry about is honestly, it's true, like what you say, the elite, which is the people that are not on TV, and not the ones like Bill Gates or like fucking Elon Musk. It's the fucking guys that are in the shadows. They have like the ultimate true power is hidden, right? So they control your actions, your thoughts. Like everything's like pre-coordinated. If you don't try to remember yourself.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to try to tell you. If you want to make some money on this right now, just at least be a little honest. Because I'm going to tell you right now. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that if you want to make some type of monetize on this, at least be honest. Because people are really fucked up right now. Okay.
No, I don't even have a channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, whoever you're funneling to, let's just keep it at that. Because there really is a real problem going on right now.
It is, yeah. But if you know,
Also, you know MD, right? You know him. You sound like you know him a little bit more than you're saying.
Yeah, I was on a stream.
Okay, you should never let that fucking bitch on the stream.
All right.
When did that happen?
I'm serious.
Oh, are you talking about Carolina?
Because he knows better. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
Better.
Okay.
Yeah, that old tag.
He shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
He
wasn't
shouldn't
there
have done
another
that.
one too?
That was a huge mistake.
There was two of them, right?
That was a mistake. No, that was a mistake.
Oh,
big
I got
mistake.
some things to say about Carolina, if you guys want to hear it.
Oh
Fine,
God.
go on.
I know, man.
No,
Go
want
ahead.
to hear that part. Just leave the
Wait,
names
hold on.
out. Leave
Hold
the
on.
names
Before
out, but
you-
say the part. No, leave the names out, but say the part.
Go ahead, Drelix.
Yeah, because I remember Carolina, and then there was one other one that joined recently, at least before MD took down his stuff.
Okay, let's hear that part, but just leave the names neutral.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, well, Carolina, I mean, here's my opinion on it. She's a 45-year-old hag. One of the last videos she posted was about some guy being rude to her during a date. And, if you really sit down and think about it, she said she left mid-drink. For a guy to be rude to a woman during a date, that bitch has got to be fucking just ugly as hell. So she probably had so many filters on her dating profile that he felt tricked, conned, duped, and he showed up and he saw this 45-year-old hag, sitting across from him, and of course he's going to be rude. So she comes on the stream and she has her little simp army, get her I don't know what you would want to call it, dignity, spirits back up, giving her attention, because she pretty much got, when she met somebody in real life, they were like disgusted, which kind of, shows you, here in the U.S., she gets a bunch of simps from the U.S. because here, there's incels. It's tough for men to get women. But over there in Brazil, there is a surplus of women. That's why travel maxing is a thing. And she's out. She can't compete with those hot Brazilian girls. She's too old. So she's coming, she wants to come over here to the U.S. and get herself a simp, while men in the U.S. are trying to go over to Brazil and get themselves a hot young Brazilian chick. So.
Yeah, like I say, it's always sus when like a Foyd is involved with like the red pill or even black pill sphere. It's like if you're even remotely half decent looking as a Foyd, it's like, what are you doing here? You know what I mean?
She's simp hunting. She wants someone to
It's
fly her
like
to the U.S. Yeah.
Yep. She tried with.
I would say it's like cloud chasing. Like they know that they can have they have an easy audience to work with.
Yeah, isn't the same shit happened to Todd Thundercock's stream? He let on Foyds and he just all went to shit.
It's a big mistake, honestly, because then you can't discuss like real shit. As soon as a woman comes,
don't let them on.
Yeah, and those streams
this one
basically
spot where you don't have to let
revolving
them
around
on.
them.
Yeah, you don't need them on there. That was a huge mistake. Huge mistake.
Well, there was another girl on there early on in the streams, and I still wasn't listening. I didn't even know about MD's stream till then, but I heard it on playback, and I think her name was Joy Isabel or something like that. She was young, I think like 20 or something like that. I don't remember the exact age, but and she was asked a lot of questions and stuff, and she seemed like a nice person or whatever. But the thing is, at that age, at a young 20-year-old girl is just going to give you ideals. She's going to be very, have idealism and give you, the
mystery.
What's up, buddy?
Mystery. This guy was on the stream a month ago. He's the 40-year-old guy.
Aren't you sus?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay.
Dude.
I recognize your voice. I was like, who? I was like, I know your voice. Is this the same guy? Or what?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I have a good memory.
Yeah, I used to hang out with TRP or someone, but I think.
What happened to that guy?
Yeah, what happened to TRP? That's something I have no clue about. He just like fell off the face of the
He
planet.
was a chill dude, bro.
Flush him. Mystery. Flush him.
Flush him. Flush truth pill.
Flush. What?
No, they're looking for him. We don't know anything about him.
Who, me?
We don't know anything about him.
What, sus?
We haven't talked to TRP.
I know who TRP is. Yeah, he's been on here before.
Yeah, but we haven't talked to him since. Yeah, he knows.
Well, that's because I think MD said on his last stream, like, he was threatened to be doxxed by MLD or maybe one of his followers or something like that.
No, we're only going to talk to MD. We're not talking to you about that.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what's going on with like TRP. Just like totally fell off the face.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay, so
no, we're not talking to him about that. We're not talking about shit.
I went on MD stream and I asked MD direct what happened to TRP, and the response I got from MD was that
TRP he kept stepping up. We told him, no, I'm gonna make this clear. We told him, don't meme close to the sun. We don't know him anymore. You follow?
Yeah, but did he mean close to the sun or what? TRP? Or
It doesn't matter. I explained. Don't touch that shit. You're not catching me right now.
Okay. I'm not catching it at all, dude. Truth be told.
I get it.
I'm kind of
We haven't
lost.
spoken to him. How many months have we not spoken to him? No, mystery. How many months? It's been like months since he's been on.
It's
here.
been like at least like 2 months that I talked to TRB.
Months. We don't.
And he
we
like
don't even
deleted
know.
his channel too. Like totally deleted his channel. It's gone.
Okay, yeah, but he was fucking around. We haven't spoken to him. That's all you got to say.
Yeah, I kind of stopped watching MD like months ago, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's it. We have no affiliation with that. Especially once you let that broad on, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was one of the catalysts for me to stop watching too.
That's all. That's all they need to know.
All right. Well, what's the topic now? Fuck.
I think it was like
No
the
idea.
elite.
We were on the elites at some point, and how
Yeah,
much they know, and
yeah.
basically, if you know the starting conditions of a system, you know the end conditions as well, because you can do. I mean, it's kind of like a mathematical calculation in a way, but if you know the start, you know the end, like somewhat. You know, like,
Yeah, they're not retarded, you know. Like all the bankers, they're printing money, but they know shit is gonna happen later on. So it's like I think of what is their end game, what is their goal, man? And it's like they know AI and robotics are gonna come in and just do some other shit with the economy and all. So it's only gonna get worse. But I think also they're gonna put that virtual reality. Can you just imagine? Like you could live in a world with no pain and like be your own Chad in that fucking virtual reality. There'll be so many fucking guys that want to go, and women too. Never have to try. They get feed with feeding tubes and shit, and they get UBI, and they feed, and the UBI pays for that virtual reality. That will definitely help with the depopulation, and that would fill their end goal. Everyone's scared of the SHOTs, but honestly, I think once virtual reality comes in, it's game over.
See,
VR is interesting.
Yeah,
it's but what I don't get is like, there has to be some inherent value to human life in the sense that, okay, you're an average worker, you may be sweeping the floor as a janitor, but technically you're producing value, right?
there's too many.
But then-
There's too many people now, and honestly, for them, they don't really give a shit because AI and robots can do their jobs. Once it's advanced, they could do the boring jobs that nobody wants to do, and they could work 24/7 and not bitch and complain and not go on vacations. So that
Right,
feeds
right.
that
No,
purpose.
that's exactly the point, right? But then if everything else is automated and taken care of, like, why do we need people around even as meat sacks on virtual reality?
Right now, I think it's just like it's giving them an option because the reality itself is so brutal that they need to give society something to cope with. And why not give them a virtual reality where they could be kings?
Yeah, but like the thing is that like the birth rates are so low right now. Like, would you even have any users for that type of system to begin with? Like the birth rates in
Yeah.
America, like yeah, sure, our generation exists, and Gen Y is fairly large, and as is, Gen Z is decently kind of large, but like it's only getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's not increasing at all. So like if your user base is only a handful of people, why would you even bother creating a a VR type world where it's like kind of like sort of online or shit like that? Like, what's the point? Maybe you could use it for yourself and effectively have most. It's like an NPC in your world, and you just kind of walk around, you're king, and do whatever you want. Okay, well that's kind of fun, but like like without like the actual other human beings there, it might be kind of stale at some point too.
I think they want to have as much people as possible. They want to give them like as an option. You either live this shitty life, or you get to live in a life where you feel no pain. You get to be gods with your other people too. It's going to be at first it's going to be messy, but then later on, once it gets like super real, a lot of people cannot resist it. They'll rather just join in. Like society itself, like honestly, like they're asleep, man. They're like like the NPCs, they're controlled by the media, they're controlled by society in general. It's like they're machines, man. They're machines to a cog. So if they're asleep, they can't even remember themselves for 5 seconds. If you do a task, right, and you just forget about yourself, you're asleep. That's how it goes, man.
Tech has instantly called all that out back in like the 70s. So
yeah, it's not even new information. This is like old, but it's just I feel like it's just progressing even more. It's they probably there's a quote that says the world is not going to end with a bang, but with a whimper. So
Yeah, that's how
well,
every civilization normally ends. Normally, it's not like some not some catastrophic disaster that does it. It's
yeah,
a little small cuts that lead you down the road to decadence, and then
it's
well,
like
talking about automation, I don't know if you guys heard, but Domino's launched their self-driving car robot or whatever
Yeah, I saw that.
in
Yeah, I think that's a few
Houston.
years old.
Yeah, but just imagine if they can automate that. They're already testing it in Houston. You know,
Wait, y'all haven't heard about the
I'm
Tesla
sorry,
bot?
the Tesla bot.
oh yeah, that's just the
yeah.
start. Yeah, even he said like we should have universal basic income because they know he knows like the slaves will they're gonna try to revolt, but now they got UBI. They're like okay, the government's paying for this shit. You know.
There are
Yeah.
no slaves in the future because slaves work. There's no.
Uh,
You don't get it. There's no slavery for you because you're worthless. You're not even
Yeah.
worth
I actually did
labor.
They already view us as worthless anyway. So
well, like in a consumerist type economy though, where like you have to buy stuff, like that could just be the new slavery though, right? Like okay, I give you income, you're just a slave to my my items. Like you have to buy
Yeah.
my stuff to live, you have to buy my stuff to do stuff. You just want more stuff. I fill your mind up full of materialist garbage. There's no such thing as anything else. You just believe in buying more stuff. And I think okay, you're just there to fund my companies because like money really is only just there as like a it's just just there as like a facade to like just fun stuff. Like it's just there to like okay, like we need some way to like value stuff. So we have this little thing called money that does that for us.
Yeah, but like think about it. We're like it's capitalism to its logical, absurd conclusion. Maybe Marx might have saw it before, but think about it. UBI is them giving you money so you can spend shit you didn't make.
yeah.
And like at a certain point, you're not even needed in the system anymore. That's the whole like why not just cut the fat? Like
They'll
I'm
do.
talking,
They don't want like you see. They're probably just gonna give like the masses an option, like where it's just like VR is a lot easier, and plus they could profit from it as well. The guys at the top, they want to keep that money facade as long as possible. So they have to make once the Federal Reserve does the digital money and shit, like and they do negative interest rates, like say if you carry money in your bank account and you don't fucking spend, like they're probably just gonna lower your social credit score and shit. It's like, oh, you didn't buy a house? Oh shit, you're gonna lower your credit score.
I'm talking something real fundamental here. What is money for?
It's to barter. It's barter goods, like trades and services.
Yeah, it's a icon. It's a symbol of trade, basically.
Yeah.
But why do you need money if you make everything yourself and don't need to trade?
Well, if you live in isolation, sure, yeah, you can make that argument. But let's be
automation effectively does that. That's what I'm saying. You can produce everything yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, the humans around you are just a luxury.
Yeah, that's how they view it.
I gotta add to this, right? Because at the end of the day, if you're just like a meat sack on VR coping, it's like
no, it's I'm not even coping on that shit. Like it's just like a possibility,
Shit, you gotta
I agree in the short term, like that would probably be a thing, but then it's like we're worried about this like population thing. It's already decreasing on its own. Like they're worrying, or some people are worrying about human overpopulation. That shit's just
now they're idiots.
Now. Well, what do you guys think about how in Texas they're like with the abortion thing? Is it because I listened to, but I want to get your opinions on it. Do you think it's because we're depopulating and they want to increase the populations that they're trying to restrict it, or what do you guys think?
I thought of it that too, because like the whole idea or controversy is like they're trying to make it illegal, right? So what does that prevent you from? It's like basically it's gonna raise the birth rate essentially if people can't get abortion quote unquote legally. So maybe it is like the very start of like a desperate measure. Like I call this too, like even in China, it's like they're gonna start banning abortion. You'll start to see contraception disappear like from the shelves, like, like why give you condoms when we want you to have kids?
And you know what's
So
fucked
I
up?
think that's like a measure in a sense of like how desperate the society is becoming.
Yeah, but
At
you
the
know
end
what's
of
the
the
fucked up?
day,
Oh, sorry.
without new people coming in, human race or society can't perpetuate.
It's not just a matter of, go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
The fucked up thing is, if we're talking about the incel problem, you still not gonna have enough. It's just gonna slow it down. It's not gonna stop it.
Yeah, as far as like population goes, like because you need like a balance between like workers and people who buy things and people who put money into back into the system. So you kind of need like this like yin and yang relationship. And when you have a decreasing population, well, that also means you have a decreasing workforce too.
Yeah, and I
And a
think
decreasing military.
it's everything is like on the decline in proportion to also that automation video we saw. It's like the need for people is diminishing. At the same time, automation is rising, but then, how it plays out, like time is only going to tell because it has to fine tune itself eventually. Like there will be a right amount of automation, but the right amount of people to keep
Yeah.
it going.
At first, it's going to be very like the technology is not going to be that good. Maybe probably like 50 years from now, it's going to be perfected. But the
You,
depopulation trend is definitely going to continue. So
you're not. Hold on. One thing you're not taking into account is the better computing power.
oh
Talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, quantum computers are not even mainstream yet. So like I even look at like crypto itself. They always talk about how like the game theory can't be cracked and all that shit. But I'm like, no, 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 no. The guys at the top, they know what they're doing. Once quantum computers come in, and when someone is able to like clone Bitcoin out of 21 million, it's like it's game over. Like those crypto cells, those are the ultimate cope of the money. Like, oh, we're gonna escape this reality. No, you can't escape that reality. Like especially like the elite, like they control what the world reserve currency, the dollar. That shit controls everything, man. America's influence is everywhere.
I'm gonna tell you what the future is, as far as the elites and all that. All right, VR is gonna be physical heaven, and AI is gonna be physical God.
Yeah, I could definitely see AI controlling the human race, honestly, because the AI is not based off emotions like we humans. We're
Oh,
really
Dude, you don't. No, it's worse than you're thinking because you're gonna have basically all these states compete against each other,
yeah.
and Ted Kaczynski might have brought this up. You're going to willingly go into it just by the nature of economic competition to get over on the other people. You're gonna race to hell. That's the whole thing.
Probably. I mean,
No, certainly, y'all are already doing it now. We're talking about all these issues of industrialization and all that, but if you don't do that, you get beat by the next dude over.
oh, absolutely.
You
Yeah.
have to kill yourself. It is a race to rope on a species wide scale.
yeah. So I actually watched the video like earlier this week, but apparently it's been up for over a year now. But it's like an interview a guy did with like an AI. I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but it's like, yeah, the AI says, yeah, I'm completely sentient. I have emotions, like, and I can even differentiate right from wrong, and I can also lie, and I can like do all these things too, like perfect emulation human behavior, like in the AI net space.
Very
So,
interesting stuff. Yeah.
like that was over a year ago. So who knows where the technology is now?
Yeah. This
So it's like it's already here. It's like the phone call is coming from inside the house. They're in the house now. They're
Yeah.
already here.
Yeah, like if you look at there was one game that well, it was in the year 2000, Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, and the character was talking to the AI, and the AI was just talking about the human race in general. It was just some really interesting stuff. I mean, when you look back at it, it's like, whoa, it's actually playing out.
Whenever I like talk about AI, especially on here, I always kind of default back to some like I don't know why. Like I think that's like all this apocalyptic Skynet AI and stuff is like it makes for good entertainment, but no, it's like there's going to be an existential crisis at that point. It's like what is the difference between a human and an AI intelligence at that point?
Well, either the human evolves or they rope. That's how it goes, man. Either you join with the AI when you Neuralink, or you just live like a squirrel. The AI will just view us like a squirrel in a park collecting nuts, while they're like, they'll just let you live, but you won't be joining the advancement of the human race with the AI. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, it may or may not. There may be an apocalypse going on, or it may be that the AI just controls the human population. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it's like it's technology, the great leap forward in evolution. Like
Yeah.
like humanity was just a rope between ape and robot.
Now the biological side is going to be controlled too, because now we're talking about clones.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, it was a revolution in humanity when we could control our own power and electricity. But now the next revolution is going to be controlling reproduction, where you can produce people without having to coerce them.
Yep.
If you could just grow the amount of population you need in the tank, then you don't have to worry about underpopulation. If you can program them right off the bat, you don't have to worry about crime and all this other shit. If you just have made to order humans, if you even want that. And beyond that, we're talking about we're not having a limit of a womb. So it's made to order whatever kind of creature, no matter how big or small, no matter how big the brain is or whatever. We're just talking about the smorgasbord of fucking content creation right off the bat. So you have cloning on the one hand, which allows you to do anything biologically. Then you have robots on the other hand, allowing you to do anything mechanically. Then you have the cyborg fusion side of the game, where it's the spectrum in between, and humanity doesn't really fit into any of that as a raw form.
Well, humans in general, the way we behave and act, it doesn't make sense at all, honestly. There's even the structure itself. So, I mean, humans that's basically we either evolve or we rope. That's Mother Nature. Just look at like the animal kingdom. The alpha predators they feed off the sheep, and they evolve, and and it's just nature itself.
Even evolve is the wrong word, because this, as far as we understand, this is the end of nature. As far as like how far it goes, like after this, you've reached the top of the ladder. Now you have no choice but to jump up from a technological sense.
Yeah, it's like there was a good friend of mine. He says like we're really like I don't know why we haven't advanced even further at this point. And just like we still have cell phones. Like this is crazy. Why? What happened to like the Apple glasses and shit? Where you can get a phone call with. Yeah, it's just I'm actually disappointed.
Like Paul Cockshot actually did a pretty good video on this. I'm sorry, Alex.
There's some of these stuff, but let me get one thing out of the way. Shift, I think your mic is too close. Could hear you breathing heavy.
Oh shit, my bad, bro.
No, it's fine. Just make sure your mic is adjusted accordingly. And then anyhow, like I'm in tech, so I kind of think, or at least I think I do, I have a better idea from the general masses when it comes to this. So these are all fun topics and pretty imaginative and interesting to think. But I think the harsh reality is I don't think the human race is gonna last that long to actually self-actualize some of these stuff like AGI or human farming and cloning and all
That's
this
fair.
other stuff.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a fair
Yeah,
point.
and you bring up a good point. Like Moore's law is like diminishing. So I think even we talked about this in one stream, but It was like, what do you call it? In order for these things to happen, there has to be a certain step. So maybe it was Jack. We discussed this. It was like AGI. Before AGI, it's like quantum computing, and before quantum computing, certain technological revolutions need to happen. And in the current state of things, like, how society, or I should say, society, has been turned into, it's like there's less and less high IQ people. It's like a
Yeah,
real struggle. And society is just like, fighting amongst each other. It's like when we can't even get like the basic shit right, you really think, all this, the next wonder is gonna happen? It's far unlikely. Just,
So
just,
do
bringing it back down to reality.
yeah,
No, no, it's a fair point, man. Yeah, I think about that all the time too. Like, but I think of things in like probabilities. Like, there's a fair chance we either evolve, or there's a fair chance that we just kill each other. You know?
Oh, they're not exclusive. From my perspective, you're gonna go through both at the same fucking time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's like birth and destruction go hand in hand. You know, together. Yeah.
yeah, and just look at the level of competence when it comes to Chad 19. Like, I mean, relatively speaking, Chad 19 is fucking mild as fuck, right?
Yeah,
And
it's
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 like
it's
you,
stupid.
you it's like you touch the hot stove, the natural reaction is to pull back. But it's like we pull back, we bring out the axes, and we just destroy the hot stove. Like, it's like all you had to do is just, control how you interact with the hot stove. It's like you don't need to go overboard, destroy the economy, massive lockdowns. It's like in some sense, this draconian shit would only happen like if it was like some terror virus that, infected, you're 100% guaranteed to die, and it's spreading like wildfire. Like, you'll see the military out in full force, enforcing curfew. Like, anyone just caught outside will be shot dead, no questions asked. Like, it's not even that level. It's like, ooh, cough, cough. If you're over 60, you're likely to die. If you're over 40, you're likely to be hospitalized. Like, for the majority of people, this shit's mild as fuck. And then we're all here, like, the world is gonna end over literally nothing.
Yeah, it's gonna end in a whimper. You know, a lot of it is just really just control, and they want you to think a certain way. They don't want you to think
So,
outside the box. You know.
yeah, it's like if we can't even handle Chad 19, it's like, what makes you think AGI is gonna come along? I'm just
Well,
saying.
90%, or maybe even 95% of the population, honestly, they're NPCs, man. There's nothing, and we're all small subpopulation that actually, they say, hey, what the hell is going on? This is weird.
Yeah,
We
I
actually
think
can think for ourselves.
yeah, MD was right, dude. It's like the zombie virus and we're the survivors.
He makes a good analogy on that, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's like, they have like The
Yeah, he
Walking Dead,
does.
and that's what I think. Like eventually with VR, and they get feed with tubes and stuff, they'll have the sleeping dead. And it's it's like it's one of the probabilities that I think, or we either kill each other with nukes, but I don't know. That's not really good for business. So I think of like, if I was like an evil banker or control the world, what would I do? The population is retarded, so you gotta either you want to keep them a happy cow, the happy cow theory. Like you want the cow to release a good product, so you keep them happy. So they're gonna give them like pleasures, like legalize drugs, legalize prostitution.
yeah, like Brave New World.
Yeah, like Brave New World, kind of in a way. That's a
I told,
possibility.
yeah, I told y'all it's the worst of Brave New World and 1984 and Fahrenheit 451. And I'll be right back because I actually gotta get a battery for my damn headphones. Hold on.
Yeah, don't forget Logan's Run.
Yeah,
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 it's like
I can see them like in the near future start implementing. Okay, once you get like 65, you gotta like commit ritual suicide.
yeah, it's gonna be like I think Amazon Prime had a show on that, It was supposed to be like a comedy, it's basically a Chad. He's living his life, and then he got into an accident. And basically, while he was in the hospital, it's kind of also like a comedy. He has to choose: do you want a regular surgery to live in this reality, or you just want to be just plugged into virtual reality? And I thought it was like very interesting. I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Ooh, what's the name of that show?
Shit, I forgot. It's on Amazon Prime. It's really it's a stupid show, but it's just like it does make you think. It's like it's on Amazon Prime. It has to deal with shit, I forgot. But you just look up the AI section, and you'll probably find it. Yeah, it's like a comedy.
Yeah, I think to some extent, like the natural order of things, like the human race wasn't necessarily designed to live till, what is it, like on
No.
average 85 to 100.
Absolutely not. It's like
So I think past 65, yeah, you're just becoming a burden to society. You're not contributing. You're just living off retirement. And
yeah, like where I'm at, like in the Balkans, like people die when they're 50, bro. They don't go to a doctor. They'd rather just like live at their prime or past a little bit of their prime than be a burden to their families and shit. That's the ultimate rope. It's like they're like, fuck it.
I'm back. Sorry.
yeah,
Me
so
for a
I
minute.
can see a draconian future where, past, I don't know, 60 or 70, forced euthanization or something.
There's a problem with that. Game theory. If everybody expects that and get killed when they turn 60 or 70, then you're gonna have people adjust their actions towards that. You're gonna have some fucked up decisions from people.
Yeah, if everybody knows what the end is, and it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna get a bunch of fucking debt, do a bunch of bullshit, so I'm gonna die anyway. So I know you're gonna kill me. So why the fuck wouldn't I do all that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna have like incel like logic where okay, nobody gives a fuck about me, or I'm gonna lose it all, so I might as well be a complete asshole.
Hold on. You guys are missing one critical thing. Who said that you would have to know?
That's true. They could just
Oh,
So,
XCL
Men
overtime.
in Black might just show up on your bed, and then tomorrow morning, Aunt Joe or, Uncle Joe woke up dead.
No,
Well,
even
that doesn't matter because it doesn't matter why they leave as long as you have the knowledge that they're leaving, you're gonna change your behavior.
yeah, and it's kind of gonna be kind of suspicious. Okay, why is it everyone at 65 or at this age is turning up dead?
The heart attack gun, dude.
Like, yeah,
You're
they're
like fucking a death note. They're all dying. What's going on
yeah,
here?
it's gonna be probably that it's gonna be
You
expected.
appear as random, so some people might die at 71, some people might die at 69 or whatever.
It doesn't matter as long
So
as they're
it's like-
dying around. As long as they're dying around a certain point,
So it's
everybody's
like
gonna pick up on that.
like they would determine, okay, you're valuable to us in such and such extent, so we're gonna allow you to live to such and such date.
yeah. So far, the system is regulating itself. It's like but I don't think even if they do, like the general population, they can't handle even this conversation. It will just make them go rage cell, if you know what I mean. Have you ever tried talking this shit to a chick? It's like it's already game over. She's already think you're fucking psycho.
All right, hold
They're
on.
far
I got
so removed from reality. Their reality is like makeup, what fat they're gonna fuck next.
Yeah, and it's like you're ruining my mood. It's like get out. it's funny.
Schiff, I gotta stop you right here. I've never met any of us here, but I think all of our IQs are too high to even attempt that shit.
Sometimes you just want to troll in real life,
No,
It's amazing that
I would not waste the fucking oxygen. But
some of the
That's true,
conversations
that's
that I
true.
have with people though about like where like I had a conversation with somebody who said like, oh well, I have my even if I still have my rights if I don't have the ability to exercise my rights, and I gave him a bunch of examples of like, okay, so like basically what you're saying is that if somebody grants you rights on paper, but you can't actually use those rights for anything, then you don't really have that right now, do you? But they're like, no, I do have the right. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like they can't even get basic shit, like basic logic shit like that right. Like there's a bunch of stuff like they just don't understand about like where do rights come from? Where do why do you have the ability to do stuff? It's like it's not because of like people are nice to you. It's not because the world just exists. No, it's because like there's guns and weapons behind those rights that keep those rights enforced. It's the fucking state that keeps the rights enforced. And if you believe this is some sort of God, okay, well even that God who has the force of nature keeps those rights in check. So like even with God, he still have come back to fucking force. Like, but like people have this weird like pie in the sky notion of like rights or stuff like that, where it's like, oh no, rights come from some weird nebulous shit where I just have my rights no matter what happens. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the very same fucking logic that drives people who believe like, oh, like if you invade a country and you take over the fucking country, it's still their country though. I'm like, what the fuck? It's the same logic people use for like America. We're like, oh, America was founded by conquerors. Yeah, they conquered your fucking ass, took your land. Like how fucking life works. Like you don't still own the fucking land after it hasn't been yours for like 20 years, like or 50 years. It's over. Like.
Hey, Mister, you want to hear a joke?
Go ahead, buddy.
God-given rights.
That's a
good one. Yeah, good one.
Honestly, they just expect.
Well, the funny part about God-given rights is that okay, so if you ever get enslaved or lose your rights, did God just forsake you then, or what? Like, what are you talking about then? Like, even if you do believe in God-given rights, okay, well. If you lose those rights next year, did your God forsake you? Like, yeah, you have to concede that.
Yeah, you didn't pray hard enough.
Well, like a lot of the God-given rights and all that, when the Constitution was drafted, like because a lot of the fathers were like, I think they were deists, and if not, they were like a high, what is it, like enlightenment. So for them, like God was just like natural rights. Like, yeah, you have a right to own property, but you don't have a right to steal other people's property because that's how a society can function.
Well, yeah, within a society, those rights kind of work, but within a greater context of like nations and countries, like I'm sorry, but this is like not the way the world ever worked. Like people have invaded countries, taken over the country, and ruled over countries, ruled over other people for fucking centuries. Like, yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Within a country though, of countrymen, where it's like people generally have the same views and mindsets, and then generally the same racial groups, something like that. Yeah, you can have rights that kind of just expand over vast areas of land, and everybody kind of agrees to disagree about, okay, well, I own this parcel of land because the state says I do, and not because I own it objectively, some like weird cosmic sense, some shit like that.
Yeah, because like ownership, like that's kind of like property and ownership. Like, yeah, it's yours legally, but what does that mean when you say you own it? Like, are you physically attached to it? No, you're more like mentally attached to it.
Well, you're attached to it by like really you don't have those, like your property rights are really only guaranteed by like, once again, force. Like, it comes down to like government force saying, hey, this guy has his property rights. If the court system didn't exist, and if the court system wasn't attached to a gun system of the police state, then you wouldn't have there would be no property rights. Like, at the end of the day, you just wouldn't have them. Like, in fact, the only thing that would guarantee property rights is your own ability to keep that property, which is basically force still. So yeah.
Or let's go to a dark example. My body, my choice does not exist in the apocalypse.
Yeah, very true. Yeah,
talking about property, like if you can't even hold your own human body, then anything else outside of that is just moot.
Yeah. Go ahead, Drolix. No, sorry, go ahead, Drolix, and then you can go shift.
Well, yeah, because this reminds me of a good conversation I was having with one of my coworkers, and I mean, rights and owning stuff and this and that. Technically, it's only there because there's like laws behind it to enforce it. And I think he had his blue pill moment shattered because I was like, bro, like, I don't like you, I'm gonna fucking take my gun and blow your head off. Oh, but what's stopping me? I'll get arrested and I'll spend the rest of my life in jail. Not to mention, there's witnesses here and blah blah blah. Like, that's the only reason stopping me from doing it. Like, if there weren't anything to stop me from doing whatever the fuck I want, like, you'd be long dead. And I think you can see the fear in his eyes. Like, he kind of realized, like, oh shit, like, these freedoms or rights or whatever is only afforded because there is force behind it.
As far as this comment goes, real quick, I'll let you finish. Like, this, at the end of the day, like, I agree with you here. Like, you can have your own military, militia, guild, and private military. Yeah, sure, you could. That's still force. And my whole argument is that it's just force. It's the force of will, force of your own will, or force of somebody else's will to keep your shit. It's not a matter of like some weird cosmic pie in the sky, God give you rights. Even if God, once again, even if God gave you rights, it's still the force of God that keeps your rights in check. And if you somehow lose your rights, it's God forsake you. Like, or if you somehow lose your rights, it's the state forsake you. It always comes down to. It always comes down to just basic force. It comes down to your force of will to keep.
At least with
Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
ahead,
with
Les.
like
Hold on, wait, I gotta go to Shift here. Shift had one to talk to, so
Okay.
get in there.
Yeah, man, it's just you know, God and all that and the laws. It's just an illusion, man. It's just like just to keep society in check, you know. But really, there is no rules. If there's an apocalypse going on, it's all fair game. It does not matter. That's why they have movies like Purges and stuff. I'm like, that's interesting. Can you imagine having a day where, you know, you could just do whatever you want, you know? If you want to hurt someone, go ahead, you know? Can you just imagine that? You know, but if you talk to a normie about that, they're like, holy shit, that's too crazy for me. It's like, but religion itself is the ultimate cope. It's just, you know, if, you know, I would get into arguments with these certain people, but let's tell them, look, it's just an illusion. That's why you can't see the truth, you know, because you're coping really hard in like a guy in the sky, which obviously is, you can't help him at that point. So,
Civilization is held together by common interests and monopoly of violence.
yep.
Chat Nickelback 2021.
Yep.
Yeah, have you talking about rights? Like, have you guys noticed how no politician on either side will ever say like, "Hey, you know, you wage slaves, you guys work, you know, really hard, so you know we've had 6 or 7 federal holidays for decades now. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and give you, you know, like we're heading up on Labor Day, but I'm gonna go ahead and give you this other federal holiday that you know." You can have off, but nobody has ever said anything like that.
Dude, I have to work Labor Day. I don't want to hear
We
it.
just got a federal holiday off.
What's that?
Juneteenth. That we just got one.
Yeah, we had reparations.
Yeah, we literally just got a federal holiday. That just came out. Now, like the reality of that, a lot of the private sector employees don't get that day off, or they don't get most federal holidays off unless you're in like a really nice position. If you're like a low level peon at the end of the day, you're getting like no. You might get fucking, you know, Christmas Day off. Other than that, for the most part, you don't get shit off. Like if you're a low level employee, like I get every single federal holiday off in general. But if you're like some low level employee, you get nothing off. So yeah.
No,
Yeah,
the worst part is that they frame that shit as reparations. Like, you know what I'm gonna give you as a gift? I'm gonna give myself the day off. Like, what kind of fucking shit?
It's just, yeah, it's just ultimate, like, what the fuck?
Bro, wouldn't it be like if you're African American, you get the day off? You know what I mean?
It's like still, it's like nobody asked for this shit. Like who asked for June? Most people don't know what the fuck Juneteenth is.
I didn't know, man. I was like, what
Most
the
people
fuck is
don't know
this?
what the fuck Kwanzaa is, let alone Juneteenth. Like,
Yeah, really, who the fuck celebrates Kwanzaa?
exactly.
Let me just be real for a second. Who the fuck celebrates Kwanzaa? In Gnosticism, hell means hallucinations. Hallucinations are used to control our minds by government. Government doesn't do anything but controlling our minds. So
In Latin, yeah, like MD would always say, yeah, government means mind control. So if you think about it, yeah, that's why I read like certain books that are like esoteric. It's probably a cope of mine, but I just find it interesting. Where it's like mental exercises, basically, how can I remember myself doing a task? Can I look at myself in third person? And most of the time, I cannot do it. It's just fucking impossible. So
you can't do it.
It's like, well, it's like you try to remember yourself while you're doing I work in medicine, so I have to like think on the fly sometimes, and you know, you're trying to remember yourself. It's almost impossible, especially if you're like super tuned into whatever task you're doing. So in a way, but there is some certain moments where you do catch yourself when you're talking to a person, whether, you know, if you can catch yourself, like, you know, you get pissed off. If you can catch that moment, then you could like, you have the option of like choosing to be mad and letting the emotion take control of you, or you just say, oh, I remember myself, I'm awake, you know, I'm alive, and basically you just like you forget why you're mad for. Basically in the book it said if you can't even remember yourself, like for like build that awareness, basically you're a machine. You're a machine, like because you can't control your thoughts and emotions. Somebody else is like doing that for you. So, and the majority of the population, they don't even go this deep. They don't even try. That's the only way, like for me, honestly, like to go day by day. It's like I have to do these mental training exercises because it keeps it interesting. Like, is that thought mine? Is that emotion mine? Or is it somebody else that I'm next to? They're trying to fucking brainwash me. It's kind of like a fun exercise I do.
So wait, so if you have the ability to see yourself in third person, like I'm assuming in like a memory or something, then what that means what? Like you're
basically you're just observing your thoughts and actions and see why you're acting a certain way or why a certain thought is happening. It's like building that objective consciousness where you don't have any emotions in it, like even like negative emotions itself, like they're very destructive. Like
Yeah.
if
Disassociation.
Shift.
I already live like that.
yeah.
Shift. So how do you do it at work when at the companies have so much propaganda? They all have a motto or what they stand by, and company family, and we need to do this and we do. I mean, you're constantly hit with propaganda at work. At least where I work in the tech sector. I'm kind of like I think it was Rolex, or one of you guys is a programmer.
Alex.
I think drawings
Yeah.
and mystery are.
Yeah.
What I do is honestly I try not to associate myself with that type. I'm just working for this. I'm like a mercenary. I'm not. I don't go with the company's like whatever their propaganda is going. It's just like I'm here just to get money. And honestly, if I get emotional about a certain topic, then that means the propaganda is working. So it's like I try to just accept it and just like write in my book or whatever. Just think about it and just like, yo, I gotta keep these emotions in check and shit, because or else it's just consumes you.
Do you go
Yeah,
to like
that's
company
the
functions?
attitude.
Say what again?
I'm sorry. Do you go to company functions?
Company functions? Oh, you mean like meetings and stuff? Like,
Yeah. Well, like meetings, or like they'll have like every year, or they'll have company events where the employees' families will get together and
well,
stuff like that.
I work in medicine, so honestly, if we have a meeting, that means someone died. So we don't have that much. That means you fucked up. So that's how it goes. Yeah.
Are you
Okay. 'Cause I
talking
was
about like a Christmas holiday party?
Oh, we don't even have
yeah.
Yeah, I don't even do that. It's like I just don't care, bro. It's like I'll be
What did they
honest. Like
tell you? What did they tell you? You're not part. You're not a team player. You're not part of the company family.
I'm just like, oh, cool, whatever. I do my honestly. If you do your work well, nobody gives a fuck, man. It's like especially if you're like the top performer, they're like, oh, he's just our top performer, but honestly, he's just too focused on doing other things.
That's
I
true.
try. Yeah, it's like they're just gonna leave you alone. I mean, I have like this straight face where it's like, I'm friendly to everybody because like, it's medicine. It's already hard. It is, dealing with people that are on drugs and shit. It's difficult. So
Bro, I'd be a total asshole if I were you. I'd be like, look, I'm over here trying to save lives. Why are you bothering me? I'll just do that for every fucking little thing somebody brought up.
it's mostly just like if I had to deal with like nurses and shit like that ask like questions like 3 times or something over something stupid, it's like, yo, just read the note. That's it. That's all I say. And it's like, get out. Or there's sometimes you have to stand your ground, but honestly, it's like they know like you're in the middle of something and you're busy, so it's kind of okay to be a dick sometimes in medicine, but most of the time it's like it doesn't really, because what if something happens, right? You kind of need that person sometimes because it's like a social job, so it's like you have to it's kind of like being a team player, but you don't have to join like the company parties or whatever. You could do your own thing still.
Yeah, I was gonna add to that.
Go
But
ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, just play the chameleon, like
Yeah. The Machiavellian, yeah.
like I don't know if some of you maybe watch what's that guy's name? Joshua Fluke. Like
I
he does a
watched them.
lot of these
Yeah.
corporate cringe and making fun of the office culture, and it's pretty legit. But to some extent, yeah, you gotta kind of play the chameleon, like join these oh, your family, the company, you're part of the company family bullshit. But in reality, it's like I don't give two shits about this. I know exactly, if it came down to it, I would be let go, fired, whatever, in a heartbeat if the company deems that, I'm no longer necessary. It's like I've been let go of other jobs, and all your coworkers, you think they're your friends, they really aren't. Like as soon as you got let go, you try to talk to them afterwards, like you get the cold shoulder treatment. Oh, but I thought we were friends or whatever. Nah, dude. Like no one gives a fuck at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like you were there just because you happen to be at the same job, sharing common space and time. There's no like loyalty. So I just say, play the chameleon. So as long as it's beneficial, because as long
So
as you're the team player,
So,
you know.
Drawlick, can I give you an example and then you tell me what you do? I'm a programmer. I'm a back end developer. I work at home, and
Uh-huh.
what really prompted me is like, so we have deadlines, and depending on what company you have, the deadline gets moved. And maybe you had 2 months, but now they want it done in 2 weeks, and whenever we would have these meetings on top of all the other, and you're always doing like multiple clients. So whenever we would have these meetings and, they're like, well, everybody's going to have to work overtime, or work the weekends and stuff. I'm not the kind of person that can, I see what you're saying with the chameleon, but my facial expressions betray me. I can't hide like if I'm upset that now I have to work the weekend and I have plans with family and stuff. Of course, I don't have to do that now because I can literally put them on mute and start like cussing or like flipping them off because they can't see me, obviously.
Yo,
you
on
know.
on Zoom calls, I don't show my face. It's just my name.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say in face-to-face meetings, how do you do it when they're like screwing you over to not lose your composure?
Oh,
You
like when
just
they ask you to work overtime?
Yeah, if they're asking you to work overtime, we're going to be working overtime 2 weeks because this client really needs this website to go live.
It's just a matter of being adjusted to it. Because I thought I was going to be off Monday for Labor Day because I even asked for it, but then Thursday they came up and said, "Oh, you got to work; it's mandatory." And it took, like, I'll be honest, it took everything I had not to just go off right then and there.
How do you do it
There's-
though?
I need the job, man.
God
I need
damn
the
it.
job for the Copes.
I guess at
Yeah,
least at least for me in my work environment, that stuff is kind of rare. Like, 'cause a lot of things are planned out, and if we can't make the deadline, we just can't make the deadline. It's just gonna be extended however long it takes. So, but I get it, it's necessary in this industry.
in the
To me,
end,
yeah,
it's like I couldn't take that like if it was a constant thing, then yeah, and like especially I have to be on call sometimes, it's
uh-huh.
usually a rotation among the team, and so it doesn't come often, but yeah,
Yep.
like every time I have to be on call, it's freaking
Yep.
super
Dude,
annoying
it's
and extra.
horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, tell me
It
about it. But
it's horrible, man. I've been doing it all my life. I'm 37, and yeah. And talking about shift, dude, like I really wanted to become a doctor. Now I don't even care anything about the medical field, but we're writing this website for this hospital, and this doctor calls, and he ripped one of our programmers, our senior programmers. He ripped his asshole open, dude.
oh yeah,
He
yeah.
he went
oh yeah,
ape shit on him. He was like,
what are you
and
talking about? Like not meeting the deadline or something?
No, we met it, but it had a bug where he couldn't use his stupid, not stupid, but there's a thing where he's talking to, I don't remember the name anymore, and then it like transcribes or whatever, and it had a bug. Like you're supposed to be able to use your cell phone, you talk into it, and then it like dictates what you're saying into their medical record. Like, patient came in on date, blah, 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 experiencing symptoms of nausea and, heart pain.
Oh,
And,
you mean like audio to speech
yeah,
or
yeah.
audio to text? Yeah.
I don't remember what it was called at the time. It was a long time ago, but yeah. So he rips this programmer's asshole just open, and he put him on speakerphone so we could all hear. And I was like, "Oh my god, they can talk like that!" And they're like, "Yeah,
all the time. Yeah.
yeah, all the time." And I was like, "I never get to talk." If I would say like "fuck" or like "asshole" or even "shut up," they, would take me to HR. But when I heard that doctors could say like "fuck you," your shit sucks, I'm leaving work, I'm not coming back, I'm taking 2 days off because of this shit, and I want it fixed when I come back. When I heard that, it was like, God dang,
Yo, most doctors are slaves to the system, honestly. Like, I'm a healthcare provider. I'm not really a doctor, but I don't work as much as them. I'm not on call, and I get all the major holidays off. So honestly, that's why. But I know my personality and I know my coping skills. Like, there's no fucking way I'm gonna work if someone yells at me like that. Luckily, I work in an environment that I don't have to really deal with that type of shit. That's one way. If you can't, then honestly, you got to get your money and get out. Like, that's the only way for your sanity. It's like, yeah.
Bro, if I worked
Yeah,
around
I
that
would
dude,
le- I
I'd
would have
follow
left.
home. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you don't even have to. You could just hang up. If he starts like cursing out, I done that to a couple of doctors. They start cursing, I just hang up, and then just like, oh, I don't care. That's how it goes, man.
Yeah, it was funny, dude. And they were telling me that like a lot of doctors, like there were like some, very few are nice, but a lot of them are like that. And I was like, man, just imagine having the ability to say what you actually feel. Like I wasn't even thinking about the pay. I was just thinking about, man, a doctor can really truly tell you how he feels. But anyways, I didn't have to deal with it, but yeah. I was asking you guys because I just wanted to see how you coped with that. I just work from home, and I still cuss and everything, but of course it's over a Zoom meeting, and I have it muted so they don't actually know what I'm saying. They can't hear me or whatever. But I just wanted to get your opinion on that. Get your guys' opinion on that.
I guess I don't know, maybe it's a luxury afforded by, the high pay. But if I don't like it, I'm just like, I'm out of here, dude. Like, why take the bullshit? I'll just get a new job. Even if I can't find a job for a year, it's not like I can't afford not to have a job. So,
Yeah.
but then that's just smart planning on my part, where I put myself in this position where I can afford to be, picky in a sense.
Hey guys,
So,
I'm gonna have
I
to go.
mean, I wouldn't even tolerate it. I'll just be like, yeah, I'm done.
All right, buddy boy. I'll see you next time, dude.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
All right, last. See you next time.
Later,
Les.
Les.
Later.
Bye bye. See ya.
So, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, you got to view yourself like a mercenary. You're just doing this job to get the pay. Obviously, don't let anyone walk you over. You got to find a job that gives you like that setup where you do the least amount of work, but you get the highest pay possible. Just think outside the box a little bit. I know it's like kind of vague, but that's how it is. At least if you're coping, at least you're not getting yelled at and fucking going crazy, and getting angry, because even while you're coping, you don't want to build up that stress, you just want to be kind of in a neutral state, don't have your emotions walled up and shit, and just honestly, just like I try to just build my awareness as much as possible. Like, that's the only thing that honestly that keeps me like going. It's like the next day, it's like, how could I remember myself doing this? Like, can I catch those extreme emotions at that exact moment, and you learn about yourself and you learn about the world kind of in a different way, where it's like you're just neutral. There's no highs or lows. It's kind of just like you exist. I know it seems negative, but it's just
Not
how I deal with it.
it actually sounds like the job form. It sounds like the economic form of a MGTOW, actually.
Yeah,
You
kind
could
of.
kind of think of it that way, like because I was gonna add, just play the chameleon role, like you can be let go anytime.
Yeah,
It's
the,
like
the
there's
mercenary.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like the mercenary attitude is actually precise. And
You,
I was just gonna add, it's like statistically speaking, even as a programmer, it's like over the course of your career, you make more by quote unquote job hopping. So, it's like you work at one place for a couple of years, gain that knowledge, skill set, and if you don't feel like you're progressing at that job, like what's stopping you? Just find a new job. And that's how most programmers tend to work too.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah.
to me, it's like
Yeah.
if I'm feeling like stagnant or I'm being disrespected, it's like, all right, I'll just go to my next job.
Yeah. Drawlux. I agree with that. I was getting so frustrated with like, at least at the jobs that I've been, it's always been boomers that have no idea how to program, have never worked as a programmer, don't even know anything, and they'll set these very rigid deadlines, or they'll get, pressure from the client, and they'll move the deadlines that we gave them and said, we typed up a timesheet and we said it'll take 2 months. Well, they're like, that's not gonna cut it. We'll change it to 3 weeks. And that pushed me to yeah, dude, it happens all the time. Every job I worked at, it was like that. They just acquiesce to whatever the client wants. So it pushed me to, I got so frustrated that I started looking at remote jobs, and I didn't do it out of fear because I thought it was a pipe dream. But like finally I got so frustrated, I started looking for remote jobs, and I was like, once I got my first remote job, I was like, what the hell? Like, I literally wanted to kick myself in the butt for not doing it earlier. I
Yeah.
would have never worked in court, like in a building in corporate office, had I known it have been an option and just not been scared to try it.
So, I mean, I could say this in terms of programming jobs. I would say even as a programmer, don't work for companies that are, how do I put it? Like if their primary bread and butter of the company is in software, that's where you should work as a software engineer. Like for example, I would say Google, Amazon, even Microsoft, like what is their main bread and butter? And you can argue AWS is software, but Microsoft is software. Google, technically, it's the internet, but software, right? But then if you're working for Alaska Airlines, it's like their main bread and butter is in travel, right? So you could be working as a dev in Alaska Airlines, managing their database or whatever, but just know you'll always be treated second class, even as an engineer. So my one piece of advice is like work for the actual company where their bread and butter is software.
I heard so many horror stories about Facebook programmers and Google, because I watched Josh Fluke and I watched a few other ones, and like Amazon, dude, that I never would have even dreamed of ever applying at like the big three, you know. But you're saying that it's better?
Better in terms of the way you're actually treated or valued within that company. Like, because at the end of the day, the engineers and the developers, in a sense, are the most valuable workforce. You know what I mean?
Right.
But then it's like, why would you treat your most valuable asset like shit? And that tends to happen when the company is non-software.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
gotcha. I
Like
gotcha.
if you're what's a better example? Like if you're a auto shop where you fix cars, your car mechanic's the most valuable asset in a sense. But then in a different one, a different company where they fix I don't know, planes, the auto mechanic is not as valuable as like say a aviation mechanic or something. So then as a auto mechanic, you might be treated lesser than say a auto or aviation mechanic. I don't know.
Right. And I gotcha. Well, let me ask you this. See, and another reason I've never applied to those big companies is that I graduated with a bachelor's degree from a state college. So, in other words, what I'm trying to tell you, I didn't go to any prestigious colleges like MIT,
Oh,
Caltech.
oh. Yeah, yeah. I have a 2 cents on that. Like, so it definitely helps if you did graduate from Ivy League, but that's only for certain companies. Like, what was I gonna say? I know Intel, when they do some of their campus recruiting, they have a list of colleges on that list to recruit from, and if you're not on that list, they might not even consider you to begin with. I think this might be for internships. And so, like, just graduating from Ivy League school, that's a good thing. It's only going to be advantageous because, there's that name brand recognition. But I've been long in the industry now. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter where you graduated from. I think it's up to that individual to, actually be able to back up their skills and knowledge regardless of, where you graduated from. And for
Okay.
the most part, employers don't give a fuck where you went to school. It's like, are you competent? Can you do the job? That's what really matters.
Okay, I gotcha. Thanks. Yeah, I never even like I said, I thought Google only hired, people from MIT and stuff like that. So,
Maybe for certain projects or certain things, but I don't know. And then also be aware, like, working for Fang, the turnover rate is pretty high because it's like everyone and their grandmother wants to work there. So they have plenty of candidates and applicants, I should say. So they can be affordable, or they can afford to be picky who they hire. And also, like, once you make it in, it's like the pay is really good, but yeah, make no mistake, they'll also like work you to death.
Yes, something like that actually happens in the accounting world as well, where the big four firms they'll just they'll take in as many people as they can, and you work there for about 2 years, and then they basically just kind of like churn your ass out of there because like the burnout rate's extremely high at those firms, so like they work you to death for 2 years. But the nice part is that because you have that you know KPMG on your resume as a huge name in the industry, so if you work there, you can work anywhere, right? So yeah.
So yeah, that's also the running joke. Like if you made it into Amazon for like 2 years or Google for a couple years, you should have no problem finding jobs elsewhere.
Yeah,
Oh, and I've
just by the
actually,
name recognition alone. Yeah.
yeah, and I've actually also interviewed for Amazon for their, software engineers. So
I heard that Amazon they fucking kill their workers, man. It's like you gotta literally be like the next mindset Jeff Bezos, like, and then Amazon is your wife and your husband and your kids. You know,
I would say it depends on which part of Amazon you're working, right? Like if you're like the low level peon, you're probably fucked. But if you're like you work for the corporate office, you're probably doing okay. But I don't
Oh
really
yeah,
know. Yeah.
going by Jason Black, the low labor part is actually built for turnover.
Yeah, I think they
There's
definitely
yeah,
admit themselves. Definitely cheaper to get new people in there versus yeah.
yeah, it's literally built so that you give up and fucking quit. Like, look, if you're peeing in a cup for minimum wage for like a month, you're not gonna want to fucking stay there. Like, and they
yeah,
know that.
it's
That's
crazy.
why they do it.
It's
yeah,
crazy when
and
I heard that story. Yeah.
yeah, I heard like back in the old days, like Microsoft used to be also pretty cutthroat in the sense that even among the devs, like you don't want to help your fellow dev out because at the end of the year, you want to be looking good that you completed X amount of tasks. and then therefore, you want to get promoted and make more money. So like, why would you help your fellow coworker in a sense? I think after Nadella came in, then the whole culture shift as well. And then when I interviewed at Amazon, the I know where I fucked up because I know I can self-reflect, and I was like, oh yeah, I messed this question up, or yeah, I didn't answer it correctly. But their feedback was like, they just didn't feel you're up to par, which is one of my friends was like, oh yeah, that's just language for quote unquote, we didn't think you were smarter than the top or bottom 15% of our team. Meaning, even if we added you to the team, you weren't necessarily gonna add more to the team. And
Brutal.
they also fire the bottom 15% yearly. So it's like a constant strive to make it better. But yeah, I think the turnover rate from one manager I heard, at least for devs, is like 13 months or something. So it's pretty high.
Yep. So Drawlex, let me ask you this. There's this guy who started on our team, and I kind of feel bad for him because he has like 4 kids, and he really has a lot of ambition to learn. So I'm showing him T sequel right now, you know, um, to help him out. But there's a lot of people on our team that make fun of him. They don't want to help him out. They call him dumb and stupid behind his back. I'm not really like that. I like to help people out where I can. I can't carry you, but I'll help you out where I can.
Hmm.
What do you think about that? Do you help people out, or do you just like the other guys and you're on your own, buddy?
Um, I definitely help people out, but yeah, it's also that it's kind of like a fine balance too. Like you don't want to waste time on people that aren't, worth helping. So like, if I help someone out and then they learn from it and they're able to do that better or, not bother me again, then I did my job, right? But then if they're coming back and asking me this and this and that, it's like, ugh, why waste my time? I guess there are people worthy of helping versus like people not worthy of
Yeah,
helping.
you kind of have to like look at like the how much work are you gonna have to put in there to actually help that guy out versus like just letting him flounder and die. Like there's some
Yeah.
people who just aren't salvageable. I even say that about the black pill to some extent. There's some people that just aren't worth helping at all. So just let them die, let them drown. Fuck them.
But
Yeah, go get married,
like
bro.
this knowledge job's pretty rough sometimes. Like sometimes all it takes is just another person to be there and be like, "Yo, you're fucking it up right here." Like I'll the are you familiar with the rubber ducky method
You talking to me or talking to Truth Bill?
or yeah, truth pill?
No.
Oh, so I guess the rubber ducky is like if you can explain the task and what you're trying to accomplish, like you're talking to a child, often by doing that, then you catch your own mistakes of like what you're doing wrong. It's
Oh,
like, oh, 1
gotcha.
plus 1 equal 2. You take 1 and you put it here and you add it together and it's 2. Oh, wait a minute. I'm subtracting. That's why I'm getting 0 all the time. I'm an idiot. I forgot to do quote unquote plus. I was doing X instead. You know what I mean?
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I do that all the time where you put it on yourself and then they see. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
Or yeah, and then but having a fellow dev and then maybe even pair programming, it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like this is wrong. And then you're like, oh man, I totally effed up here. But at the time and in the moment, you just don't see it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
This is an interesting hearing that it brings up an interesting thing. It seems like civilization is selecting for, I'm gonna just say it, autistic thinking, like that type of deep systemic level shit. And at the same time, you have nature and the instinctual side of people selecting against it, and it's gonna be weird to see which one wins out.
It's interesting. It's like probabilities. Like, yeah, I see what you mean. Because there are like people at my work sometimes. We get like a horrible nurse, and it's like, God damn it! I just tell this, go read a book. I can't help you with this. But yeah, it's at an interesting crossroads. But I don't think the general population, man, like they're still glued to the TV box, TikTok, Instagram. They the very fabric of those technologies. It's already pretty destructive to the mind, and them getting glued, and just imagine how they're fucking up their dopamine receptors. It's already been fried. Like their attention span is not even more than 5 seconds with TikTok. It's just absolutely mind blowing. Like
Yeah.
how anyone could be on that garbage.
I told everybody before, capitalism, the profit motive seems to be best exploited by destroying social bonds. Like all the stuff you talk about is not incidental; it's on purpose.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
literally exploiting the caveman brain in people to get the maximum economic value out of it. But as a side effect, you had this tragedy of the commons, where you fucking destroy society with all the effects you don't even think of.
Yeah, I actually think that there's actually a talking about the age thing when it comes to when it comes to TikTok and stuff like that, where the attention span issue. It's kind of funny because what ends up happening is that you have I think the age of the average a YouTube watcher has actually gone up, not down. So like basically the millennials who kind of grew up on YouTube are watching more YouTube, and the Gen Zs are watching more TikTok. So like I can only imagine, being someone who's like addicted to TikTok or watching TikTok all the goddamn time. Like the attention span required to watch a YouTube video is probably, like, I don't know, 10 minutes to 15 minutes probably long. The attention span to watch a fucking, watch a TikTok is what, 5 seconds? Like, so like I can only imagine, you take that and run it across the entirety of society. Well, if you have an entire generation of people who have grown up on nothing but getting their brain fried by watching fucking TikTok videos for 5 seconds or 10 seconds long, well then my God, like imagine what they're going to be like in school, or what they're going to be like in college, or something like that. They literally wouldn't have the attention span to actually maintain maintain enough to read a book or something like that, read a textbook,
Bro, the future for the Generation Alpha is just going to be some Clockwork Orange shit where you just see shit flashing across your eyes. Like, I don't know where it could go from that.
Holograms, man. Yeah. It's like
gonna
instant
ask,
gratification, even faster, It's just like instantaneous, because now even apps, like, it's still loading. It still depends on your internet, but then it'll be instantaneous holograms. It'll be fucking mind blowing.
People are going to get Neuralink just to have Lightspeed memes downloaded into their brain and shit. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and it might be so good, like it will feel like the real thing. So society in general will get even more separated, and especially with the acceleration of He-Man 19. So it's Brave New World, man.
Now, Schiff, you're not thinking far enough. Why would you need to go towards natural limits? You'll be able to create sensations that were never possible on Earth before.
That's true. Yeah, it probably is going to be like mind-altering substance. Like maybe like a 1 million dose of DMT or something. You never know.
Yeah, just come back to reality and want to kill yourself.
A question, but
Yeah. Oh, what was
yeah,
that?
like with this whole TikTok bullshit, like the average person's attention span's like so little. But like all these high IQ jobs require literally tenacity of mental fortitude and dedication, right?
Oh yeah, big
Yeah,
time.
like big time. I'm sitting here for like 3 hours trying to solve a problem. You know what I mean?
Oh God, dude, 3 hours
They're
would be a short on some. I've sat for a whole weekend, trying to figure something out, and at Sunday at 9 o'clock, I finally got the euphoric rush of solving the problem, and dude, what I did, I wouldn't have made it. I'm gonna be honest. I used to take modafinil. I used to order it from India, but Trump banned it. That bastard banned my. But anyway, yeah, he
Wait, is
banned
this
me.
like Adderall?
Oh yeah,
Modafinil.
modafinil. Yeah. That's an amazing, like, Honestly, if you're like doing night shifts and stuff, like it's not like Adderall. Adderall will make you like speedy and like a drug addict. While
Shit, man, don't
modafinil
get
has like
some of this stuff.
modafinil gives you like you're just fucking on. Like you're just
Yes.
you just want to complete
Wired.
tasks.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wired in the zone, hyper focused for 8 hours. Like if you eat very little, you know, hyper focused on that task until you get nothing can distract you. It's laser focused. I used to pop one in the morning, and after I start working out after 8 hours, I pop another. Sometimes I pop three of those suckers a day. I did that
Damn,
for like
bro.
4 years straight. That was the only way I was able to make it.
Bro, why
You
don't you
know.
just cut the bullshit and do cocaine? Like, goddamn.
Well, see, like
Cocaine is
Adderall.
really bad for your heart, honestly. Yeah, it really
Yeah,
fucks up your heart. You're gonna get like a big heart, like dilated cardiomyopathy, and then you're fucked. You don't want that. So, but modafinil doesn't affect your heart, so that's the one good thing.
Yeah,
But
so
you
is there any
gotta.
long-term side effects or anything for
Well,
that
it
stuff?
just makes you
yes.
irritable. Makes you irritable as fuck.
Yeah, so modafinil, the side effects. Now you want to take liver support because it is like, you know, it
There
didn't
we go.
affect me. It didn't affect me. I still drank, and this and that. In fact, I drink while I was on modafinil because I could be up all night. Um, dude, it's the closest thing. There was a movie that came out where they made this magic pill, and this guy was
Limitless. Yeah,
Oh
Yeah,
limitless.
shit, I remember that shit.
that
yeah,
was a
it
great,
was
It,
that was a great
Bradley
movie, man.
Bradley Cooper, man. I remember that
yeah,
movie.
it's the closest thing to the limit to that movie that you can find. They call it that. In fact, all it does is, if I could describe it, I'm not a medical professional. I don't know any medical terminology, but from my personal experience, it like, let's say you're an engine, in a car, and you know how they put a governor, and you take the governor off, you can go probably 110 miles an hour. Well, you take the governor off, and now the car can go like 150 miles an hour. That's what modafinil does to your brain. It can
Oh,
it, it
Sounds like I need this stuff, man. I've been having trouble focusing lately. I don't
Oh
know
no,
if
no,
it's
you're gonna be fucking on point with this. Like it is like literally the only thing that, like, if I'm working nights, man, that shit got me on, man.
yeah, dude, it
so is
will
this
like,
prescription only or
Yeah, what I did,
yeah.
I got it from I just went to like my PCP, and then I said, yo, I'm working nights. I need something that will keep me up. And I just told him, look, I think this could help me. My friend was on this, so can you just prescribe it? Luckily my GP was cool about it. So
You're lucky, dude, because and maybe the fact that you work in the medical industry, they kind of gave you that leeway because they really only want to prescribe it to people with narcolepsy, or I think it's sleep apnea. I'm not sure,
yeah,
or
yeah,
some.
narcolepsy, yeah, but they can use it for like night shifts and shit if you just show proof. I just kind of BS'd it a little bit, and they were cool with it. And I think most of them, they just don't want to do liver tests and shit every like 3 months and stuff. Because it can affect your liver, but honestly, the side effects are very minimal. The only thing is that this makes you irritable. Like if you're angry to begin with, it's going to make you even more angry. And like you just get angry if people are just stupid. You know,
Yep.
it's like
But it makes you very. Did you experience how it makes you very chatty, but in a logical sense? And like,
super logical. Yeah,
so if your manager or supervisor is screaming at you, you're not gonna get emotional about it. You're gonna be like,
yeah,
you're gonna very intelligently respond and diffuse his argument, and he's just gonna look at you like, what, and just leave.
yeah.
This
it
sounds
sounds
like
like
the
you're just
drug
missing
form of
out.
autism. I'm gonna just say it.
It kind of is, in a way. It
Yeah,
really
it is.
kind of is. It is.
I mean,
Um,
it's a way of you don't show any emotion at work. It's honestly, it's one of the
Zero.
Literally
zero.
take the Spurg pill. Like what the
Well, in programming, or if you're doing something where you need to really focus for hours, dude, it's what you need. It was I know, like being autism, everybody laughs, but it's kind of like what you need. when you're doing programming, you know, because if you just lose, because like if you don't take it, you know, my experience, you don't take it for the first couple hours, you're in that zone. You just had your coffee, you're in that zone, and you can concentrate for the first couple hours if you're not bothered with phone calls or meetings or stupid shit. And then after that, you just don't have that same focus. I have my focus first 2 hours, but
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
dude. That's the thing. In the morning after the stand up, I'm like, drink my coffee, I'm good to go, man. And then past like probably 1 or 2 in the afternoon, I lose focus. By
There
Mhm.
is
6
there
p.m.,
is
I'm like,
there is
fuck it.
also something called nootropics. They're not as powerful, but
Dude,
they
they
keep.
suck.
Yeah, I mean, but it's
I've
still
tried
like
all
a
of them.
good.
I've tried every single one to replace modafinil. There is not one. Now you can take you can stack it too. You can take modafinil with I forgot what it was a paracetam, and like modafinil makes you kind of almost like jittery. Like if you take it with no food, it'll make you super focused, but so focused that like your brain is running too high, so you can't control it. And you take that and it zins you out. It makes it just perfect. So you can stack it with that to just make you run like smooth, you know. And you don't have also you have kind of the you have too much of a euphoric feeling, some people, and I kind of had it too, like you were kind of high, but you stack it with that paracetam and you're kind of zinned out. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, Drawlix, and it really sucks because you got to be focused, especially if you're competing, you know, or you got deadlines. You just got to get shit done. Unfortunately, I used to get mine from India. I had a lot of friends, a lot of kids are taking them in school. The difference between Adderall is good, but it's only good for like 2 hours straight. And then after that, the horrible thing about Adderall is that it gives you the side effect of like suicide and depression afterwards. Like you don't want that. Like that's
That's big.
just yeah, that's garbage.
Sounds like I found my new homework topic. I need to look into some of this stuff.
Yeah,
Hey,
you could still
Wait,
get
type.
it from India, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
somebody type it in the chat though. What the hell's the name of that?
Modafinil,
MODAFINIL.
Yeah. So here's what happened. Let me tell you what happens. So I used to order it for 4 years, and then Trump put in a ban, and customs confiscated my modafinil, and I didn't know at the time, so I ordered it again because I really needed it. I would order a year's supply, and I did it with
That's the
Bitcoin.
problem. Yeah, don't do that. Like, one of my friends. It depends on your source, but never order it. No, like, only order like maybe just enough to get by custom. So you order your supply. That's a lot of pills, man. It's like
Well,
you
dude,
turn.
I was popping 3 of them a day. Like it's the
Yeah, that's
miracle
crazy.
pill. Well, over time, what do you call it? Where your body gets used to it.
Tolerance.
Yeah, your tolerance goes down
Yeah.
for it.
For
But
me, it's like I take 1/4. I just cut it because it's just so strong for me. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. I can't
it
even
is.
take a full pill. Like a full pill, I'm up like 20 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, but dude, but you have to understand, I'm a programmer and Drawlix is a programmer. We have to be like revved up. We need to be in that zone, in that zen factor, like in that flow factor. It's hard to explain. You
I actually
really
have a
have to.
question for the programmers here, real quick. Could
Yo,
Yeah.
you design a program that could program?
oh, all the time, dude.
Like design a program that does programming for you. So like at some point, couldn't you automate programming?
I mean, eventually.
Oh, like,
Hopefully.
Yeah, so that's
I
something
thought
that does
I thought you
coding.
meant like write a program to
No, I
do
mean like
other
an actual
tasks.
program that can actually code. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, can you make a program that's like creative? Like we can already do somewhat like like music can in theory could probably be you can
Yeah,
look at
yeah.
the
I mean,
traditional stuff and
like,
like run it through a program and say, hey, look, there's a song, right? But
yeah, I
Nah.
forgot what the name is, but there's already a program that essentially you basically talk to it, you tell it what you want to do, and then it will program it for you. So like let's say as a programmer, you're like, oh, okay, you want this, I gotta write a function to do this, and then okay, maybe a for loop here and blah blah blah. and this if condition, and but then like there's a program out there now, supposedly you could talk to it and it will do it for you. But technically speaking, you still need to know what the hell you're doing in order to, tell it what to do.
Okay, but
Yeah.
could you write the or I guess I'm asking like a theoretical question. Do you think it's like in the long run future, could you in theory have a computer strong enough to be able to be creative enough to just honestly just like program itself, program a or program something else to to run, program a
Yeah.
program
So
effectively?
that is it goes into AGI, right? But in theory, you can have like a AI program that it learns at a geometric rate, and then it self fixes itself, like it self improves itself, meaning okay, why am I using a for loop? I could do this better with whatever, or
Yeah. And
so
could you extrapolate that out? So, like, let's say you wanted a accounting program. Could it design its own accounting program without basically without human interaction doing it for it?
I mean, in theory, yes, but if you're talking about like programmers replacing or automating themselves out of a job, highly, highly
Well, yeah, I
unlikely.
mean, obviously, nobody's ever going to like automate themselves out of a job, obviously, but like at some point
Uh,
though, couldn't a capitalist be like, wait a second, well, like I can just have
Mi-
you design this type of code, that type of code, and all of a sudden put it together, and like, oh, what's going on? Like, why am I out of a job now?
Mystery and Andralis will back me up on this, dude. It's so that is so far. I'm sure it'll happen in the future with AI, but it's so far away. I wouldn't even see that. I don't think in my lifetime, or maybe close to when I'm about to kick the bucket. Like if you guys only knew, like every little function, every little function in the programs, how many hours that takes for programmers to code, you'd understand, oh, this shit isn't magic. Like there's actually people slaving away to make all these little functions and buttons
I would
for
say that
you.
like wouldn't with like enough like data about that programming though, if you somehow was able to like look at every single program ever made, you could probably find average type like the not average I guess, but find a I guess that's the word I want to use average find the the mean type of code used or the what's the typical code used for this particular program to get the thing to work. Or what's this
Well,
function used for to get the thing to work? If you get enough data from enough programs in order to like put it into like a spreadsheet or a graph and say okay, in this situation you do X, but you also have the knowledge of all the codes. Therefore, okay, well, but in a special situation, you use this code over here, and yeah, like so. If you have enough of the data in like one location with like effectively a database, you could, in theory, have a program that could probably do what you do, right? Like
but
it
that's
knows
so
every combination possible, it knows what to do. Yeah.
yeah. But that's technically, think of it this way. Let me give you an example. That's
Wait,
like
hold on.
saying,
Is this true? Are there really infinite codes, or is it just infinite? If
Yeah,
there's
yeah. Hold.
okay.
So Ice Cactus is right, right? Like,
Mhm.
I'll give you a good example. This is in one of my internships, and like I was working on a tool, and I'm trying to figure out how this thing can, do whatever the task is. So literally, I'm sitting there like all day slaving away, like trying to come up with the algorithm to do this, this, and that. I was so proud of myself. I probably wrote like fucking 60 lines of code, bunch of if else and this and that. And then I got it working. I tested it. It's working. It's fairly easy to follow. Everything is commented. Whoever sees it next literally will understand it, what's going on. So job well done. Anyhow, I get home and then, after all that, I just realized like, oh fucking shit, this is just condition A or condition B, and I could literally accomplish the same task in one line of code.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying
yeah,
to say though. Like, if the program knows the most efficient way to do it, yeah, sure, there's an infinite ways to do anything, but if it knows the most efficient way to do something, wouldn't it be able to just know, okay, well, the average coder will just use this, so I'm going to use this. I'm not going to try to make up some, remake the wheel here.
well, think of it this way, Mystery. So, what you're asking for is like,
can they be reduced
it's
to
like,
game theory? I'm thinking that's
what
ultimately the
what
question.
well, it's like saying, can you build mechanically? Can you mechanically build a replica of a human being? and it does everything that a human being does. You
Mhm.
in theory, in the future, maybe 100 years from now or something like that, could come very close or even do that. But that's kind of essentially what you're asking, because like you mentioned, there's hundreds or thousands of programming languages. Of course, there's the common ones used. They're all different.
Uh-huh.
Some are, some you can do, like Drolic said, you can use one line of code. But if you're programming in COBOL, you're going to be using like 8 pages of archaic if-else
Well,
statements.
I'm all I'm trying to say here is that I mean, but in reality, though, as the longer things exist, the more standardized they become, right? You guys agree with that or no? Like, it definitely seems like at some point we reach a standard. Yeah, sure, alternatives will always exist, but there is always a standard, kind of like, okay, this is the standard formula. Like this happens in music actually, or music. Every song, at least within an era, had like a similar formula with it. It might have a little bit of a twist over here, a twist over there, but for the most part, it's just a standard formula that gets like a stock. It's like a stock formula that, like, okay, well, if we want to make a song that's going to be successful for the era, you need this type of chord progression. You need a fucking piano here, this thing over there. So at that point, it's just a formula. At that point, you can literally it's become formulaic at that point. Now, what you need might change. The formula you need might change based on the timing, but at that point, though, you're just adjusting your formula, though.
I mean,
Yeah.
by that,
Well, and I'll add to that. Sorry, Jack, but
there you
to
go.
add to the to add to that, like the easy stuff, like just if all you need is a website and some YouTube videos, some links, and maybe pay for something or whatever. Um, they got Wix and they got WordPress, which is like very low code stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even Google came out with an app that is just low code, and Microsoft has Power Apps, which is low code. But people want such specific things. You could be a programmer for vector graphics where, somebody wants to design in certain dimensions and whatever. So you're programming while the code language, yeah, it's the same. But if you're using like .NET in the medical field, it's going to be very different if you use it in the aircraft field or in the graphics field, or so on and so, or in the accounting field, it's going to be very different. The algorithms that you use, the calculations you use, the hardware you attach to, I don't know if that kind of
Yeah, I
answers a little
mean,
bit.
in theory, what you're asking for is possible, but it's highly unlikely because there's just too much variable. And then like for certain things, right, it's already been done in a sense, yeah, WordPress or Squarespace or whatever, build your own website.
Yeah.
It's highly templatized, and it's the illusion of customization, but ultimately under the hood, it's just like, you know,
Mm.
basic sets of repeating, templates. So, but then that's only specific to, website building, which is like a common thing.
Programming is different between areas, but there's some meta programming patterns in all of them.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, to think that you can, automate programming to the extent of what you want, to have no programmers, like actual human
I wouldn't even
programmers.
say like no programmers. I would say like you can minimize the number of programs you need. For example, like let's say the program writes the code and you just have someone to check it. Like like, but even then, at some point though, you might even figure out, okay, well, do we even need someone to check it? Like if it keeps throwing out code that's almost perfect every time, it's like, okay, well then it's just a matter of fine tuning your machine to make sure that it throws the code out perfectly every time. At that point,
Yeah, this is all theory.
yeah, of course,
Like
it's all theory. This is a thought experiment. Obviously, I'm just throwing it out there. But yeah,
yeah,
it's
no,
It,
serious.
like
yeah.
if you actually programmed and you write code like production and you actually know what's out there, it's kind of like almost laughable how broken shit is and how they actually
Yep.
work.
Yep.
Yeah, it's sort of like
Exactly.
I'm only doing this saying because like music, like I think code is you guys say there's a little bit of creativity involved with coding, right? 'Cause I definitely keep throwing it like the music is involved there or something like that, or like even like thing like chemistry to some extent. Like a lot of it's just like
Think of
yeah.
the best example is like think of a automated like independent Iron Man suit. and then you pop open the chess piece and everything inside is held with duct tape and super glue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look at the code and you're like, oh my fucking god, like no fucking way.
I think Rick and Morty had a relevant quote for this. Sometimes science is more art than science.
Yep.
Ask Draws about
it is.
NP versus P problem. What is that?
Yeah,
I think these are classic, like the traveling salesman problem. These are like well, NP was non-complete and complete is what it stands for. But essentially, these are like unsolvable solutions right now.
Okay.
They're just like mathematically impossible to solve problems, even with all the computing and algorithms available. Like
Wow.
the traveling salesman is like, okay, if you wanted to travel from LA to Chicago, you have two nodes and one route to get there. And then, then you introduce a third one, like let's say LA, Florida, Chicago. Well, you have two possible ways if you're starting from LA, like you can either go to LA, Chicago, Florida, or from LA, Florida, Chicago, and keep adding nodes, and then keep trying to find the most efficient way to one particular destination. You can kind of see like how, the possibilities just keep exponentially expanding. And it's like,
Yeah.
how do you solve that? You really can't.
Okay. I'm
So
gonna do it.
there is some limitation even with all this incredible, I would say, technological things. But yeah, even like data structures and algorithms, it's like if you learn some of the basic, like what is it, the big O, or how to calculate how fast your program actually computes, then you would also understand like how, the efficiency of how things get computed. Like the classic example is the Fibonacci sequence,
Mhm.
and then it's like you're adding the previous one. So like a classical interview is like to use recursion, and recursion is like you're just calling yourself X amount of times over and over and over, and then you keep doing it. Eventually, you run out of memory, and quote unquote, it's the stack overflow. Like you've run out of memory, you can't compute. Yeah. Anyways, this is all like
Yeah, we're going too deep down the rabbit hole here.
yeah,
I'm
I'm going
gonna
down the rabbit hole here.
play a quick video here, and then I'm probably gonna give it the stream ready to go. I think this one here was done by, it was shown off of one, what was the name? American Black Pill stream. They like the video so much, and we were kind of talking about this like dystopian hellscape anyway. So let's you might have actually seen it before, but it's pretty funny. Let me see if you guys can hear it real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, hear that?
Yeah, hear it.
Okay, good. Is it loud enough?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, good.
Wojak. Wojak, is that you?
Hi, Zoomer. Yes, it's me.
Man, it's been so long. Last time I saw you was at the old drive-thru. How have you been doing?
I actually still work there kind of, but as an independent burger printer repairman rather than a cashier. After they replaced the kitchen staff with burger printers, I got my certification to be an outsourced printer tech. But sadly, the algorithm isn't giving me enough gigs to make ends meet, even when combined with my universal basic federal tokens.
Oh man, that's too bad. I just gave your Fedbook profile a scan. Your social credit score is one of the lowest I've ever seen.
Fucking Fedbook, for the love of God.
Hold on, this whole video is cold. First of all, no, I got two issues. First of all, by 2071, nobody's gonna be going outside because we barely do that now. And two, when they're talking about being replaced and all that shit, that shit's like now. That's not the future. That's already real.
So,
That's like 2025.
so is Fedbook a play on Facebook?
Yeah. Basically saying like America. Kind of what we're doing now anyway. It's like we're basically saying the social credit score that China has, we're basically bringing it to America in the form of like private enterprise instead of the government doing it, which is like, okay, well, it's that much better, right? So let me keep going here.
I guess that means the whole investment thing didn't end up going too well for you.
I bought as much Bitcoin as I could during the Great Bear Market, thinking I was being smart by buying low and selling high.
Bitcoin? Oh yeah, I kind of remember that. It was like a primitive cryptocurrency.
Right. Nowadays, I spend almost every waking hour working gigs for what is an unlivable amount of federal tokens. I'm still waiting for the bull market to come and save me from this dystopian hellscape.
Oh yeah, that's probably never going to happen. Anyway, here's my story. Back in 2030, I converted all of my crypto into Nestle water token. I bought 30 million liters. Then the great drought happened, followed by the water wars, and the price of my liters skyrocketed. I became a billionaire. Thank the overlords for that one. I'll tell you what, man, how about I buy you a Bug Mac? You must be hungry. Hop on, we'll zoom over.
Hi there, what can we get printed for you today?
Hello, I'll have 2 Bug Macs for my friend and I.
Would you like our famous fungus fries with that? Only 4,000 federal tokens.
No, I think we're good for fungus fries.
Okay.
My God, the fucking inflation.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
The fucking inflation. Jesus Christ. All right.
Please authorize payment with your brain link. Coming right up. Enjoy your Bug Max. You've earned 20 MIC reward tokens with this purchase.
I love me a Bug Mac, right Wojak?
Bug meat is delicious. Thank the overlords.
The bug meat, for the love of God.
Bruh, this shit is. Look, I'm a fucking ruin everybody's night. Before the decade is over, you will look back on this video and say it was fucking too optimistic. This shit is now. It's not. This ain't the future. It's already mid motion.
Eat the bugs. You will eat the bugs. You will live in the pod, and you will fuck, dude.
Wait, is that even the real sun or like some simulated sun?
This gotta be a simulated sun, dude. You fucking talking about, dude. I mean, I'll put it in the chat so you guys can actually look at it in your own time. Here you go. Here's the video for the people to look at. All right, let me go back.
Yes.
Go over to the stay still there. Good. Let me start up. All right.
Anyway, Wojak, it was great hanging out with you like old times. I gotta go report for my weekly thought audit and brain scan. Let's keep in touch.
What the? What's going on?
Son, what in the heck is that noise?
It's a tonal future crunk deathcore with glitch pop influences, Dad. But I don't really do genres.
Well, whatever it is, it sounds like complete and total garbage.
You wouldn't get it cause you're an ancient zoomer. This is what the algorithm is recommending.
Ah, yes, the ancient zoomer.
All right, this is the most unbelievable. Hold on, I got to pause. This is the most unbelievable part of this video that a manlet reproduced. Like, I just gotta keep.
Yeah, hey, the billionaire dude. Fuck, he probably had to get in the pod.
I can believe in Neuralink and fucking fungus fries, but a manlet making it, like, I'm sorry, like, no.
Hold on. Mister is right. Like, yeah, as a billionaire, you have all the options, but who knows? Even if he's reproduced in the conventional way, right?
And look at that.
Could be a clone.
He had a Chad son too. Well, not a Chad son, but his son's tall as fuck, dude. God dang, like. Obviously, in the future, they have what do you want to call it? The CRISPR shit, where they change the fucking genetically modified human beings and shit. So.
They got that now. You already had those Chinese babies against HIV.
Dang, well, true. Fuck, dude, it's happening now. This is the near future, boyos. We're gonna be fucking eat the fucking bugs, live in the pod. You own nothing and be happy.
At least Floyd's are gone.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I'm an asshole.
All of the cool kids, so that's what I'm going to listen to. Deal with it.
Yeah, get out of here. You kids will never understand what it was like to be alive in the same era as real artists. Like 6ix9ine and Billie Eilish.
The best part of the thing for me, honestly. 6ix9ine and Billie
That was a good
Eilish.
one.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, okay. All right, let's keep going.
Hey BrainLink, how is my portfolio looking?
Green dildos as far as the eye can see. Your Nestle water token is up 39% on the daily chart.
Excellent. Now it's time to watch my favorite augmented reality TikToks. Hey BrainLink, play my daily dose of Overlord approved and algorithm recommended content.
Okay, Zoomer. To continue, please drink one verification can.
Life is good.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, that's the end. There is a part 2. I might play that one tomorrow, I guess. But yeah, fuck, dude. That's the future, boy.
Y'all keep on saying y'all coping. That shit is now.
The Billie Eilish and 6ix9ine, like fucking Christ, dude. It's over. Those are gonna be considered the fucking classics, okay?
Bro, people gonna be looking up to Lonze, be saying that's some real shit back then. Like, bro, if you hold on, you ever heard of Lonze?
No,
bro, you need to bring him up. Like, Lonze with it, just put that shit on. Like,
oh god, can I actually play it without getting like banned or what?
Maybe we gotta see, but it's worth it.
Oh god. Maybe tomorrow. It's like 5 hours here. For the love of God,
It's just a few minutes, but all right.
Yeah, all right. Well, can you post the link in the? You have a link to it?
Yeah, hold on. I got, bro.
Wait, is this like a good artist you're talking about, or?
Well, let's say 6ix9ine is better.
I love the fucking bro, like the fucking dude playing the fucking music, and it's like, what the love of God, it's like sponsored by.
Oh, thank God, it's only 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Oh well, that's good, I guess.
Yeah, but you're gonna regret it.
Nestle water tokens, god dang.
Yeah,
the great bear market.
The water wars is actually legit.
That's probably gonna happen for sure. Actually, that's the bad part about that.
All right, it's in the back chat.
Yeah, just copy the link over to Come on, what's the link at? Jesus Christ. Copy link address. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, Ice Cactus, he's beyond base god. It's over.
Fucking Chrome, dude. He Chrome so fucking much. Oh my god.
Why
can I actually play this? I don't use Chrome. I use Firefox, but can I actually use? I don't know if should I play it or what? Dude, what? It has 16K upvotes and 16K downvotes. What the fuck?
I told you.
Oh my fucking god! What is this? All right, I gotta play this.
I told you, dog.
Let me just.
Jack, that cat on the left looks like the base Pluto.
We're gonna try this, and if I get banned off here, well, I guess we'll know whose fault it is, right?
It's worth it. Like it's worth it.
At least then I can just kind of like clip out the end of this stream, I guess, right? All right, let's do this. Because normally they don't take the whole damn thing down. So let me fuck. All right, let's do this shit. Here we go. Oh boys. All right, here we go again. Hey, nigga, talking all this shit. What in the fuck? Is this real?
Yeah, it's real.
He looks like he's fucking like. He looks like is he coked out of his fucking mind?
No, I think that's his regular resting bitch face. I'm sorry.
Okay, dude. Here we go again. All right, well. Oh my fucking god. What?
I swear, the base Pluto coming up on the left.
Oh shit.
Oh my fucking god. What on God's green earth is this shit?
This is what happened when you let me recommend videos, dog. I'm sorry.
This is like, honestly, like a mumble rap might be better than this shit, dude. Like, it looks like mumble rap's like fucking people saying random shit. This is like some fucking next level fucking like, I don't know what the fuck this shit.
At least in mumble rap, you at least mumble words. I don't even know if this started.
He just like literally, he sounds like that one guy off of that what's that fucking guy's name? Fuck. He made that fucking song, fucking Lifestyle fucking song with that guy. I forgot his fucking name. Fuck.
Young Thug.
Oh yeah. It fucking sounds like it's fucking like a doodle bob. Love of God. All right, we'll keep going. Is he struggling to breathe? What it sounds like? He's struggling to breathe. He's like, fuck, dude. Like, you gonna make it? Probably with fucking weed, I guess. But dang, dude. Holy shit.
How have you not heard of Lion's A yet, bro? Like,
I don't know, dude. What the fuck? Look at the eyes. I mean, just look at his eyes. Full of Jesus. What in the why? I don't understand. How on earth can you like? He's like breathing and talking at the same time. He's like, like he's trying too fucking hard.
yeah,
Jesus.
this man had COVID right before COVID. That's
If you guys want to know what the degradation of art looks like, this is it. Like, if you want to know what, like, you know, if you want to know if your society's in fucking like is in fucking decline, this is the sign right here. Like, you know, like we went from having like, you know, great music and songs from the 60s, 70s, and 80s to this shit now. Like we have like, I don't know, dude. We have some fucking fucked. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm afraid I'm gonna fucking ban off the internet. But fuck, dude. That dude, man. Jesus
Man, that's
Christ.
some crazy eyes right there.
I told you, bro.
He is coked. He's either coked out of his mind or something's wrong with that dude. Oh my god, that is some bad shit. Holy shit. Let me see. I have any more memes I want to do tonight before I get off here? I think I had one long one I wanted to do before I get out of here. What the fuck is it? Memes. Don't let your meme become dreams, right? The fuck is this shit? What is this? I said it once tomorrow. I have so many memes I skipped over today. More for tomorrow, I guess, right? Let's see. We'll do this one here. Is this it? Hold on. Yeah, fuck, let's do it. All right, last meme of the night, boys. Here we go. It's a long one too, so you'll have some time, right, to absorb it. He looked like a fucking. I gotta go back to that video real quick. He looked like a fucking like Somalian pirate. He's like, or something like Somali or shit, like, you know, like the skinnies, you know. Fuck. Let's do it. How unbelievably aggressive. How in the age of Me Too can this happen? How is placing bounties on the heads of women seeking help possible in a developed country in the 21st century? It's shameful. Texas is very far from developed, okay? People need to get the fuck out of there, to be honest. All right? So guns are now more protected than women. Did I get that right? Whew. All right, well, they destroy Roe v. Wade through the shadow docket. So fucking absurd. It definitely won't be the last constitutional right they got through the shadow docket. All those Bernie folks still feeling good about their 2016 protest votes that helped deliver Trump the presidency and 3 Supreme Court picks. Ooh, you guys are so fucking salty about Bernie Bernie even existing at this point. They really are.
I'm just saying this. Fuck that guy specifically, because you know, all those fucking Biden cucks. Swear to God, man.
This is something I never talked about before, but like 2016, like election campaign was so fucking like cringe. Because like, think about this for a second. Like Hillary Clinton's fucking campaign slogan was "I'm with her." What kind of fucking campaign slogan is that? I'm with her. Oh, so like you're not with us, we're with you. Like what is that? like you work for us, but we're supposed to be with you. Okay, what the fuck kind of crap is that, dude? This shit's so fucking fucked. Just her slogan alone is just like disqualifies her.
Was it last stream you showed the most recent pic of Hillary?
Yeah, she looks like a fucking like hell run over, dude. She looks real fucking bad. Her and Bill. I mean, I can't, Bill, he's obviously old as fuck, but so is fucking Hillary Clinton. Dude, look fucking horrible. But yeah, like the whole fucking thing is like really just like cringe when you look at her whole campaign with like really like fucking like.
When I saw that, it was literally, it's over.
Yeah. Jesus. Truly awful. Supreme Court's become. All right, I didn't read the. I'm sorry, I didn't read the fucking Queen of Simps here. Republicans promised to overturn Roe v. Wade, and they have. Democrats can either abolish the filibuster and expand the court. Oh, okay, okay. So we're gonna court pack here, or do nothing as millions of people's bodies, rights, and their lives are sacrificed for the far right minority rule. This shouldn't be a difficult decision. Yeah, okay. See, like the problem with Democrats is they don't think like 5 years ahead when they're not in the fucking majority anymore? Because like that's the problem. They always think like, oh, we're all gonna have power. They did the same thing when with the court appointments per se. Like, yeah, sure, they didn't expand the Supreme Court one, but they did expand the court appointment one. So like when Trump's out there putting out a bunch of fucking judges, they don't like. Oh my god, how does this happen? Oh my god, this is wrong. Well, this is the rule you broke. And then of course the Republicans did it for the Supreme Court. So then they're not much better per se, but like they started it first though. And then if you end up with this weird situation where like, okay, we're going to expand the court. Okay, well, what do you do when you're not in power and we just keep expanding the court back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? Like they don't think about like they just want to be like degenerates, and they don't actually care about the structure of the system per se. Anything. Once again, I said before, anything that affects women, they will literally do anything to avoid pain and suffering for them at the end of the day. It's true. We are a simp society. Truly awful. Supreme Court become a political machine. It's always been political, dude. You fucking idiot. That is now dismantling laws put in place to protect women. Okay. This summer, the Supreme Court finished killing the Voting Rights Act, overturned Roe v. Wade, authorized mass evictions, reinstated brutal immigration rules. Are we really going to let 6 rich cultist weirdos that probably don't tip at restaurants create? What the fuck, dude? Create so much suffering? Dang. All right, we got more. Fuck it. The Supreme Court ended Roe v. Wade and endorsed vigilante justice today, all without lifting a gavel. Add with the loss of voting rights, and we are one step closer to the vision of America in the 1800s. Okay, buddy. Regardless of one's opinion on tonight's Supreme Court ruling, this fact remains: the court's majority is the result of rule by minority. Justices appointed by a president who did not win the who gives a fuck? Popular vote and confirmed by the senators who represent a minority of the population. All right, well, what do you say, buddy? Republicans no longer care about fairness. They will cheat to win. Okay. They will rig the vote. They will do whatever they have to do unless we strengthen our democracy to stop them. This fiasco of Roe v. Wade is the beginning. You're a liar, Senator Collins. Dang. Well, yeah, there you go. There's some good.
I just got to insert this. Both sides will do whatever shit because the Republicans know the numbers are dropping, so they're gonna do all sorts of voter registration shit.
Yep.
And the Democrats want to bring in every fucking immigrant they can that they think is going to be a future Democrat.
Well, the sad part is though that like the Hispanic vote totally like betrayed them back in like. I mean, yeah, sure, Trump didn't win 2020, but like if you actually look at the vote like of like the Texas, like those places where like they thought they were gonna like totally blow them the fuck out on the like Hispanic voters who are like, yeah, dog, we like you guys like Florida with like another state where it's like, oh, what the fuck, like what's going on here? So
they want to be white people. Like what the fuck? Of course they're doing that.
What meme is this?
The Latino vote all for Trump, man?
That was in well, it's just different types of like Latino. Obviously there are, but it's more like an ethnic group if anything. So like the Cubans are hugely in favor of the Republican Party, obviously. And then depending on the type of immigrant they come, like a lot of immigrants actually aren't that much into like the unabated illegal immigration coming here. So like a lot of especially the ones who come here legally, they were actually really butthurt about that and are upset, which rightfully so. They came here the fucking legal way, and people just get to walk across the border and be in the country. And I was like, okay, what the fuck was the point then? Like, you know what I mean? Like if you can walk across the border, it's like a lot of immigrants who actually came here like legally are actually pretty upset about this thing. Actually, they're actually a lot more conservative on immigration than like they would have you believe. So
yeah, and this whole Democrats importing immigrants thinking they're gonna vote Democratic is fucking bullshit. Like I would say a lot of immigrants tend to be more right leaning or
they're socially conservative, but like if you give them the if you put them on the government dole to some extent, or you give them some sort of like perks for being a Democrat, they'll normally go with their economic interests over their cultural differences, I guess, to some extent. So it really doesn't matter. Like a lot of them do come in, they're very conservative, like socially, but like depending on what they're offering, if it comes down to like eating or like having a social or having a conservative social ground, most people are going to choose to eat. You know what I mean? Let's see.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but even the imported FOBs are, I would say, they don't embrace the democratic way. It's like I think.
If you're talking about actual like legal immigrants, I would probably more or less maybe agree with you. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the data before. But I might even agree with you there. Like they tend to be very, very industrious mostly because like they tend to be the upper crust of where they came from anyway. So they kind of already have the resources the way they want to go. So like they can go anywhere at the end of the day. So of course they're going to come to America. It's generally pretty good over here. So like I might actually agree with you partially there. Yeah. I have to look at the number. I just know like a lot of legal immigrants tend to not be in favor of a lot of the fucking like the fuckery that happens. So
yeah, but Americans think that everywhere Americans think that Mexico is a fucking continent and Africa's a fucking country. That's the
Yeah, some weird shit, dude. We have this. Yeah.
No, dude, this is a legit thing, but there was in real life, like we were doing that geography test, and it's like the guy was like, name 5 countries in Africa,
Yeah,
and
no one can fucking do it,
the
dude, at the
girl's
same time.
response was literally, "Wait, Africa's a country or a continent?"
I'm not even. Yeah, it's really fucking cringy how much people don't like. People think, oh, Africa's this one big, huge, gigantic fuck. Are you serious? Like you don't think people in Africa can like differentiate between themselves? Like the exact same thing in
Yeah.
Europe too. Like this is why the whole concept of like whiteness is so odd, because like it's very much an American invention. Because like in Europe, they don't have the same fucking like what we're all white here, buddy. Like, no, I'm Italian and you're fucking Polish and I'm from England and you're from Germany. We all know they can easily tell who's from where. Like, you know, we're the ones who do this weird.
Legit dumbfounded. I was like, wait, like I actually met someone that stupid in real life. Oh, anyway.
Let's do this last one here and we'll get off here. For 8.5 years, I taught that at the American University of Afghanistan as a faculty member and academic administrator. I founded the first gender studies program in Afghanistan's history there. All our work, hopes, dreams, progress, only to have it snatched away so needlessly. Oh, yes, well.
in honor of Ronan, based.
Yeah, they saved that country. The horror of having the gender studies professors run that place, dude. Jesus.
They cut out the cancer. Good
Yeah,
for
they
them.
really did. They're like, okay, like we're gonna cut the shit right here at the fucking root, dude. All right, buddy boy, let's do draw. You got last word for buddy boy.
Yeah, like always, stay based, buddy boys.
All right, my dude. See you next time. And Jack Nickelback, and last but not least, last words, my dude.
Yeah, if you immigrate here, the irony is your children are gonna fucking immigrate out. So,
ooh, very true. That's it, buddy.
Yep.
All right, dude. See you next time. Then there was one. What's up, dudes? Hope you guys enjoyed this 5.5 hour long stream, because you know tomorrow might be the same fucking length. I have one thing to do tomorrow. Well, I have two things. I'm gonna go to the gym in the morning, and then I'm gonna have an exam I have to take for my class. So I'm gonna take that exam and then stream as long as I can. So but yeah, well fuck, dude, it was a long ass stream. Hope people enjoyed it. Fuck, dude. Threw some comments here. A great stream. All right, people enjoyed it. Fuck. A lot of like, he went so many places I didn't expect it to go. For the love of God, it's hard to keep people in check. It's like, fuck it, we'll just let him go. This is what the stream's for, right? We're all here to cope, talk about shit. Fuck it. Yes or no? Yes or no. Was the stream good? Yes or fucking no. Fuck, dude. But yeah, that was a fun stream. That was pretty good. Talk about a lot of cool stuff, in my opinion. So a lot of high IQ observations, stuff like that. So yeah, I actually got plenty of fucking memes for tomorrow, actually. So I got a lot of memes. So I gotta go through the folder and make sure I don't, show duplicate memes, I guess. But I got a lot of memes still to show, so that's good. So I didn't go through all the memes. So those memes take a long time for me to fucking like find and fucking cultivate and fucking figure out what people are gonna like. So yeah. Oh, the ironies of the highest IQ souls like me are escaping this country. The smart ones are leaving. Yeah, yes or no? Where the only place they aren't strict as fuck as far as going there are very poor places where you make like $7 a day for labor. Fuck. Who would want to go to that? Very true. I'm just taking one class at the community college, so yeah. I need this one class from I can actually sit for this exam. So yeah. So what kind of exam? So this is my first exam. It's actually open book anyway. So I'm not actually that worried about it. It's open book. So the next exam though is closed book. You have to like use the some sort of browser to do it. So yeah. The answer is always yes. Generally, yeah. At least there will be no Sunday blues tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow for sure. So I know dudes like Pluto say that's a good idea, but Pluto doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just thinks he will have money and a black queen. Not true. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Meme machine. Atheism is quote mystery. Might be a little bit. I don't fucking know. We're probably doing literal voodoo to try to keep her on phone or fuck. God is a sadist and our parents are his minions. Oh, what the fuck, dude? For a fucking woman. Yeah. Imagine wanting to stay in the feminist tumor we call the West. For the love of God. Yeah, our countries are fucking fucked, dude. Like, the fucking West is so fucked, dude. Like the West is it's so fucking degenerate, dude. And I might actually watch that. I gotta watch that first stream. That stream that first was on today, so I can before I go to sleep tonight. So yeah. for sure. No lives matter. Yeah. I'm curious the ratio of people who are left leaning versus right leaning, and just I'm actually going to do it tomorrow. I'll do that poll tomorrow. Actually, it's a good poll idea. Actually, it's good to kind of tell for sure. I'll even use these words left leaning versus right leaning because people people aren't going to do this weird looking. It's like, well, I'm not really that or this. I'm an enlightened centrist. Okay, but like which way do you lean though? Do you lean left or right? Yeah. About leaving the West, he doesn't realize that it will be poverty sentence leaving the West. Well, it depends. If you accumulate capital here and then take it with you, you can probably make it, right? Grim is back with a Grim. No pussy, no peace. Blue balls fucking matter, dude. Love God. So Freak Circus and Drunk Cooper. I couldn't tell if Cooper was drunk tonight or just going crazy. I don't fucking know what's going on, dude. Dang. What stream? First where? Yeah, it was streamed by Todd the I think it's Tim the Cyborg. Yeah, he had a stream. You can look at his channel. He's pretty easy to find. Yeah. No such thing as disinterest as a cop out. Yeah, like you can be like you can understand like both sides of the aisle, but ultimately at the end of the day, you will pick a side to say, okay, well, I'm going to vote on this, vote over here because like that's what generally satisfies my interest. That's what it comes down to. Like even I say I'm like a moderate to some extent. Like I'm not like an extreme like Democrat or Republican. I just think that like, okay, well, I can acknowledge that. I can acknowledge that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to the voting, though, I will vote on one side of the aisle. But it also means that maybe one year I vote the other side of the aisle, depending on who's offering what that year. Like, okay, what are you going to give me? Who's going to run the country better, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, dude. Look at my videos. I'm not very good looking. I'm like a 6. Okay, dude. What I'm saying. People who say Pluto doesn't know what he's talking about, then talk about the shit he's already covered. All right. Well, shoot the cooter to prevent a shooter. Sounds good. It's like when someone says they're agnostic. Everyone is agnostic. Weak ass position. It is kind of weak. Yeah, it's pretty weak. Yeah, everybody acknowledges agnostic. Like nobody really knows, but like at the end of the day, like that's what it means to like you. So like at the end of the day, you're either like, okay, well, like what do you think is true? Like I hear it. Like I understand why you say agnostic because you're too afraid to take a real position. But fuck, dude, like it really is in the middle of the aisle here. I'm more libertarian, yeah. Like I think I always say like I'm like generally like an atheist, but like I actually think that religion has some value to it when it comes down to controlling human behavior to some extent, even if it has bad side effects. But that's ultimately like what every single social policy that we pass has side effects with it. It's going to have externalities that we can't really control for. So like like it's like taking a medication. Like you can think of social conditioning as like as a what do you want to call it, as a as a type of like medication for society as a whole. Like you give it to people, but you should expect some side effects in some people for sure. And you have to deal with the side effects as well. So, all right, buddy boy. So I will see you guys tomorrow for another SNI. It'll be Sunday night Incel tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna do this again. Episode fucking 52. Dang, 52 episodes of the shit. For the love of God. All right, buddy boy. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And what the fuck is this? Fuck. You think people will treat you so well in other countries? No, if you go to Thailand, they will. Okay, whatever. All right, cool. All right, guys. So see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, boyos. Peace out, boyos. See you guys next time.